Good morning, buenos días, bienvenidas, bienvenidos. Thank you for coming. So we will have interpretation. Muchas gracias por estar acá la mañana de hoy en esta importante conferencia sobre las medidas coercitivas unilaterales promovida por la relatora Alena Dohan, a quien también damos la bienvenida, y a todos nuestros colegas miembros del panel en esta fase del segmento de alto nivel sobre medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Resulta fundamental mencionar que esta es la segunda conferencia anual, hecho que nos satisface, siendo que el grupo de amigos en defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, de la cual Venezuela es el coordinador, ha venido trabajando en la denuncia sobre este asunto conjuntamente con el movimiento de países no alineados. En ese sentido, permítame dar una introducción sobre este tema para comenzar con las actividades de la mañana de hoy. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales se han transformado en un factor desestabilizador en el mundo de hoy. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales representan un instrumento de presión desmedida contra los pueblos y contra los gobiernos en el propósito de modificar o cambiar la posición de un país con relación a la geopolítica internacional o a su visión sobre el orden político. Desde nuestra perspectiva, las medidas coercitivas unilaterales son una forma de guerra, pues que sus efectos son los mismos que ocasionan misiles que caen sobre la población de un país. Es decir, dañan la infraestructura crítica, dañan los sistemas de salud, destruyen la economía, generan pobreza y precariedad, afectan los sistemas educativos, deterioran los sistemas alimentarios, dañan la moral y, en definitiva, afectan la cultura de los pueblos. Finalmente, las medidas coercitivas generan muerte y destrucción. Como ustedes saben, Venezuela presentó en el año 2020 un memorándum ante la Corte Penal Internacional denunciando la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra nuestro pueblo. En esta demanda se califican las medidas coercitivas unilaterales como delitos de lesa humanidad, puesto que sus efectos perfectamente se enmarcan en los supuestos del Estatuto de Roma. En una decisión reciente, luego de varios años de estancamiento, la Corte Penal Internacional, cuyos magistrados, algunos de ellos, han sufrido en carne propia la aplicación de medidas coercitivas, desestimaron el caso incoado por Venezuela. No es nuestro propósito calificar esta decisión, pero sí llamar la atención sobre la situación de aquellos países que han sido sometidos a este tipo de medidas y cuyos pueblos han sufrido de manera implacable el peso de la arbitrariedad, de la extraterritorialidad, del sobrecumplimiento y, en definitiva, de la injusticia. Los países que aplican medidas coercitivas unilaterales, a saber, los llamados países occidentales, afirman que estas medidas son una forma de trascender la condena declarativa sin efecto sancionatorio contra llamados países violadores de derechos humanos, pero a la vez, según ellos, evitar acciones militares, sin considerar que los efectos de estas medidas son iguales o peores a los generados por una guerra convencional. Otro argumento esgrimido por los países que aplican medidas coercitivas unilaterales es que los receptores de estas medidas las merecen, en el entendido de que ellas solo afectan a la cuestionada dirigencia política del país al cual se les aplican. Ello ha suscitado un amplio debate acerca de la legalidad y la legitimidad de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales, donde, por supuesto, los países que las aplican han pretendido generar doctrina o razonamientos que pretenden justificarlas. Por esta razón, quiero relatarles lo siguiente. Recientemente se realizó el proceso de selección del nuevo relator sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales de los derechos humanos, incluyendo el derecho al desarrollo. Sin ánimos de descalificar a nadie, llamó profundamente la atención de los países del sur global el hecho de que una de las candidatas finalistas había sido asesora de la Unión Europea y cuyos trabajos académicos daban cuenta de su convicción de que la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales se justificaba en ciertas circunstancias. Esto generó una discusión amplia en el seno del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, siendo que resultaba inexplicable que una persona que justifique la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales en determinadas circunstancias pudiese ser elegida como relatora sobre un mandato que lleva por nombre impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales sobre los derechos humanos, incluyendo el derecho al desarrollo. Por cierto, una nota aparte es que la Unión Europea vota en contra de la resolución sobre medidas coercitivas unilaterales y también vota en contra de la resolución sobre el derecho al desarrollo. Volvamos a nuestro tema. Desde nuestra perspectiva, la designación de esta candidata para ejercer el mandato sobre medidas coercitivas unilaterales hubiese sido una contradicción insalvable y una afrenta contra el sur global, en particular contra el movimiento de países no alineados, principal promotor de la resolución del Consejo de Derechos Humanos contra las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Los países del sur global y en particular aquellos que somos objetos de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, no debemos perder de vista este peculiar incidente. De ello podemos sacar lecturas interesantes. En primer lugar, que la denuncia del sur global contra estas medidas ha alcanzado niveles significativos de atención por parte de la comunidad internacional y en particular por parte de los pueblos y las organizaciones defensoras de los derechos humanos. En segundo lugar, que los países que aplican tales medidas están sintiendo el peso de esta denuncia y han tomado a su vez medidas para tratar de apropiarse de este mecanismo en el propósito de desvirtuarlo, relativizarlo, disminuirlo y, de ser posible, eliminarlo. Este espacio resulta apropiado para mencionar que, así como la relatora Francesca Albanese ha sido objeto de persecución, incluso de medidas coercitivas unilaterales por su denuncia valiente contra el genocidio palestino, la actual relatora Elena Dohan ha sido objeto de indiferencias, desatención, maltrato y persecución e incluso amenazas por funcionarios dentro del propio sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Aprovecho para elevar una palabra de reconocimiento y homenaje a la relatora Elena Dohan por su extraordinario trabajo y decirle que todo eso que ella ha vivido es el resultado de su convicción, de su valentía, profesionalismo y de su compromiso con los derechos humanos de los pueblos. A los países del sur global aquí presentes les digo que debemos estar vigilantes ante esta metodología de la indiferencia y de la amenaza contra un mandato que cuenta con el apoyo de la mayoría de la comunidad internacional dentro del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. El poder de decisión dentro de este sistema lo tiene la gran mayoría que representa el sur global. El Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta debió hacer un despliegue diplomático de alta envergadura con el apoyo de todos sus países miembros y también del movimiento de los países no alineados para evitar el secuestro por parte de los países occidentales de un mandato que ha nacido de los pueblos del sur y que defiende a los pueblos del sur. Estimados amigos, si nosotros no comprendemos que debemos asumir el ejercicio de la justicia y del derecho bajo el marco que nos ofrece la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, esa carta será utilizada entonces contra nosotros, como se ha pretendido hacer con el mandato de medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Hoy observamos cómo la Carta de las Naciones Unidas pretende ser convertida en un obstáculo en las relaciones internacionales y sometida a la irrelevancia, como también presumo pretendió hacerse con el mandato sobre medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Por eso hablamos de una metodología contra el multilateralismo, contra los derechos humanos y contra el orden internacional basado en el derecho internacional. La comunidad internacional somos nosotros, los estados. La comunidad internacional somos nosotros, los pueblos. Tomemos pues el lugar que nos corresponde en la construcción de la paz y en el proceso de salvar a la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for coming today and participating in this conference, both in person and those who have registered and are participating online. This conference has been organized by my mandate together with the mandate of the independent expert on foreign debt and human rights, as well as with the assistance of the group of friends of the UN Charter. And I appreciate efforts done by all co-organizers to make sure that this conference, indeed being the second conference after the one which took place in November 2024, to discuss the most urgent and most sensitive issues as regards the impact of unilateral coercive measures on human rights. I have to admit that, indeed, my term as a mandate holder is nearly over, so it expires in 3 weeks. And that is the last event which I'm organizing in my capacity as a Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on human rights. And I believe that this conference is intended to discuss everything what has been done within 6 years, not by me only, but by all of us, to discuss the joint efforts to protect human rights in the face of unilateral sanctions, means of the enforcement and overcompliance. For all 6 years as a mandate holder, I have been focusing on my job on 2 elements. On the issue of facts, trying to demonstrate what exactly is the impact, and on the issue of legal assessment. Being an international law professor, I strongly believe that the international law is the language which can help us to decide what is good and what is bad, what is legal, illegal, permissible, or non-permissible. Because unfortunately today we face too much of rhetoric of unilateral sanctions being justified on behalf of certain higher values, which has nothing to do with the facts and which has nothing to do with international law. That's why in my work I paid lots of attention to demonstrate that international law has not been outdated. International law is an instrument which all of us need and which all of us need to use very actively. That's why in my work I was paying lots of attention to develop guiding principles. I will come back to the conference which took place in November 2024, when we were discussing the guiding principles on sanctions, business and human rights and the commentary thereto. Before this conference, upon the request of humanitarian actors, whose humanitarian work has been reportedly affected terribly due to the impact of unilateral coercive measures, the enforcement and overcompliance, we developed the guiding principles on humanitarian action in the face of unilateral sanctions. My resolution repeatedly requested me to address the issue of remedy and responsibility. We all are aware that every single individual whose human rights are affected shall have a right to effective remedy as a means to ensure that all other human rights can be guaranteed. Additionally, the perpetrators of damage to human rights or violation of international law shall be held responsible. And that's why the issue of responsibility is at the table. Due to that, after a year and a half of effort, the mandate has developed the guiding principle on effective remedy and responsibility in unilateral sanctions environment. As before, None of these documents contains new legal norms. It was not the objective. The objective was to reveal what international legal norms exist and to welcome all stakeholders, states, individuals, companies, United Nations, and other institutions to use it as a reference tool, to protect human rights and to hold perpetrators responsible. I'm drawing your attention to the back part of your program with 3 QR codes. So each QR code has a link to the guiding principles on humanitarian action in the face of UCM, guiding principles on effective remedy and responsibility in unilateral sanctions environment, and to the draft of the commentary to the last document. I hope that our discussion today will help us probably to specify the commentary. We worked very hard. It's 239 pages at the moment. So I believe that this document, and I hope that they shall be viewed as a result of my work as a special rapporteur for 6 years, and the best what I could do as the international law professor to make sure that international law is used to promote and to protect human rights and to ensure that the rule of law is respected at the international arena. I appreciate efforts of everyone who assisted me in drafting these documents. We received lots of contributions in response to my call for contributions. A number of experts helped me during our expert consultations to draft the documents, including many of humanitarian actors. And I would like to use this chance to thank all of them for the work they did to develop these 2 documents, to draft my thematic reports, my country visit reports, as well as the guiding principles on sanctions, business and human rights and commentaries. Many of the experts were involved every year during the whole 6 years of my work. And I would like to thank my consultants for helping me to develop these documents, because a large part of analytical work is due to their contributions. All documents will stay on the webpage of the mandate. We plan only to finalize the commentary after the conference, taking into account all your inputs and considerations. And I hope that for the future, they will serve as a useful reference tool. Our conference today is including 3 levels: higher level, level of humanitarian actors and academic. I believe that is the best option to make sure that all different groups of stakeholders are able to address the issues coming from the countries which impose sanctions, those under sanctions, and those which has never been involved into imposing sanctions or have not been subjected to unilateral sanctions. I believe that's one of the steps to raise visibility and to provide a platform for the discussion. Besides that, the same as the previous time, I expect that we will be able to publish a book with contributions of all humanitarian actors and all academics, to raise visibility about the problem and to give new thoughts for academia, for states, for humanitarian actors, as well as any other stakeholders. I have been promised that the OHCHR is finalizing, concluding the contract to publish the book, and I hope that it will happen very, very soon. That's why we will get the book within the next year. At least the majority of authors have already submitted their chapters, and we are working very hard. I promise to finish this work even after I stop to be the mandate holder, to ensure that nothing is lost. So I would like to welcome everyone to this conference again, and I hope for fruitful discussion. And with all that in mind, I'm asking to stream the video by the President of Cuba welcoming our conference.
Estimado Volker Turk, Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos. Estimada Alena Dowan, Relatora Especial sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en los derechos humanos. Distinguidos participantes en esta importante conferencia. Hace pocos días, la llegada de un buque petrolero ruso a puerto cubano fue titular noticioso en todo el mundo. Cientos de medios siguieron la ruta del tanquero con inusual interés. Cumplía más de 3 meses el bloqueo energético a Cuba, es decir, la amenaza de aplicar medidas coercitivas a cualquier país que en uso de sus prerrogativas soberanas exporte combustible a Cuba. Frente al criminal propósito de asfixiar nuestra economía, las 100.000 toneladas de combustible del barco Anatoly Kolokin se convirtieron en un hecho absolutamente extraordinario que el pueblo cubano celebró de todas las maneras posibles. ¿Por qué? Cuando un acto tan común entre naciones soberanas se transforma en un suceso tan extraordinario. La respuesta es muy sencilla. Cuando se castiga a todo un pueblo privándolo de recursos y medios esenciales para su sostenimiento con el criminal propósito de hacer estallar su economía. Cuba es víctima de un castigo colectivo prolongado que pretende arrodillar a su pueblo por hambre, enfermedades y duras carencias de insumos básicos. Esta política de asfixia se suma a 65 años de la guerra económica, comercial y financiera más severa y prolongada aplicada contra país alguno, que ha sido codificada a través de un minucioso y perverso sistema de medidas coercitivas unilaterales diseñado para provocar un estallido social y violentar el orden constitucional legítimamente establecido por los cubanos en ejercicio de nuestro derecho a la libre determinación. Al impedir la llegada de combustible a Cuba, el gobierno de Estados Unidos viola de manera flagrante, deliberada e injustificada los derechos humanos de todo un pueblo, así como la libertad de comercio de terceros países. En Cuba se están viviendo prolongados cortes diarios de electricidad, desabastecimiento de agua y gas licuado, lo que convierte en un agobio la realización de las labores domésticas. Más de 96.000 cubanos, incluidos 11.000 niños, se encuentran a la espera de cirugías debido a la falta de electricidad y a pesar del esfuerzo de las instituciones de salud en función de encontrar soluciones. Más de 16.000 pacientes que necesitan radioterapia y otros 2.888 que dependen de hemodiálisis están afectados por la paralización de servicios que requieren estabilidad energética. Los centros escolares y universitarios han tenido que reajustar sus programas de estudio y acudir a modalidades semipresenciales para garantizar la continuidad del proceso docente educativo. El transporte público y privado se encuentra prácticamente paralizado por la falta de combustible. El sistema empresarial y la producción de alimentos han sido duramente impactados e incapacitados para garantizar insumos básicos. Más allá de estas cifras, es imposible contabilizar el agotamiento físico y psicológico, las carencias diarias, la posposición de los sueños y la guerra mediática a la que se somete solo por maldad a un pueblo noble, resiliente y solidario como el nuestro. ¿Qué país puede vivir y desarrollarse bajo esta presión? ¿Qué derecho tiene la principal potencia económica mundial de cometer semejante abuso contra un pequeño país en desarrollo? ¿Permitirán las Naciones Unidas, los Estados soberanos, que se agravie el derecho internacional y se intente regresar a épocas de vasallaje, barbarie, colonización y esclavitud? Desde las instituciones internacionales debemos hacer mucho más para denunciar y enfrentar las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que se imponen y refuerzan no solo contra Cuba, sino también contra numerosos países en desarrollo. Esta conferencia internacional es una oportunidad para visibilizar su impacto y realizar propuestas orientadas a la acción. Desde Cuba, impulsamos la creación de un grupo de trabajo del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, conformado por varios expertos que brinda una atención más amplia y especializada a este tema. Abogamos igualmente por la adopción de un instrumento internacional jurídicamente vinculante que demanda el levantamiento inmediato de estas medidas y la rendición de cuentas de los responsables. A pesar del adverso contexto actual, Cuba confía y apuesta por el multilateralismo y la diplomacia como las únicas herramientas eficaces para el mantenimiento de la paz, la convivencia civilizada y el desarrollo sostenible. Desde esta pequeña nación que resiste con dignidad el acoso del bloqueo en todas sus agresivas variantes, Agradezco profundamente las muestras de solidaridad internacional y el apoyo que hemos recibido en estas horas difíciles. Agradezco al Alto Comisionado Volker Turk, a los titulares de mandatos, entre otros expertos internacionales, por su firme oposición al bloqueo contra Cuba y la denuncia sistemática de su legalidad y del impacto incalculable en los derechos humanos de las cubanas y los cubanos. Les aseguro que el pueblo cubano no olvidará a los que frente al atropello y el chantaje se colocaron del lado de la justicia y alzaron sus manos y voces sin miedo para defender el derecho de este heroico pueblo a vivir y a elegir soberanamente su destino. Del mismo modo les aseguro que el pueblo cubano defenderá frente al apetito voraz del imperio que nos agrede cada palmo del suelo patrio. La determinación de cubanas y cubanos para defender nuestra absoluta soberanía es total. De modo les aseguro que el pueblo cubano defenderá frente al apetito voraz del imperio que nos agrede cada palmo del suelo patrio. La determinación de cubanas y cubanos para defender nuestra absoluta soberanía es total.
I would like to thank His Excellency President of the Republic of Cuba for his welcoming remarks and this statement, and to express solidarity with people of Cuba in this extremely complicated time for the country. And with all that, we are moving to our higher-level segment, and would just make a few comments concerning the organization issue. I would like, first of all, to thank all panelists. Those who came in person today, despite all the complexities, many come from the countries under sanctions and face serious challenges to travel directly. I would like to thank those who are joining online. And we will have a few changes, taking into account that due to the situation in some countries, it's just not possible even to transfer video. Due to the limitations, due to military conflict, due to unilateral coercive measures. I would appreciate if our panelists limit themselves to around 10 minutes to make sure that we will have a possibility for interactive dialogue afterwards. After all presentations, but our respected panelists are done, there will be possibility for shorter interventions for around like 3-5 minutes from the ground. And I would appreciate if the countries which want to intervene will, as well as other panelists, identify their willingness to intervene within the next 30 minutes. So my team will collect will make a list of those who want to make short remarks. And after the questions, there will be an opportunity for those who believe that there is something they want to respond and to follow up of our panelists to have this opportunity. And naturally, at the very end, I will give the floor to the head of the group of friends of the UN Charter, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Venezuela, who is currently the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela, so my congratulations with the new position, for final remark as a co-organizer of the event. With all that, I'm happy to start giving the floor to His Excellency Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Iran, who will do a presentation on behalf of the ministry, because due to the challenges, it was not possible to deliver the video, unfortunately. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Dohan. As you mentioned, our Foreign Minister, His Excellency Dr. Arakchi, was supposed to deliver a statement in this conference, but because of the particular situation in our country, we couldn't receive the statement. So I make this statement on behalf of our Foreign Minister. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to address this session on the grave and pressing issue of unilateral coercive measures and their adverse impact on the full enjoyment of human rights. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mrs. Alena Dohan for her exemplary role as the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights. Her dedicated efforts in documenting and producing literature on this issue have significantly contributed to raising awareness and fostering a deeper understanding of the challenges posed by such measures. We highly appreciate her invaluable work in illuminating this critical matter. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, unilateral sanctions are not merely a political tool. They are the opening link in a profoundly inhuman strategy and constitute economic terrorism. Through engineering economic disruption, fostering social instability, and cultivating insecurity, such measures lay the groundwork for escalation into military aggression and illegal wars. The recent experience of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has endured 2 imposed wars in recent months, accompanied by acts of military aggression carried out by the United States and the Israeli regime, demonstrates that this sequence is neither incidental nor spontaneous, but deliberately engineered. Sanctions, disorder, insecurity, and ultimately bombardment and war. This is a calculated continuum of coercion. Yet through the blood, sacrifice, and steadfast resistance of its people, Iran has broken this chain and compelled those pursuing such strategies to face failure. Unilateral sanctions, regardless of their declared objectives, constitute a clear violation of the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, including sovereign equality and non-intervention. They also undermine fundamental human rights, notably the right to development, health, and life. So-called humanitarian exemptions, far from offering relief, often serve as a legal facade. In practice, due to the complexity of sanctions regimes, overcompliance by financial institutions, and fear of secondary penalties, these exemptions prove ineffective. They do not alleviate suffering, they perpetuate it under the guise of legality. Despite being subjected to one of the most extensive sanctions regimes in modern history, Iran has neither yielded nor regressed. On the contrary, by relying on national determination, scientific advancement, and domestic capacity, it has achieved remarkable progress in medicine, pharmaceuticals, and essential industries. Iran's healthcare system stands among the most inclusive and human, ensuring access to treatment for all segments of society. Yet these achievements do not mitigate the brutality of sanctions. Rather, they highlight depths of their inhumanity. The Iranian nation will never submit to coercion or indignity, and it will resolutely defend its sovereignty, dignity, and rights against any form of aggression, economic or military. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, within the framework of this conference guiding principles, humanitarian action, effective remedy, and responsibility, we emphasize the urgent necessity of assigning legal accountability. This responsibility must extend not only to sanctioning states, but also to implementing governments and private financial institutions. Overcompliance and secondary sanctions represent serious breaches of international obligations and constitute primary obstacles to humanitarian assistance. Iran calls for the establishment of binding mechanisms to ensure full reparation for affected states and populations. Furthermore, this conference must go beyond normative principles and focus on operational mechanisms for remedy and responsibility. We support the creation of an international compensation fund dedicated to addressing damages caused by unilateral sanctions, alongside enforceable obligations requiring sanctioning states to provide restitution. Such measures are not essential to restoring trust in multilateralism. Such measures are essential to restoring trust in multilateralism and preventing the recurrence of economic injustices of this magnitude. Drawing upon its own experiences, Iran underscores the importance of strengthening regional and financial cooperation, expanding the use of national currencies, and developing independent banking mechanisms insulated from sanctioning systems. These approaches not only enhance humanitarian resilience, but also protect critical infrastructure, public health, and livelihoods from the destructive impact of sanctions. Iran stands ready to share its successful experiences in medical and pharmaceutical self-sufficiency with other nations facing similar pressures. Today, the Islamic Republic of Iran is not only a victim of sanctions, but a symbol of dignified resistance against domination. Through faith, knowledge, and national unity, it was proven that sanctions cannot break the will of a determined people. Any act of aggression, whether through economic coercion or military force, will be met with a firm, calculated, and resolute response. Iran, a nation rooted in civilization spanning millennia, is neither unfamiliar with war nor intimidated by pressure or isolation. It stands upon enduring values, justice, dignity, independence, and genuine humanity. It will not yield to coercion, neither today, nor tomorrow, nor ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like just to repeat once again that those who would like to express the interest for shorter interventions, please flag your willingness. And I address, including those who are participating online, just raise a hand in the online communication. And with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Lubinsky, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Большое спасибо, уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья. Я искренне рад возможности лично приветствовать участников международной конференции «Гуманитарное содействие, средства правовой защиты и привлечение к ответственности в условиях односторонних санкций». Как уже было сказано, это второе мероприятие такого формата, которое проходит под эгидой профильного специального докладчика Совета ООН по правам человека. Россия рассматривает такую инициативу в качестве весьма актуальной и очень востребованной, и высоко ценит личное мужество и личный вклад Елены Довгань в организацию конференции. Мы живем в эпоху, когда архитектура международного права, выстраиваемая десятилетиями, подвергается преднамеренному демонтажу. Инструментом ее разрушения стали в том числе так называемые односторонние принудительные меры. Пора назвать вещи своими именами. Это не санкции в их международно-правовом понимании, а противоправные акты агрессии, подрывающие самые основы глобального миропорядка. Международное право знает лишь один законный механизм принуждения в сфере межгосударственных отношений. Это меры Совета Безопасности ООН, принимаемые в соответствии с главой 7 Устава Всемирной Организации. Позиция России в этом вопросе неизменна. Любые рестрикции, введенные в обход решений Совета Безопасности ООН, недопустимы. Вместе с тем, сегодня односторонние принудительные меры превратились в излюбленное оружие старых демократий, которые отчаянно пытаются удержать все отчетливее ускользающее доминирование на мировой арене казавшееся им незыблемым. Когда политическое влияние тает на глазах, а экономическое лидерство переходит к новым центрам силы, коллективный Запад прибегает к диктату в международных отношениях. Без преувеличения мы имеем дело с одной из современных форм колониальной политики. Под благовидными лозунгами защиты неких демократических ценностей скрывается лишь стремление сдержать развитие неугодных Западу государств. Это не что иное, как попытка искусственно затормозить социально-экономический прогресс, навязать свою волю тем, кто выбрал путь независимости и суверенитета. Нам пытаются внушить, что санкции якобы направлены исключительно против неугодных Западу правительств. Это циничная ложь. Практика доказывает, главной мишенью рестрикций становятся не власти или так называемые элиты, а миллионы обычных граждан. Лишение простых людей доступа к продовольствию и медикаментам – это не меры политического воздействия, а самое настоящее преступление против человечности, которое должно получить надлежащее отражение в международном праве. Инициаторы санкций живут в плену иллюзий, будто суверенитет можно купить или выменить на комфорт. Однако опыт Кубы, Ирана или Корейской Народно-Демократической Республики наглядно демонстрирует, давление не работает. Находясь под беспрецедентным гнетом санкций десятилетиями, эти государства не только не изменили свой суверенный политический курс, но продолжают развиваться, доказывая, что волю народа невозможно сломить экономическим шантажом. Сегодня такой же сценарий пытаются реализовать против России. Очевидно, что санкции являются не временными или точечными мерами, а механизмом системного стратегического давления на нашу страну. Как бы ни складывалась обстановка, какой бы ни была система международных отношений, у наших западных конкурентов всегда будет стремление сдержать Россию, ослабить ее экономические и технологические возможности. Причем, если раньше коллективный Запад пытался придать этому противодействию хоть какую-то видимость приличия, то сейчас ему, похоже, стесняться уже не нужно. России не только регулярно угрожают введением новых санкций, но и штампуют эти пакеты один за другим. По подсчетам Министерства финансов Российской Федерации уже введено около 30 тысяч санкций в отношении российских физических и юридических лиц. Это больше, причем в кратном размере, чем совокупно все ограничения в отношении других стран, против которых вводились санкции. Однако бесконечный конвейер санкционных пакетов ЕС и Соединенных Штатов Америки дает для их истинных целей нулевой результат. Напротив, мы констатируем консолидацию общества и адаптацию экономики. Внутренняя стабильность и внешнеполитический курс нашей страны остаются незыблемыми, а санкционная машина лишь вхолостую сжигает ресурсы самих инициаторов. Российские предприниматели научились работать в условиях санкций, адаптировались к ним, продумали и запустили альтернативные механизмы сотрудничества с зарубежными партнерами, с теми, кто хочет работать с нами. Кроме того, пресловутые ограничительные меры стали своего рода дополнительным катализатором позитивных структурных изменений в российской экономике, в том числе в финансовой и технологической сферах, а также по многим другим ключевым направлениям. К странам, вводившим ОПМ против России, внезапно пришло осознание того факта, что санкционный клинок является обоюдоострым. ЕСовский самозапрет на импорт российских энергоносителей в условиях войны против Ирана обрек Европу на жесточайший энергетический кризис. Социальные последствия не заставили себя долго ждать. Уровень благосостояния простых европейцев резко снизился, растет безработица, разоряются предприятия малого и среднего бизнеса. На этом фоне, в том числе в парламентах европейских стран, уже раздаются голоса о необходимости отмены ранее введенных против России ограничений. Что касается так называемых гуманитарных изъятий из односторонних принудительных мер, то это своего рода образец лицемерия. На бумаге они существуют, но в реальности это недееспособный механизм. Мы в России видим, к примеру, что традиционные зарубежные импортеры нашего зерна и наших удобрений по-прежнему сталкиваются с серьезными логистическими и финансовыми барьерами. Бюрократические лабиринты Запада намеренно выстроены так, чтобы гуманитарные изъятия не работали. Российская Федерация, в свою очередь, нацелена на решительное противодействие незаконным, произвольным рестрикциям коллективного Запада. У нас уже имеется опыт разработки двусторонних рамочных документов по данной тематике. Россией подписаны декларации о путях и средствах противодействия, смягчения и компенсирования негативных последствий односторонних принудительных мер с Белоруссией, Ираном, Никарагуа, Сирией, Зимбабве, Кубой, а также соответствующий меморандум с Венесуэлой. Мы также высоко оцениваем плодотворные усилия на этом направлении и документы, разработанные группой друзей в защиту Устава ООН. Россия, являясь одним из учредителей, поддерживает мандат специального докладчика Совета ООН по правам человека по вопросу о негативном воздействии односторонних принудительных мер на осуществление прав человека. Высоко ценим энергичную и результативную деятельность на этом посту Елены Довгань, которой удалось реализовать ряд важных инициатив, включая проведение нынешней международной конференции. Приветствуем и осуществленную ею разработку руководящих принципов по вопросу гуманитарного доступа и оказания гуманитарного содействия в условиях санкционных режимов, а также по вопросу об эффективных средствах правовой защиты, ответственности и возмещения ущерба в контексте односторонних принудительных мер. Рассчитываем, что новый профильный спецдокладчик Зейна Джалад подхватит эстафету и добьется весомых успехов в рамках своего мандата. В заключение отмечу, что односторонние принудительные меры – это неоколониальная практика, разрушительно воздействующая на все государства и все слои населения. Настало время признать ее нелегитимность. Период одностороннего доминирования безвозвратно ушел. Ему на смену должна прийти эра равноправного взаимоуважительного диалога и сотрудничества суверенных государств. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your intervention and consideration. And with all that, I will give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Zhenkov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Belarus, who will do the intervention via video statement.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, благодарю за возможность выступить на этой важной конференции. Выражаю глубокую признательность в адрес специального докладчика Совета ООН по правам человека по вопросу о негативном воздействии односторонних принудительных мер на осуществление прав человека профессора Елены Довгань за ее профессиональную, эффективную работу на протяжении 6 лет по разъяснению проблемы ОПМ и введению международной дискуссии по этой теме на высокий уровень. Особо ценно то, что специальный докладчик разработал инструменты, позволяющие собирать данные о нарушениях прав человека, имеющих прямое отношение к ОПМ, представила руководящие документы по санкциям, бизнесу и правам человека и по гуманитарной деятельности в санкционных условиях, которые будут обсуждаться на этой конференции. Мы надеемся, что вновь назначенный специальный докладчик госпожа Зейна Джалат будет поддерживать и развивать все наработки предыдущих обладателей мандата, чтобы достигнуть цели освобождения международных отношений от практики использования ОПМ, негативно влияющих на права человека. К сожалению, несмотря на очевидный острый характер проблемы негативного влияния санкций на осуществление прав человека, инициаторы ограничительных мер предпочитают ее не замечать и продолжают использовать санкционный кнут как средство своей внешней политики, заявляя о правомерности, обоснованности использования таких мер. С точки зрения прав человека возникает принципиальный вопрос: допустимо ли применение любых мер, которые даже косвенно ведут к ухудшению условий жизни гражданского населения? Ведь страны-инициаторы ОПМ открыто заявляют, что намеренно их вводят, чтобы негативно повлиять на жизнь граждан в затронутых этими санкциями странах. Таким образом, Запад надеется вызвать социальные бунты. Это якобы, в свою очередь, приведет к смене законно избранных действующих правительств, которые почему-то по политическим мотивам не устраивают некоторые западные страны. Сегодня под незаконными односторонними ограничительными мерами, напомню, со стороны Запада, находится порядка 40 стран с населением в 2,5 миллиарда. При этом санкциями пронизаны буквально все сферы жизни. Особую обеспокоенность вызывает ситуация, когда ограничения препятствуют поставкам жизненно необходимых медицинских препаратов, в том числе для лечения хронических редких заболеваний. Вред от таких ОПМ очевиден. Но непонятно, почему это не очевидно для ООН? Почему Верховный комиссар ООН по правам человека не указывает западным странам на негативные последствия санкций для правозащитной системы и имиджа организации в способности решать такие проблемы? Вопрос риторический. А пока мы видим лишь усугубление ситуации с ОПМ. Давно известно, что санкции – это не инструмент высокой морали, как это принято подавать в официальной риторике. За витриной громких слов о защите ценностей, прав человека, демократии порой скрывается куда более приземленная логика. Логика силы, выгоды и экономический расчет. Коррумпированные западные чиновники, представляющие интересы крупных олигархов и транснациональных корпораций, по сути, санкциями устраняют сильных конкурентов, вытесняя их с глобальных рынков и стремясь закрепить свое преимущество. Еще одна причина. Санкционное давление также преследует цель отбросить неугодные государства назад, сдержать их технологическое развитие, лишить доступа к инвестициям, разрушить производственные цепочки. Санкции запускают цепную реакцию последствий, эффект домино, и он постепенно доходит до каждого дома, до каждой семьи. В конечном итоге страдает простой человек, который оказывается заложником глобальных политических игр. При этом страдают и граждане стран-инициаторов, естественно, по которым бьет недальновидная позиция их же политического руководства. Но кто из политиков коллективного Запада реально думает о судьбе своих граждан? Беларусь же придерживается принципиальной позиции по вопросу ОПМ. Все ограничительные меры, вводимые в одностороннем порядке в обход решений Совета Безопасности ООН, не соответствуют уставу ООН, нарушают принцип суверенного равенства государств и, соответственно, противоречат международному праву. Из опыта Беларуси, которая в 2020 году столкнулась с массированным введением незаконных ограничений, в том числе секторальных, подтверждаем, что односторонние меры оказывают негативное влияние на весь комплекс экономических, социальных, культурных прав, препятствуют полноценному доступу государства к международным рынкам, продовольствия, медикаментов, финансов, технологий и в итоге приводят к экономическим последствиям, жертвами которых становится население и прежде всего дети, женщины, пожилые люди, люди с инвалидностью. Кроме того, ограничительные меры подрывают усилия государств в достижении целей устойчивого развития, предусмотренных повесткой дня в области устойчивого развития на период до 30-го года, чем мы все очень сильно в ООН гордимся. Правительство Беларуси предприняло необходимые меры, чтобы минимизировать влияние ОПМ на жизнь наших граждан и продолжает вести последовательную работу на этом направлении. Мы считаем, что санкции – это новые возможности. Известны ситуации, когда ОПМ несут драматичные последствия для гражданского населения в регионах мира, охваченных вооруженными конфликтами и стихийными бедствиями. В контексте происходящего гуманитарного кризиса, например, в зоне палестино-израильского конфликта и ухудшающейся гуманитарной ситуации в Иране, Беларусь призывает не только к немедленному прекращению огня, но и к обеспечению беспрепятственного доступа гуманитарной помощи для всех нуждающихся, а также к защите гуманитарного персонала, который, напомню, подвергается также преследованию. Вся гуманитарная деятельность, осуществляемая как системой ООН, так и любым другим субъектом или государством, должна соответствовать принципам гуманности, нейтральности, беспристрастности и оперативной независимости. Сам факт того, что гуманитарная помощь может обуславливаться неправомерными односторонними мерами, уже подрывает принципы гуманности. Отдельный важнейший аспект – это применение секторальных санкций. Их отрицательная роль для прав человека признается Верховным комиссаром ООН по правам человека. Признается. Даже попытки ограничить доступ на мировые рынки крупнейших поставщиков удобрений, производителей продовольственной и сельскохозяйственной техники уже провоцируют рост цен, причем серьезный рост цен. А в более отдаленной перспективе это может повлечь недопроизводство продовольствия, которого и так катастрофически не хватает в отдельных регионах мира, а также усугубить мировую проблему голода, с которой мы боремся совместными усилиями. Парадоксально то, что ОПМ, как правило, вводится против развивающихся государств, экономический потенциал которых ослаблен десятилетиями несправедливого экономического порядка. И эти же страны обременены неподъемными суммами внешнего долга, погашение которых блокирует их экономический рост. К сожалению, состояние международных отношений сегодня вынуждает констатировать, что уважение суверенитета и равенства всех государств является скорее мечтой, чем реальностью. Расширение примирения ОПМ только подтверждает то, что элиты в отдельных государствах готовы к любым мерам, чтобы защитить свои геоэкономические, геополитические интересы. Вряд ли их сильно беспокоят последствия санкций для жизни людей в беднейших странах. Поэтому никакие гуманитарные изъятия, регулярные пересмотры санкционных режимов не решат проблему негативного влияния односторонних принудительных мер на права человека. Единственным же решением, безусловно, является полная безоговорочная отмена всех санкций, поскольку невозможно гуманизировать инструмент, который по своей природе причиняет системный ущерб и затрагивает целое общество. Страны-инициаторы должны понимать, что ОПМ, которые они вводят в отношении других государств, это также и бумеранг. Нужно наконец-то научиться решать проблемные вопросы сообща, а не методом шантажа и принуждения. Беларусь всегда призывала к диалогу, альтернативы которым нет. И самый лучший момент, чтобы его начать, именно сейчас. Желаем плодотворной работы всем участникам конференции. Спасибо за внимание.
I would like to thank His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Belarus, for his intervention. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Her Excellency, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Elena, estimada relatora especial, distinguidos viceministros, representantes gubernamentales, otros relatores especiales del Consejo de Derechos Humanos también presentes, panelistas, miembros de la sociedad civil y participantes en esta conferencia. El mensaje que escuchamos del presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez describe de forma elocuente la difícil situación que enfrenta hoy el pueblo cubano, así como su espíritu de resistencia y probada resiliencia. El bloqueo energético impuesto por el gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Cuba desde el 29 de enero pasado, así como el entramado de leyes y disposiciones que conforman el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero, son actos contrarios al derecho internacional y a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. No hay ninguna razón política o ideológica que pueda justificar la privación a un pueblo de sus medios de vida, sostenibilidad y desarrollo. cualquier persona decente y mínimamente informada conoce que Cuba no constituye un peligro para la seguridad nacional de Estados Unidos o de cualquier otro país. Cuba siempre ha sido una nación de paz, con una profunda vocación solidaria, comprometida con el respeto del derecho internacional, la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, el multilateralismo, la convivencia pacífica y el desarrollo sostenible. Aún así, Estados Unidos declara casi a diario y de forma pública sus intenciones de agredir militarmente a Cuba o de lograr, por la vía de la coerción, el derrocamiento del gobierno cubano. Con este fin, ha reforzado a niveles sin precedentes la imposición de un cerco energético que, como bien explicó el presidente cubano, ha obstaculizado la entrada de suministro de combustible al país en los últimos 3 meses. A los datos ofrecidos sobre el impacto de este cerco, puedo añadir las dificultades que se enfrentan para la atención de 32.000 mujeres embarazadas que requieren ecografías diagnósticas, por citar un ejemplo. Más de 30.000 niños cubanos no han podido recibir sus vacunas de forma oportuna debido a la escasez de transporte refrigerado por la falta de combustible. Como consecuencia del bloqueo, la tasa de supervivencia de niños con cáncer infantil disminuyó del 80 al 65%. La tasa de mortalidad infantil ha aumentado a más de 9 por cada 1.000 nacidos vivos, después de años consecutivos con índices inferiores a 5 por cada 1.000 nacidos vivos. De no existir el bloqueo, el Producto Interno Bruto de Cuba a precios corrientes hubiera crecido un 9.2% en 2024. Reitero que resulta incalculable y despiadado el daño físico y mental y el agotamiento diario al que se somete al pueblo de Cuba debido a la política de asfixia y máxima presión ejecutada por el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Esta maquinaria de coerción se combina con avanzadas técnicas de guerra comunicacional de cuarta generación, donde las víctimas se pretenden presentar como los victimarios. Por estas razones, agradezco la oportunidad de intervenir como panelista en esta necesaria conferencia internacional para explicar la verdad de Cuba e incorporar al debate nuestras consideraciones políticas, legales y prácticas sobre la urgencia de poner fin a las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Estas son, por su naturaleza, ilegales en virtud de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Se aplican con el objetivo deliberado de cambiar el sistema político, económico y social existente en determinados países. Su finalidad es dolosa. Violan los principios de soberanía, de no injerencia en los asuntos internos de los Estados, la prohibición de la amenaza y del uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales y el derecho a la libre determinación de los pueblos. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales no solo impactan a los países afectados, sino que tienen amplias consecuencias en terceros países debido a su carácter extraterritorial y a su efecto disuasorio e intimidatorio. Su impacto en los derechos humanos ha sido ampliamente reconocido y denunciado en numerosas resoluciones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, en informes de diferentes titulares de mandatos de procedimientos especiales y en diversos espacios de discusión. Aún así, existe un sesgo al debatir el tema y la visibilidad de la denuncia de su impacto es limitada. Igualmente, consideramos que los análisis no deben restringirse a la ACNUR o el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, sino que deben generalizarse a todas las organizaciones, agencias, fondos y programas del sistema de las Naciones Unidas, debido al impacto transversal de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Como mencionó el presidente cubano en su intervención, Cuba es partidaria de impulsar nuevas acciones que contribuyan a visibilizar, denunciar y obtener resultados en el enfrentamiento a las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Algunas de esas propuestas son, en primer lugar, la creación de un grupo de trabajo del CDH conformado por 5 expertos con el objetivo de abordar de manera integral el impacto de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en las diferentes regiones y proponer acciones concretas de denuncia y enfrentamiento a partir de circunstancias nacionales específicas. En segundo lugar, la adopción de un instrumento internacional jurídicamente vinculante para la prohibición de la aplicación de estas medidas y la rendición de cuentas de los responsables. En tercer lugar, la realización periódica de eventos de alto nivel de la ACNUR sobre el tema y la organización de nuevos eventos de carácter académico que permitan el desarrollo de investigaciones, incluido desde el sur. Y en cuarto lugar, la realización de intercambios políticos entre diferentes grupos de países sobre la aplicación efectiva de leyes antídoto que protejan a los actores de terceros países y prevengan la aplicación extraterritorial de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Asimismo, los Estados, la sociedad civil, la academia y otros actores debieran dar un uso más efectivo y preservar las herramientas prácticas de monitoreo y denuncia creadas por la relatora Alena Duhan durante su mandato. Aprovecho esta oportunidad para felicitarle por la organización de esta conferencia, la segunda edición ya, y reconocer el rigor académico, jurídico y profesional con que ha desarrollado su labor durante estos 6 años. Apreciamos también su denuncia sistemática a la ilegalidad y el impacto en los derechos humanos del bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Cuba, cuyas consecuencias pudo constatar de primera mano en las visitas académica y oficial realizadas al país en 2003 y 2025, respectivamente. Reitero también la gratitud del pueblo cubano al alto comisionado Volker Turk, a diversos titulares de mandatos de procedimientos especiales del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, a numerosos gobiernos y a representantes de la sociedad civil por el apoyo brindado a Cuba en su lucha por el fin del bloqueo y por la defensa de su derecho a la paz y a la libre determinación sin presión ni injerencia externa. Concluyo asegurando que Cuba continuará enfrentando esta nueva arremetida imperialista como caracteriza a un pueblo trabajador, resiliente y solidario, orgulloso de su soberanía y amante de su independencia. Contamos con la fuerza de la moral y la justeza de las ideas. Confiamos también en el apoyo de la comunidad internacional y en que ante la agresividad imperial, solo la unidad de los pueblos y la cooperación entre las naciones puede salvar a la humanidad de la barbarie. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And as the next panelist, I'm happy to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Alexander Yanis, the Deputy Minister of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señora relatora especial, sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en el disfrute de los derechos humanos, profesora Alena Duhan. señoras y señores participantes de la Conferencia Internacional sobre Acción Humanitaria, Reparación y Responsabilidad en un entorno de sanciones unilaterales, países integrantes del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, un saludo especial a los miembros del Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, quienes han acompañado la realización de esta segunda conferencia. Transmito un saludo afectuoso del pueblo venezolano y de la presidenta encargada, Delcy Rodríguez, quien, por cierto, el día de ayer ha convocado una peregrinación a partir del 19 de abril hasta el 1 de mayo, demandando el levantamiento de todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra nuestros países, en particular contra Venezuela. Felicitamos esta nueva conferencia como una excelente oportunidad para discutir ampliamente sobre el impacto altamente negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. En este panorama actual de desafíos, retos al multilateralismo y desconocimiento del derecho internacional, las medidas coercitivas unilaterales siguen representando una amenaza y una agresión para nuestros pueblos. Estas medidas representan una violación flagrante a la Carta de la ONU, de la cual Venezuela es firme defensora. Es necesario recordar que la Asamblea General de la ONU ha adoptado de manera reiterada resoluciones que reconocen que las medidas coercitivas unilaterales son contrarias al derecho internacional y generan graves impactos en el disfrute de los derechos humanos, particularmente en los derechos económicos, sociales y culturales. Asimismo, el Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la ONU ha advertido sobre los efectos negativos de estas medidas en el acceso a la salud, la alimentación, el desarrollo y la vida digna de los pueblos afectados, subrayando que no deben utilizarse como instrumentos de presión política. Desde 2014, el pueblo de Venezuela ha sido víctima de más de 1.000 medidas coercitivas unilaterales que han agredido nuestra economía, las finanzas públicas y la industria petrolera. Han vulnerado derechos humanos, económicos, sociales y culturales de millones de venezolanos y venezolanas. Por si fuera poco, han impactado nuestro derecho al desarrollo, limitando las inversiones, afectando la estabilidad económica y coartando nuestra capacidad de establecer un comercio justo y equitativo con cualquier país. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra Venezuela no solo perjudican al país, sino que también impactan negativamente a los pueblos de toda América Latina. Sin medidas coercitivas unilaterales podremos desarrollar proyectos conjuntos de complementariedad y cooperación mutua en condiciones de igualdad, así como intercambiar experiencias en diversas áreas que impacten de manera positiva en el desarrollo de nuestros pueblos. El bloqueo de nuestro comercio exterior no es solo contra Venezuela, es contra otras naciones que quieren sostener relaciones comerciales y económicas con nosotros. Por ello, Venezuela condena firmemente el uso de estos mecanismos de políticas unilaterales que están al margen del derecho internacional y de la Carta de Naciones Unidas para resolver conflictos. Para profundizar el desarrollo de nuestro país y el bienestar de nuestro pueblo, necesitamos que se eliminen completamente las mal llamadas sanciones. Eso permitirá que las inversiones en el país puedan desarrollarse en un ambiente de certidumbre y estabilidad. Así que este espacio es propicio para insistir en el cese de todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales y es necesario que se eliminen todas esas medidas. Venezuela y todos los pueblos del sur global deben estar libres de sanciones. Es nuestro derecho y es justicia también. Esta solicitud representa el clamor de los trabajadores, los empresarios y todo el pueblo venezolano en general, que ha sufrido heridas profundas en el ingreso familiar, la salud, la educación y la alimentación. Un pueblo que a pesar de las agresiones ha tenido paciencia estratégica, ha desarrollado de la mano del gobierno bolivariano innovaciones o acciones innovadoras para sortear las limitaciones impuestas por la GMCU. La Ley Constitucional Antibloqueo para el Desarrollo Nacional y la Garantía de los Derechos Humanos es un ejemplo concreto de esas acciones que hemos desarrollado para proteger a nuestro pueblo. Estimada relatora y asistentes, en el año 2025 Venezuela, junto a al Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de la ONU, impulsó una resolución que mandató la creación del Día Internacional contra las Medidas Coercitivas Unilaterales. Los pueblos del mundo no quieren medidas coercitivas, los pueblos del sur global queremos establecer relaciones de amistad con pleno respeto a la soberanía y a la autodeterminación, sin injerencias en los asuntos internos de los estados. Y nuestra guía fundamental es la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. El respeto pleno y restricto a sus postulados es la mejor herramienta para hacer frente a los desafíos y retos permanentes al multilateralismo. Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para felicitar la gran labor desempeñada por la relatora Elena Duhan, que durante su mandato nos ha presentado informes acuciosos, demostrando con hechos y datos concretos el alto impacto negativo de las MCU en el disfrute pleno de los derechos humanos de nuestros pueblos. La profesora Duhan ha dedicado mucho tiempo para alzar su voz contra estas medidas e incluso ha tenido que vivir en carne propia la aplicación de sanciones personales por decir la verdad sobre estas ilegales medidas. Nos solidarizamos con la profesora Duhan, a quien además le deseamos éxito en sus compromisos laborales. Cuente usted con la amistad sincera del pueblo de Venezuela. Esperamos que el próximo titular continúe ejecutando acciones que tributen a los objetivos del mandato de manera efectiva y eficiente. Para culminar, nuevamente celebramos la realización de esta conferencia y auguramos productivos debates en la búsqueda constante de un mundo más próspero, un orden mundial verdaderamente justo, equitativo, pluripolar, multipolar y multicéntrico, que permite el equilibrio de poderes en este mundo convulsionado de hoy. Venezuela, con su diplomacia bolivariana de paz, seguirá exigiendo firmemente el cese definitivo e incondicional de todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I'm happy to give the floor to His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Eritrea, who will address the conference via the video statement.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to convey Eritrea's sincere appreciation to the organizers of the timely and consequential conference. We commend Professor Elena Duhan, the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights, and Professor Atiya Waris, the independent expert on the effects of foreign debt for advancing a principled and evidence-based discourse on what has become one of the most pressing, yet insufficiently scrutinized features of the contemporary international system. We gather at a moment of profound significance. The international order is increasingly characterized by the normalization, expansion, and quiet institutionalization of unilateral coercive measures. Their scope has widened, their application intensified, and their reach extended far beyond national jurisdictions. This evolution has unfolded largely outside the framework of multilateral legitimacy and the intention with the foundational principles of international law, sovereign equality, non-interference, and the importance of the Charter of the United Nations. Excellencies, Eritrea's encounter with sanctions regimes spans nearly 2 decades. The imposition of United Nations Security Council sanctions from 2009 to 2018, grounded in unsubstantiated claims and geopolitical expedients, marked a period of significant constraint on the country's development trajectory. Although these measures were eventually lifted, their residual effects persist. More critically, they have been supplanted and in certain respects deepened by an expanding architecture of unilateral coercive measures imposed by influential state actors. The cumulative impact of these measures has produced what can only be described as systemic financial exclusion. Eritrea, while formally part of the global economy, faces persistent barriers in conducting routine financial transactions essential for trade and development. Payments are delayed, denied, or subjected to excessive scrutiny. This is further compounded by a pervasive culture of overcompliance among financial institutions, which, seeking to mitigate risk, often exceed formal requirements, transforming restrictions into far more severe de facto barriers. A central paradox lies at the heart of this system. These measures are often justified as tools to promote and protect human rights. In practice, however, they undermine the very rights they purport to advance. In Eritrea, their consequences are concrete and far-reaching. In the health sector, access to life-saving medicines, diagnostic equipment, and essential technologies is routinely impeded by formal restrictions, disrupted financial channels, and supplier hesitancy, thereby affecting the realization of the right to health. In agriculture, constraints on financing and logistics limit access to inputs and machinery, undermining food security and rural livelihoods. Across infrastructure sectors, water, energy, and transport, difficulties in securing financing and procuring equipment impose structural limitations on development. These represent systemic impediments to the realization of the right to development and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Distinguished participants, equally concerning is the growing gap between the formal articulation of humanitarian exemptions and their practical implementation. While such exemptions exist in principle, their effectiveness is undermined by the reluctance of financial institutions to process even permissible transactions. The fear of secondary sanctions, regulatory penalties, and reputational risk creates an adverse impact. As a result, transactions that are legally allowed become practically impossible. Access to essential goods is thus obstructed not through explicit prohibition, but through the cumulative weight of financial and administrative barriers. This divergence between legal frameworks and the operational reality raises serious questions about the credibility of existing safeguards. Excellencies, the enforcement of unilateral coercive measures has also diffused responsibility across a complex network of state and non-state actors. Decisions with profound humanitarian consequences are increasingly made within opaque compliance systems, often without transparency, explanation, or recourse. This diffusion of agency has fragmented accountability, making responsibility obscure. Affected states and populations are left with limited avenues for redress. The current legal lacuna, wherein harm is evident but redress is elusive, cannot be sustained if the international system is to regain its normative coherence. Distinguished participants, Eritrea is one of the considered view that addressing these challenges requires a principled and collective response. First, there must be a reaffirmation of the centrality of the Charter of the United Nations. Measures with far-reaching humanitarian consequences must be anchored in multilateral legitimacy and collective accountability, not unilateral discretion. Second, the phenomenon of over-compliance must be addressed through greater regulatory clarity, safe harbor provisions, and the establishment of protected humanitarian financial channels. Third, the international community must move toward the enforceable frameworks of responsibility that encompass both state and non-state actors, ensuring that those affected have access to meaningful remedy. Finally, it is imperative to reassess the underlying assumptions that sustain the widespread use of unilateral coercive measures. Policies that claim to advance human rights must be evaluated against their actual lived impact. Excellencies, allow me to conclude with a reflection. Unilateral coercive measures are often portrayed as targeted and temporary. In reality, their effects are expansive, indiscriminate, and enduring. They shape economies, constrain development, and affect the daily lives of ordinary people in profound ways. If the international community is to remain faithful to its commitment to human rights, it must confront these contradictions with clarity and resolve. Eritrea stands ready to engage constructively in this effect, guided by the principles of genuine multilateralism and mutual respect. I thank you. Excellencies, distinguished.
I would like to thank His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Eritrea. And with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to our next panelist, Her Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to extend my appreciation to the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures, Professor Alena Dohan, for a sterling job in the organization of this conference. Let me also extend Zimbabwe's sincere gratitude to Professor Dohan for your professionalism and excellent work done over the years on exposing the true effects of UCMs, not only on targeted states, but also on regional and international integration. We hope that the work she has started will be sustained and expanded. We wish her well on her next assignment. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, the fundamental aim of unilateral coercive measures is to massively disrupt social and economic life, harm national economies, destabilize them, and in many cases, force a political regime change. The imposition of sanctions is the preserve of a few countries that have the capacity and ability to shape international trade. Unilateral coercive measures and enforcements thereof, often involving over-compliance by banks and companies, significantly erode economic, social, and cultural rights, while stalling implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by targeting vulnerable populations and hindering access to essential goods and services. These measures disrupt international trade and cause financial exclusion. UCMs, by their very nature, severely restrict a state's ability to protect and promote human rights by crippling economic stability and reducing state revenue. These measures frequently cause widespread unemployment, damage infrastructure, and exacerbate poverty, undermining the rights to health, food, education, and an adequate standard of living for ordinary citizens. Unilateral coercive measures and over-compliance have an impact on the achievement of all and every single SDG, affecting, therefore, the right to development and well-being of all those living in targeted countries, regardless of types of unilateral sanctions imposed. SDGs 2 and 3, zero hunger and good health and well-being, are the most affected despite the introduction of humanitarian carve-outs in different forms in sanctions regulations. The impact of unilateral sanctions should not be ignored when discussing the achievement of SDGs alongside other challenges. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe, having gone through over 25 years of illegal sanctions, maintains that there is nothing called targeted sanctions, as all sanctions gravely harm the general populace. The impositions of unilateral coercive measures on Zimbabwe by Western powers has had a far-reaching consequence that extends beyond the country's borders to affect the entire region. These measures, cloaked in the guise of promoting democracy and human rights, have instead exacerbated economic hardships and poverty, ultimately undermining the regional integration and cooperation. The entire SADC region has felt the ripple effects as Zimbabwe's economic challenges overflow across its borders, hindering efforts to promote economic integration. The impositions of UCMs has undermined the sovereignty and independence of Zimbabwe, setting a dangerous precedent for external interference in the internal affairs of African nations. This has serious implications for regional peace and security. The removal of these UCMs is crucial to promoting economic development, regional integration, and peace in Zimbabwe and the SADC region. Despite being under illegal sanctions, Zimbabwe has made notable progress in reducing poverty, improving health care, expanding education, and promoting decent work, pillars of the SDGs. This progress has been guided by strong conceptual frameworks and cooperation with the United Nations under the Zimbabwe UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. We, however, still need to overcome financial, economic, and environmental obstacles, as well as to foster partnership for concrete development, a feat difficult to achieve as the country still grapples with the illegal sanctions. Zimbabwe calls for urgent reform of the global financial system to better support developing countries like us. We urge the immediate and unconditional removal of UCMs, which remain a major obstacle to the achievement of the SDGs and human rights. We reaffirm our commitment to the strengthening and promotion of a rules-based, predictable, non-discriminatory, open, fair, inclusive, and transparent multilateral system. I thank you.
I would like to thank Her Excellency Ambassador of Zimbabwe, and it's with all that I'm happy to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador of Brazil. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to congratulate Madam Special Rapporteur Aliena Duchem for holding this conference, this timely and very important conference, with the help of co-organizers. The times that we are living in, when the very notion of coercion is being redefined by recent events, underscore the need for a more nuanced reflection on the consequence of the growing use of unilateral sanctions worldwide. For my country, Brazil, a country firmly committed to democratic values and international law, the impact of unilateral coercive measures on humanitarian assistance, education, access to medicines, as well as on the right to food security, and adequate nutrition, especially among vulnerable groups, is a matter of great concern. In 2024, Brazil, led by President Lula, launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And according to the United Nations, still more than 670 million people suffer from acute hunger, while 2.3 billion experience food insecurity worldwide. Unilateral coercive measures must not become an obstacle to global efforts aimed at eliminating hunger. Although promoted by some allegedly as a peaceful tool, sanctions can cause great human suffering in targeted countries. And the increasing sophistication of sanctions over the past decades has not proven capable of minimizing their negative effects on the economic and social rights of affected populations. The fact that sanctions are directed at specific individuals or entities does not preclude their having broader macroeconomic effects, particularly given the exponential growth of such measures, which significantly undermines their supposedly targeted nature. Brazil has consistently condemned unilateral coercive measures as they violate international law and have a detrimental impact on the enjoyment of human rights. In particular, unilateral coercive measures undermine the functioning of critical infrastructure related to food, agriculture, water supply, irrigation, as well as restrict access to seeds, fertilizers, and other essential agricultural inputs. There is consistent evidence demonstrating the negative consequences of sanctions on the living conditions of populations in various targeted countries, some of which are comparable to the effects of the Great Depression of the 1930s, or to the reduction in life expectancy observed during COVID-19 pandemic. In many instances, the effects of sanctions on mortality rates are also comparable to the human cost of armed conflicts and wars, with disproportionate effect on children and older persons. Sanctions can exacerbate public health challenges by reducing public revenue, decreasing the availability of essential imports, including medicines, food, and medical supplies, and creating obstacles to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. In such context, the spread of infectious disease may also act as a transmission channel, amplifying the societal effects of sanctions. Brazil voted in favor of the UN Security Council Resolution 2664, adopted in 2022, which marked a historic milestone by establishing a humanitarian carve-out to asset freezing measures. The decision represented a significant shift in the Council's approach, explicitly acknowledging the potential detrimental impacts of sanctions on humanitarian action. We now call on all countries to fully implement this resolution and remove all existing barriers to the provision of goods and services necessary for the rapid delivery of humanitarian assistance and for addressing basic human needs. In the 3 years since then, unhindered access to medicines and essential food items remain, unfortunately, a distant reality. Sanctions have proven remarkably resilient, taking on different forms and at times even targeting democratic institutions and the international order founded on international law and the multilateral human rights system. Madam Rapporteur, as you conclude your term, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for your efforts in developing numerous guiding principles as well as tools for sanctions monitoring and impact assessment. These are valuable contributions to promote the necessary accountability and due diligence by all actors, ensuring that humanitarian considerations and the protection of fundamental rights are fully taken into account. We would also like to convey our best wishes to the incoming Special Rapporteur in her efforts to carry forward this important work. Please count on our full support in this regard. I thank you.
I would like to thank His Excellency, Ambassador of Brazil, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the Human Rights Officer of the Permanent Mission of the People's Republic of China to the United Nations. Please, the floor is yours.
谢谢主席女士。尊敬的各位阁下，杜涵女士，瓦里斯女士，同事们、朋友们，我很荣幸代表中国的常驻代表出席今天的会议。 本次会议主题充分代表了国际社会长期以来的正义呼声和正当诉求。感谢主办方为各方增进交流、加强对话搭建这一重要平台。当前国际形势动荡不安，单边主义与强权政治愈演愈烈，丛林法则甚嚣尘上，单边强制措施大行其道。历史和现实充分证明，单边强制措施及其带来的寒蝉效应，是导致国际乱象、引发人道灾难的罪魁祸首之一。国际社会对单边强制措施的危害应有清醒认识。一方面，单边强制措施违背联合国宪章宗旨和原则，破坏多边主义和国际法治的根基。单边强制措施将一国国内法律凌驾于国际法和他国的法律之上，公然践踏主权平等原则，在未经联合国安理会授权情况下滥施制裁，以威胁、强权代替对话磋商，同多边主义和国际合作精神严重相悖。少数西方国家将单边强制措施工具化、武器化，妄图将弱肉强食、丛林法则合法化，这是彻头彻尾的单边主义、霸权主义和强权政治。这一非法行径终将害人害己，也将被历史所唾弃。另一方面，单边强制措施侵犯别国的基本人权，引发经济困境，造成系统性的人道灾难。少数西方国家披着保护人权的外衣，肆意对他国滥施金融封锁、贸易限制、长臂管辖等单边强制措施，严重干扰国际经贸与科技合作，严重威胁全球供应产业链的稳定，加剧粮食、能源等全球性危机，拉大贫困差距和南北鸿沟。许多原本发展潜力巨大的国际贸易往来严重受阻，经济增长势头遭受重创。单边强制措施严重侵犯受制裁国家人民的生命权、健康权、发展权等基本人权，给当事国造成巨额的经济损失，引发当事国缺医少药、能源短缺等系列社会困境，妇女、儿童、老人等脆弱群体处境尤为艰难。过去几十年，联合国大会已经通过100多份决议，明确反对单边经济、金融或贸易措施。我们要求相关国家听从国际社会的正义呼声，将遵守联合国宪章和国际法的承诺落到实处，立即无条件、彻底地取消单边强制措施，停止人为制造和加剧人道灾难，并向受害国提供应有的赔偿和救济，向人道援助和经济重建提供充分的支持与帮助，帮助受害国缓解困难。我想借此机会强调，杜涵教授始终恪守授权职责，长期以来坚持独立客观开展工作，推动国际社会正视单边强制措施对各国人权发展、民生保障造成的严重影响，为呼吁国际社会抵制单边霸凌、倡导共同发展发挥了积极和建设性作用。他秉持公正、不畏强权的履职态度和扎实工作的成效值得肯定和尊重。我们希望并支持杜涵教授继续为维护多边主义、促进构建公平、公正、公平的国际秩序做出努力。谢谢。
I would like to thank Dr. Lee Xiaomei for his intervention and for the support of the work of the mandate. And I would like to thank all our panelists of the higher level segment for their interventions. And we received a number of requests from the ground. to intervene, and I'm reminding that due to the time constraints, I'm asking the presenters to limit the interventions to 3, maximum 5 minutes, to make sure that we are able to accommodate all requests. And with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of the European Union. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union. The EU agrees that states should refrain from illegal unilateral measures. However, we cannot accept the UCM narrative that conflates all measures, treating temporary, targeted, and proportionate sanctions adopted in accordance with international law the same as illegal measures and arbitrary economic coercion. The EU's restrictive measures fully comply with international law, which is why the UCM concept does not apply to them. The real question is, what peaceful measure of last resort does the international community have when the Security Council is paralyzed by the use of veto, while grave violations of international law and the UN Charter continue? Autonomous sanctions are peaceful answers in discharging our responsibility to uphold the principles of the UN Charter in face of acts, wars of aggression, human rights violations and abuses, terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Chair, through its restrictive measures, the EU seeks to defend universal values and international law, to preserve peace and security, to uphold human rights in line with the principles of the UN Charter, and to promote democracy and the respect for the rule of law. The EU global human rights sanctions regime specifically targets individuals and entities responsible for or involved in serious human rights violations and abuses. Let me stress that EU sanctions are always adopted in response to violation of international law, such as illegal wars of aggression or the illegal annexation of territory, or in response to grave human rights violations or atrocities, such as the one in Bucha, which just marked its sad 4th anniversary last week. EU sanctions are targeted at those responsible for such policies and actions. They do not target the civilian populations, nor food, medicine, emergency supplies, humanitarian aid, or its delivery. The EU does not impose general prohibitions on all trade or other economic activity. And as you know, EU sanctions are regularly reviewed, temporary in nature, and may be challenged before the court. They have no extraterritorial application, and we do not recognize the extraterritorial application of laws adopted by third countries in violation of international law. Now turning to the humanitarian issues, the main topic of this conference, in fact, allow me to recall that UN Security Council Resolution 2664 of 2022 emphasizes that sanctions measures are not intended to have adverse humanitarian consequences for civilian populations or adverse consequences for humanitarian activities or those carrying them out. Let me stress that the EU fully adheres to international humanitarian law and humanitarian principles in its sanctions policies. In this context, I also need to stress that the EU sanctions stand in no way or impede the delivery of humanitarian assistance in environments in which sanctions apply. On the contrary, the EU has introduced humanitarian exemptions in the vast majority of EU autonomous sanctions regimes to allow unimpeded humanitarian action. Furthermore, the EU undertakes various support and outreach activities for humanitarian organizations and other partners to provide clarifications for all EU sanctions regimes. In order to address, for instance, over-compliance issues, the EU Commission has published guidance on the provision of humanitarian aid in compliance with EU sanctions. The EU has also established a dedicated channel to which humanitarian operators can turn for assistance. The EU-level sanctions humanitarian contact point directly supports and helps humanitarian actors. The EU actively engages in continuous dialogue with all parties involved in humanitarian assistance, including UN organizations, economic operators, donors, regulators, NGOs, and banks. in order to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need. Chair, before closing, allow me to recall that together with its member states, the EU remains the biggest donor of development and humanitarian assistance. We are helping to protect people from the effects of economic distribution and war, to support better lives and development conditions around the world, including in countries concerned by restrictive measures, be they UN sanctions or autonomous measures. Unfortunately, the UCM narrative politicizes sustainable development, which requires global cooperation, not polarization, and it suffers from multiple misconceptions, preventing the important discussion on the proper use of sanctions, which would be welcomed. In conclusion, when the Security Council fails, when diplomacy stalls, when atrocities continue, responding is not only legitimate, but necessary to defend the UN Charter and to promote peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights for all. The EU remains ready to continue to engage in a constructive and fact-based dialogues on these issues in the future. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of the European Union, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of Canada. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Canada welcomes the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I wanted to start by stating that autonomous sanctions, as applied by Canada, are not unilateral coercive measures and must not be conflated. Canada's sanctions are lawful, targeted, and proportionate tools grounded in domestic legislation and consistent with international law, including the UN Charter. They are carefully designed to respond to serious breaches of international peace and security, acts of aggression, human rights violations and abuses, and significant corruption based on credible evidence. They are applied pursuant to a designated listing criterion, incorporate due process safeguards, are subject to review mechanisms, and are calibrated to avoid harm to civilians. These characteristics clearly distinguish Canada's autonomous sanctions from the broad, indiscriminate measures discussed at this conference. Conflation obscures responsibility for serious violations of international law and diverts attention from the human rights violations and abuses that led to the sanctions in the first place. To be very clear, Canada does not support the instrumentalization of economic integration, financial infrastructure, and supply chain vulnerabilities to pursue national economic interests. We recognize the importance of ensuring that our sanctions do not impede the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance. To this end, many of our regulations include explicit humanitarian exemptions to facilitate the continued provision of essential goods, such as food, medicine, and medical supplies for people in vulnerable situations. Canada also maintains mechanisms, such as ministerial authorizations, to enable humanitarian actors and other legitimate stakeholders to operate in complex environments where Canada's sanctions are in place. We engage regularly with humanitarian organizations and financial institutions to identify and address implementation challenges, including risks related to overcompliance or other possible barriers from risk-averse behavior. We recognize that ensuring stakeholders understand their obligations, as well as the available exceptions, is essential to preserving access to humanitarian assistance and reducing unintended negative consequences on civilians. Furthermore, Canada's sanctions listings are subject to clear criteria, and targeted individuals and entities have access to administrative review processes consistent with the rule of law. Canada also actively reviews and delists designations when circumstances change, underscoring that these measures are responsive and not permanent by default. By targeting conduct that undermines stability and good governance, autonomous sanctions help support development, respect for human rights, and humanitarian objectives. Canada will continue to support principled, balanced approaches to sanctions that protect civilians. We welcome continued constructive engagement with partners on these matters. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Canada, and now I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies and distinguished colleagues, the United Kingdom welcomes this conference focus on humanitarian action in sanctions-affected environments. These are practical issues with real consequences for those delivering humanitarian and development assistance. The adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2664 established a standing humanitarian exemption to UN asset freeze measures and affirmed the collective responsibility to protect humanitarian space. In so doing, it recognized that humanitarian outcomes and sanctions need not be in conflict. The UK supported that outcome because it reflects our approach. Sanctions, when lawful, targeted, and consistent with international law, remain a legitimate tool to promote accountability and uphold international norms. They must be designed and implemented responsibly. Nevertheless, challenges do arise in practice, which can hinder humanitarian aid delivery even when exemptions exist. That is why the UK focuses not only on sanctions design, but on how sanctions operate on the ground. Allow me to offer 3 examples. First, on extraterritoriality, UK sanctions are applied within a clear jurisdictional framework. We cannot generally take enforcement action against non-UK persons absent a demonstrable UK nexus. That clarity helps distinguish lawful national measures from broader chilling effects. Second, on overcompliance and de-risking, we hear consistently from humanitarian organizations about the withdrawal of banking and payment services due to perceived sanctions risk. The UK addresses this through the Tri-Sector Group, a partnership between government, international NGOs, and financial institutions. The group supports the publication of official guidance to reduce legal uncertainty, informs the design of humanitarian and banking responses, and uses working groups and emergency meetings to resolve problems in real time. It has helped keep humanitarian payment channels open in crises including Afghanistan in 2021-22 and in response to natural disasters. Third, on humanitarian carve-outs, the UK makes systematic use of general licenses. Following the earthquake in Syria and Turkey, for example, we issued a general license to remove the need for individual applications, enabling funds, goods, and services to flow rapidly to humanitarian responders when time mattered most. These experiences point to a clear conclusion. Progress will not come from collapsing fundamentally different state practice into a single politicized label. The UK has a lot to offer this debate, bringing practical experience, multilateral solutions, and a serious commitment to humanitarian concerns. But to move this debate forward and deliver better outcomes, we must restore nuance, distinguish lawful from unlawful conduct, and focus on stronger safeguards and implementation. The United Kingdom stands ready to contribute to that end. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of the United Kingdom, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of Iceland. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Iceland welcomes the opportunity to exchange views in a constructive manner on the humanitarian dimension of sanctions. Iceland wishes to underline the importance of maintaining a clear distinction between different types of measures. In our views, it is important to refute the misconception that all sanctions, without distinction, negatively impact the enjoyment of human rights. In this regard, the targeted nature of sanctions and the rationale behind them are important elements. Sanctions, when applied responsibly, are among the peaceful tools at the disposal of the UN Security Council to defend human rights and maintain international peace and security as provided for in the UN Charter. Yet, the Security Council is at times prevented from acting in the face of serious violations of international law. The dire consequences of such inaction, when acts of aggression and grave human rights violations continue unchecked, must remain central to the discussion. Inaction is not a neutral choice, and the international community shares a responsibility to respond. Carefully targeted and precise sanctions adopted in accordance with international law and accompanied by clear criteria, transparency, due process, and humanitarian exemptions are designed to respond to serious violations. Such measures focus on those responsible for wrongful conduct, not on civilian populations. At the same time, it is important to recognize that sanctions, particularly if poorly designed or implemented, have humanitarian consequences. This is a matter of serious concern. Civilians must never bear the burden of measures aimed at addressing the conduct of states or individuals responsible for violations. Iceland places particular emphasis on the importance of effective humanitarian safeguards. Humanitarian assistance, including food, medicine, and other essential supplies, must never be impeded. Chair, we believe that a balanced approach is both possible and necessary and has shown itself to work in practice. An approach that upholds the international community's responsibility to respond to serious violations of international law, while also addressing concerns regarding humanitarian impact. When applied responsibly, legitimately, and legally, targeted sanctions can serve as a peaceful means to prevent further conflict, promote accountability, and support respect for international law and human rights. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Iceland, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to a representative of Indonesia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, and colleagues. Indonesia welcomes the convening of this conference. Today, the world is at a deeply troubling moment. More than 240 million people worldwide are now in urgent need of humanitarian assistance and protection. Yet, even in such circumstances, we are not only witnessing a disturbing expansion of UCMs, but also their growing normalization. We are particularly concerned by the increasing use of secondary sanctions, which enable imposing states to pressure the private sectors in third countries into compliance, especially in the financial sector. For developing countries, this creates systemic constraints that affect economic stability, access to finance, and policy space. UCMs also generate a sanction environment that discourages humanitarian engagement. Humanitarian actors become reluctant to act because the risks are too high. Instead of alleviating suffering, UCM often deepen humanitarian distress. The human toll due to the application of UCM is staggering, with studies linking unilateral sanctions to over 500,000 deaths annually. Madam Chair, the continued resort to UCM reflects an alarming pattern in the human rights system. Too often, human rights are invoked as a pretext to advance strategic interests as well as geopolitical goals, rather than to genuinely protect human rights and the people. Unlawful unilateral measures are not a legitimate path to improving human rights. Political differences and disputes between states must be resolved through dialogue and cooperation in accordance with the UN Charter. Madam Chair, we must categorically reject the use of sanctions as a tool to intimidate or silence the mandate holders. In this regard, we condemn the unilateral sanction imposed against Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese and the coordinated intimidation directed against her by certain states. Such deplorable actions undermine trust in the Council mechanisms and weaken global efforts to advance human rights. Finally, Indonesia extends its support to the Special Rapporteur Alena Dohan for her work in developing two important guiding principles relating to humanitarian action as well as the effective remedy and responsibility in unilateral sanction environment. In line with the guiding principle, we underscore the states shall provide for accountability and redress mechanism for violation of human rights perpetrated in the context or as a result of sanctions policies. In this regard, access to justice, effective remedy, and redress for affected people must be guaranteed. I thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Charles, the floor is yours. Chile? So, Chile, I apologize.
Muchas gracias, relatora. Chile agradece la organización de esta conferencia y reconoce la importancia de promover un debate riguroso e informado sobre el impacto de las MCUs en los derechos humanos y en la acción humanitaria. Mi país ha señalado en diferentes instancias que las MCUs contra un Estado son un mecanismo que se aleja del espíritu de la Carta de Naciones Unidas, siendo imprescindible privilegiar el multilateralismo, el diálogo constructivo, la solución pacífica de controversias, el respeto al derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos. Por ello, tomamos nota de los principios rectores sobre acción humanitaria y sobre remedio efectivo y responsabilidad, como una contribución a esta discusión. Al hacerlo, deseamos reflejar nuestra comprensión de estos documentos a la luz del derecho internacional. Compartimos la preocupación de fondo que anima estos principios rectores, que las MCUs pueden afectar negativamente los derechos humanos, repercutir sobre el libre comercio y la cooperación internacional y obstaculizar la consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Valoramos la atención sobre el efecto de sobrecumplimiento y respaldamos el llamado a fortalecer las salvaguardias humanitarias, simplificar los mecanismos de licencia y garantizar el acceso oportuno a bienes y servicios esenciales para las poblaciones más vulnerables. Asimismo, entendemos que la sección 6 de ambos documentos preserva el espacio para que cada Estado evalúe la conformidad de medidas específicas con el derecho internacional, incluidos los estándares sobre contramedidas lícitas conforme a los artículos de la CDI sobre responsabilidad del Estado. No toda medida restrictiva adoptada por un Estado tiene idéntica naturaleza jurídica ni producen los mismos efectos humanitarios, y los mecanismos de implementación deben reflejar esta diversidad. Chile entiende que los principios rectores son consistentes con el principio de las MCUs, que no eximen al Estado sancionado de sus obligaciones de derechos humanos. El párrafo 17.2 del documento sobre acción humanitaria reconoce que los Estados bajo sanciones tienen la responsabilidad primaria de garantizar la asistencia y protección de las personas en crisis. Esta disposición no es residual. Los principios rectores no pueden ser invocados para eludir cuestionamientos legítimos sobre la situación de derechos humanos en un Estado sancionado. La protección humanitaria y la rendición de cuenta en derechos humanos son obligaciones concurrentes, no excluyentes. Chile presta atención al mecanismo de seguimiento e implementación. Esta herramienta de monitoreo debe incorporar indicadores que diferencian el impacto humanitario según la naturaleza, alcance y temporalidad de cada medida restrictiva, para que los principios rectores operen con rigor analítico y mayor legitimidad. Para concluir, Chile subraya que la protección de las poblaciones civiles afectadas por estas medidas es un imperativo compartido. Ese objetivo solo se logra si los documentos emanados de este mandato son jurídicamente precisos y operacionalmente eficaces. Chile reafirma su compromiso con fortalecer las salvaguardias humanitarias y un enfoque basado en el derecho internacional. Muchas gracias.
I would like to thank the representative of Chile, and I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Republic of Korea thanks the Special Rapporteur and all panelists for their presentation and contributions. We also appreciate the convening of this discussion. We take note of the concerns raised regarding the humanitarian impact of unilateral measures, in particular the effect of overcompliance and the challenges faced in carrying out humanitarian activities. It is essential to ensure that humanitarian access, including food and medicine, is not impeded. At the same time, we believe unilateral coercive measures must be differentiated from sanctions in accordance with international law, including the UN Charter, to safeguard international peace and security. Failure to differentiate between these two measures, each with fundamentally different objectives, risks undermining the legitimacy of diplomatic efforts firmly grounded in international law. Sanctions, when implemented in accordance with the UN Charter, can serve as a legitimate policy tool to deter violation of international law, including human rights violations, to address threats to international peace and security and to promote accountability. These measures are particularly necessary and effective in situations where the UN Security Council is divided and collective action may be constrained. They are designed to target specific illegal conduct and its perpetrators and incorporate institutional mechanisms such as sanctions exemptions to minimize adverse effects of human rights and humanitarian assistance. In this vein, the Republic of Korea implements sanctions grounded in clear legal basis in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. These measures target specific individuals, entities, and vessels that undermine international peace and security. We look forward to hearing the panel's views on how the international community can implement sanctions while minimizing their unintended humanitarian consequences. The Republic of Korea remains committed to constructive dialogue on this important issue. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of the Republic of Korea, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of Australia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, distinguished delegates. Australia welcomes the chance to share views on this topic. The sanctions imposed by Australia are rarely a first choice, and we do not impose them lightly. They are one of many foreign and economic policy tools that are available to governments to respond effectively to situations of international concern and to support the UN's mandate on peace and security. These sanctions limit access to finance and materials such as weapons and impose financial and reputational costs on targeted individuals, groups and countries that have contravened international law and norms. Australia's autonomous sanctions are used judiciously to target the most egregious conduct contrary to widely accepted international standards, such as serious human rights violations and nuclear weapons proliferation. They play a role in seeking to protect vulnerable populations, prevent further harm, and promote accountability. By restricting the resources of those who seriously violate international legal norms, sanctions can help to deter future abuses and contribute to international security. Australia's autonomous sanctions do not target civilian populations, nor curb countries' rights in relation to development. Our sanctions are highly targeted at specific individuals and entities directly linked to situations of international concern. Our sanctions do not target civilian populations and are never directed at food, medicine, or humanitarian supplies. We apply humanitarian exemptions, including granting specific permits allowing work with sanctioned individuals and organisations, and in other instances, applying a class-based exemption to a much broader category to allow engagement in particular affected communities. We also work to minimise the secondary consequences for key supply chains. And to address the risk of over-compliance, we conduct regular outreach with business, humanitarian actors, and other stakeholders. Australia's sanctions are transparent and balanced, with publicly available legislative criteria, human rights impact assessments for all listings, and robust checks and balances, including reporting to the Australian Parliament. Far from undermining the UN Charter, our sanctions reinforce international law, including the Charter's universal principles, particularly where obstructionism within the UN Security Council means it is increasingly unable to act. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Australia, and now I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of Japan. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have listened with great interest to the statements delivered by the esteemed speakers. We are concerned that certain assertions made on this matter appear to indicate that all so-called unilateral coercive measures are contrary to international law and are human rights violations in and of themselves. We reiterate that sanctions are not derived from the intention to punish or to intimidate without reason. Rather, they stem from a sincere wish to address complex situations which otherwise could further undermine international peace and security. This is why we have the legitimate mechanism of sanction regimes within the Security Council, which has adopted relevant resolutions under Article 41, Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. We cannot stand idly by in the face of threats to the international peace and security. All sovereign nations have a legitimate right to take autonomous measures to address such threats in full compliance with international law, including the UN Charter. The sanctions adopted by Japan are exercise of this sovereign right, consistent with international law, including the UN Charter. Madam Chair, I would like to underscore one point in particular. We are not suggesting that there are no challenges related to development, poverty, food supply, or health in individual countries. These issues should be addressed in the appropriate fora, and my country has been providing support and assistance to countries around the world through a wide range of tools. We are also mindful that sanctions should not affect humanitarian activities. When we apply sanctions, Japan and its partners include clear humanitarian exemptions to avoid negatively impacting humanitarian assistance. Madam Chair, we believe that every individual is entitled to enjoy his or her human rights, and that states have the primary obligation to promote, protect, and fulfill those rights. We underscore that the existence of sanctions and other such measures cannot be used as pretext to evade states' obligations to promote and protect human rights. Madam Chair, I once again would like to underline this point. Autonomous measures are taken with the intention of promoting international peace and security and must be in line with international law. We hope to see more realistic and nuanced discussions on sanctions rather than one grounded in assertions of illegality and automatic liability. I thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to thank the representative of Japan, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, and Madam Special Rapporteur, Vietnam thanks Professor Duhan for her tireless work under this mandate and welcome this important conference as a timely platform to address the humanitarian and human rights impact of unilateral coercive measures. Vietnam firmly opposes the use of unilateral coercive measures. Such measures contravene the UN Charter, including the principles of sovereign equality and non-interference, and their extraterritorial application and over-compliance further amplify their destructive reach. When sanctions restrict access to medicines, food, and energy, it is the most vulnerable who suffer most, in direct violation of their fundamental human rights. Vietnam's all experience prove that dialogue and engagement, not isolation or sanctions, are only viable path forward that help turning confrontation into cooperation and pass enmity into partnership grounded in mutual respect. Vietnam reiterates its unwavering solidarity with Cuban people. For over 6 decades, the U.S. embargo has caused immeasurable harm. We recall that at the 18th UN General Assembly, President Lương Cường of Vietnam reiterated our call for complete lifting of all sanctions against Cuba and for the removal of Cuba from the so-called state sponsors of terrorism list. I would like to thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Vietnam. I do not see any request for the floor from the side of states. Have I occasionally missed anyone? I see no. So with all that, I'm coming to the non-state actors, and with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to Mr. Andrzej Dostal, the member of the European Parliament. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. As a member of the European Parliament, I noted that in this debate our institution is underrepresented. Perhaps the reason is that we did not enough, at least yet, to address the violations of human rights by unilateral coercive measures. We so far failed to leverage our influence and the significant EU funds to alleviate the suffering of people targeted by sanctions. We hypocritically praised the rule-based order while turning blind eye to grave violations of real international law violations and to human suffering. Our parliament passed resolutions condemning the weak while ignoring violations by the strong. However, I'm honored to be here, both to acknowledge these deficiencies and to express my hope of a change coming soon. European Union has been built on a set of values, of which the foremost are the protection of human rights and dignity and respect to international law. These values are firmly enshrined in the founding treaties, and the role of the EU Commission is to safeguard the treaties. The unilateral coercive measures are so often contrary to international law, either directly or in this effect. The role of European Parliament is to oversee the European Commission is doing its job. And during the 2 years since the beginning of the Parliament's current mandate, many things has changed. The genocide of the Palestinian people generated outrage among citizens of Europe we represent. The threats against Greenland opened our eyes to see the unlawfulness of the infringements of sovereignty of Venezuela, the attempt to strangle Cuba, or the current unprovoked aggression in Western Asia. The European governments started to react, and there is a growing movement among members of parliament towards peace, multipolar world, and respect to UN Charter, not only in the opposition, but across the political spectrum. According to international and European law, everybody has the right to life and access to healthcare. Research from the UN Special Rapporteur and the medical expert community described the terrible death toll resulting from direct and indirect effect of sanctions among patients, among elderly, among mothers and newborns. Insufficient access to vaccines, to medicines, unavailable hospital equipment, breaches of pharmaceutical supply chains due to blockades or payment issues, all these cause over 500,000 excess deaths every year, a disaster worse than the major armed conflict. In the European Parliament, the newly created Committee on Public Health, Sant, heard and discussed these findings. Sanctions should never target civilians, especially vulnerable population groups. It makes no difference if the effects are caused by sanctions directly or by over-compliance. I was personally very pleased by the deeply human reaction from deputies across political groups, many of whom are medical doctors, and their willingness to work on this issue. As many of our colleagues also eagerly participated in Professor Dugan's presentation in Brussels this year. Therefore, let me thank the Special Rapporteur for her work, which fulfilled its purpose. Today, I'm speaking for myself and a growing group of colleagues, deputies. I hope in close future the EU institutions will engage in this issue on a much more active level, together with the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and international community. For this, we do not need to pass any new laws or treaties, just to respect the laws we already have. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. De Stael, and as we still have 3 requests and we are already beyond the time, I would appreciate that the next 3 persons limit themselves to 2 minutes. And with all that, I'm giving the floor to the co-organizer of this event, Professor Atiya Varis, the independent expert on foreign death and human rights.
For the floor. I really appreciate it. It's of course a pleasure and an honor to have you with us today, and I'm heartened by the fact that we have presence of member states from across the world, and I'm looking forward to the conversations. I have just 4 quick points I'd like to make. From the perspective of my mandate, one of the considerations are issues around foreign debt. And when you are unable to pay off your, generate your economy, when you're under sanctions, you also default at the IMF and with private lenders. And this is something that is a nuance that really does need to come through in our conversations over the next 2 days. The second is the conversation around cross-border financial transactions. We have entities like the FATF that are implemented by member states but these are not internationally recognized rules. So it is important that private entities not be allowed to be used when we are talking about the kinds of measures that we're looking at today. The third is the issue around regionalism, which is also very critical. We have a growing regionalism push across the world. One of them, for example, on the African continent is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I will tell you that there is a lot of pushback on the ability to even do financial transactions on continent that don't need to go off continent. And these challenges are continuing to undermine development very directly. The last 2 points, very briefly, is the conversations around de-dollarizing. And I think that this is an important conversation because there are unintended impacts when we are overly reliant on the currency of one particular country. So this is also a systemic issue that we really need to talk about. And finally, the other and the last part of my mandate, which I work on, is issues around illicit financial flows. The more and the stronger we have over-regulation, the more likely it is that we will push people into criminal networks and criminal financing networks specifically. In addition to that, that is also leading to enhanced financial digitalization on the dark web. Now, all of these changes are not what fall under what are traditionally the debates and the discussions we have when we talk about sanctions. And so it is really important that we do not criminalize human beings when they're trying to survive. And I think that that is also something that does need to come out. I thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to the continued discussions.
Thank you very much, Professor Varis. And with all that, I'm giving the floor to Aleph Mine from the One Goal Initiative for Governance. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The thinking on UCNs should also take into account the fact that the paradigm of geopolitics should be revised because of entity miscategorization or omission, model incompleteness, and the liquefaction of assets and operations. Miscategorization or omission keeps us busy blaming windmills while ignoring the wind. States and IOs are hollowed out, and the humanitarian actors have turned into a type of private sector that mainly builds a de facto global government infrastructure. What doesn't look like returns is dropped, and the trade in services on which development is nowadays centered may be automatable, therefore unilaterally severable down the line. The individual investor is omitted across all human rights topics. Investors are said to just want profit, yet the precautionary principle of the here guiding principles point out that claims that impacts would be unintended or without scientific certainty don't hold. This is an issue that an LBI on TNCs and OBEs may actually consolidate. Miscategorization is potentially also evolutive. It's possible for corporations to change their purpose if the shareholders so wish, and the definition of fiduciary duty, which seems to evolve ad hoc, is rendered compatible with that. The official purpose doesn't have to be a state or a government or some aspect thereof, yet operational capabilities for effective sanctions are available to investors, along with tech that may render activities opaque, while a mutual understanding among shareholders can result in targeted, coercive, or executive measures. As coordination regarding investments and operational interventions is opaque and ad hoc, and the private sanctioning infrastructure ever more granular and agile, this misrepresents or evaporates the actors with which delegates would be negotiating and blurs geopolitical scenarios. Giving oneself up, breaking oneself into smaller pieces, or collapsing may open up recalcitrant territories to exploitation, but without the complete view of the system, this will yet accelerate risk and damage, notably for core decision makers. If we consider our system as a whip, the entire whip must be redesigned and the movement of the handle modulated in a manner that carefully considers the entire system. There is no advantageous way around it. Thank you.
Limit yourself to 2 minutes.
I live in Kiev, and I have a PhD, and would like to share one important point. Sanction can have negative effects, yes, but we need to see the full picture. Ukraine is under attack every day. Civilians are in danger. People lose their homes. People lose their lives. Now I am here in peaceful Geneva, but I don't know if my home in Kiev is safe. Many of my colleagues and friends lose their homes and their lives. Believe me, for us, sanctions are not just politics. Sanctions help to stop aggression and protect people. Without sanctions, the situation can be even worse. So I believe we need a balanced view. We must talk about the impact of sanctions, but also about the need to stop violence and protect human lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And as I haven't received any requests from the side of panelists for additional interventions, I believe that we can do the final remarks with His Excellency before we move to the next part, awarding the winners. From my personal perspective, I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank all those intervening from the ground. And as soon as my term of 6 years is nearly over, I'm very happy to see that we start to have better dialogue, despite everything. We have more countries intervening, and we have some things upon which we all agree. I was very happy, for example, to hear from the side of states which impose sanctions the statement that, yes, we need to differentiate between legal and illegal. We all agree that we need international law as a ground for discussion. That's a good step forward. I have heard the recognition that there is a humanitarian impact of sanctions used, intended or unintended. I personally believe that it doesn't matter, but we are already recognizing that it exists. We all agree, and that's very good, that the UN principles on delivery of humanitarian assistance shall be fully respected in all situations, and those in need shall receive the life-saving goods for their survival. And I believe it's already a good result of 6 years of my work, that there are certain things we agree about. In order not to be too long on that case, I did my best to show facts. Yes, before we discuss the impact, we need to reveal facts, and we need to understand causality links. I was very pleased to hear that the monitoring tool is welcomed, and there were some comments and proposals concerning the further development. I hope that the next Special Rapporteur will develop it further, because we need the tool to know what exactly we are discussing. And as concerns the international law and the documents, we cannot say immediately that everything is done by states, and I never did it, is unilateral coercive measures. I always said there are things which do not violate international obligations of states, called retortions, and there are countermeasures. There are measures which are fully within the scope of authorization of the UN Security Council, and these measures are legal. All the rest is not. If any single international obligation enforced between states, bilateral or multilateral, is violated, these measures are illegal. That's why I will be very happy if the representatives of states follow up the other parts of the conference, listen to what the humanitarian actors will say. Yes, humanitarian exceptions are included in the documents, but unfortunately what I have seen since 6 years of my work, they are not effective and not efficient. I try to reflect it in my reports, but might be it will be much more illustrative to listen to humanitarian actors, which have to do with that on the ground every day of their work. And I'm inviting all of you to listen to the academic discussion. because unfortunately, I was really hoping to have a very open discussion, but unfortunately several of European Union and UK academics refused to come the last moment after the regulation has been adopted by the European Union imposing sanctions on some of Western scholars. So although these people confirmed their participation and even sent us topics for their articles, I sent communication to the European Union, so I hope that scholars will stop to be concerned to participate in the events and to discuss international law in accordance with their full academic freedoms. Therefore, I'm inviting everyone to enjoy these 2 days of discussion, and I hope it will be fruitful and the documents which have been developed and which naturally will stay even after the end of my term will be useful for all of you. And with all that, I'm giving the floor for the final statement to His Excellency, Ambassador Mr. Alexander Yanis, Deputy Minister of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Gracias, profesora. Este segmento de alto nivel ha dejado en evidencia diversos puntos fundamentales. En primer lugar, coincidimos, sin duda alguna, en la vigencia e importancia de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, sus principios y propósitos, así como en la necesidad de defender el derecho internacional, asegurando que sea utilizado para respetar los derechos humanos. En segundo lugar, la ilegalidad de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales las descalifica como herramienta de política exterior de ciertos países con fines políticos. Me atrevería a decir que hay una correlación entre medidas coercitivas unilaterales y perspectivas de cambio de régimen político. Los países del sur global, y en especial el Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el Movimiento de los No Alineados, debemos cuidar celosamente el mandato que le hemos dado a la creación del titular del mandato como relator especial sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en el disfrute de los derechos humanos. Reiteramos el firme compromiso de seguir levantando nuestra voz para pedir el cese definitivo e incondicional de todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. También reconocer el trabajo desarrollado por la relatora Elena Duhan, a quien reiteramos nuestro especial agradecimiento por la realización de esta importante y oportuna conferencia. También, si me permite la señora relatora, a mí me gustaría leer una declaración del Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta en solidaridad con la República de Cuba, la cual paso a leer inmediatamente. El Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, en ocasión de la Conferencia sobre Acción Humanitaria, reparación y responsabilidad en un entorno de sanciones unilaterales, emite la siguiente declaración. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales son ilegales, tienen un impacto negativo en los derechos humanos, la asistencia financiera y técnica, la transferencia de tecnología y la creación de capacidades. Afectan el derecho de toda persona a un nivel de vida adecuado que le asegure la salud, alimentación, educación y el acceso a los servicios sociales necesarios. El Grupo de Amigos expresa su solidaridad con las naciones sometidas a tales medidas ilegales, crueles e inhumanas, y llamamos al cese inmediato de tales medidas. El Grupo condena enérgicamente las reiteradas amenazas del gobierno de los Estados Unidos de destruir el orden constitucional en Cuba y tomar el control de esa hermana nación en flagrante violación de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. El Grupo también condena enérgicamente las medidas coercitivas unilaterales extremas impuestas por el gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Cuba, destinadas a endurecer el criminal e ilegal bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto contra esa nación desde hace casi 7 décadas. Esas medidas incluyen, entre muchas otras, las amenazas a cualquier país que exporte combustible a la isla, la persecución de las transacciones financieras cubanas en cualquier país, la restricción a buques mercantes que toquen puertos cubanos, la prohibición de visitas de estadounidenses a Cuba, la injustificada inclusión de Cuba en la lista unilateral de países supuestamente patrocinadores del terrorismo y las presiones abusivas contra gobiernos caribeños y latinoamericanos para que renuncien a programas de cooperación médica con Cuba. En virtud de la orden ejecutiva del pasado 29 de enero y regulaciones posteriores, el gobierno de Estados Unidos ahora llega al extremo de imponer contra Cuba un brutal bloqueo de suministro de combustible como forma de expandir y aumentar el castigo colectivo a los cubanos. La actual escalada desmedida y brutal tiene el evidente propósito de asfixiar la economía nacional, cortar las fuentes de ingreso y negar el acceso a mercados y tecnologías para agravar de manera deliberada las condiciones de vida de la población, privar al pueblo cubano de recursos esenciales e infligir sufrimiento adicional a millones de cubanos y cubanas. Reiteramos nuestro llamado a la comunidad internacional a rechazar firmemente estas injustas, crueles e ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales y demandar el levantamiento inmediato, completo e incondicional del bloqueo contra Cuba. Reafirmamos nuestro firme respaldo e inquebrantable solidaridad con el pueblo y el gobierno de Cuba y a su voluntad demostrada de defender su soberanía e independencia frente al bloqueo y al cerco energético. El grupo defiende el derecho soberano de Cuba a construir un futuro propio sin injerencias extranjeras. Ginebra, 9 de abril de 2026. Muchas gracias, relator.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. With all that, the formal part of the high-level segment is over, but I would appreciate if our panelists stay at the table as soon as we are moving to a part which is a bit not so much formal, but I believe is equally important. We have spoken today a lot about visibility and the need to understand what is the impact of UCMs and what is the reality for people living on the ground. And at a certain point, I realized that writing long reports with lots of figures is probably too complicated for many people. We try to make young people to understand something with 20 pages reports with many details and references. And I decided that it's very important to let young people to say their words and to reflect on their visions and their experience. That's why last autumn I have announced the student video content, UCMs Uncovered, and to invite all students from all parts of the globe to submit the videos. One of the problems they face is that sometimes students coming from the countries under sanctions face serious challenges even to upload these videos to the platform which is used by the United Nations because the technical impediments, they had to use VPNs, they had to ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to assist to send their videos. But nevertheless, at the very end, we have received 56 videos, which is from one side not so much, but from the other side, they were so amazing that we appeared not to be able to follow my own invented rules. We were supposed to have one winner and 10 laureates. All videos have been watched by 15 persons blind, not knowing who submitted the videos. And we calculated the marks. And at the very end, we selected 16 laureates. You see all videos on the web page. And we have selected 5 winners. And I will be very happy now to award the awards to our best video authors. And I will be happy if you help me to greet these students, first of all, and secondly, watch what students did in their countries, how they see UCMs and their impact. So with all that, I'm happy to invite, and I apologize, I might mistake in pronouncing names. I'm happy to invite Jose Castilla Mujica from the Universitat Metropolitana, Venezuela. He is the first place winner, so please come here.
It's a word we hear constantly in global politics, but what does it actually mean? Officially, they are economic and political penalties imposed on a country to force a change in behavior. They are sold to the public as a peaceful diplomatic tool to pressure corrupt leaders, but the reality is far darker. In practice, sanctions are often unilateral coercive measures, a deliberate strategy to cripple an entire economy. We are told they are targeted, designed only to punish government officials. But how can that be true when the evidence points to a different reality? Now, do these measures actually work? If the stated goal is regime change, history shows they are a spectacular failure. Decades of sanctions against Cuba, North Korea, Iran, and other countries have not toppled their governments. But if the true unspoken goal is to inflict collective punishment, to destabilize a society by targeting its most vulnerable, then the records show sanctions have been brutally effective. The human cost is not a theory. Let's look back at history. In the 1990s, sanctions against Iraq were linked to the deaths of 500,000 people. When asked if this horrific price was worth it, a U.S. Secretary of State famously replied,
"I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. It is a..."
More recently, economist Jeffrey Sachs calculated that over just 2 years, U.S. sanctions were directly responsible for 40,000 deaths in Venezuela. These measures have a devastating impact on the civilian population, violating international law by crippling the economy and blocking access to essential goods. But how does this happen? The mechanism is systematic. When one of the first targets is always a country's financial lifeblood, like Venezuela's oil industry, sanctioning it doesn't just cut off government income. It triggers a domino effect that cripples society from the ground up. And U.S. officials have been quite open about this strategy.
Y si vamos a sancionar a PDVSA, tendrá un impacto al pueblo entero, al ciudadano común y corriente de las comunidades de Venezuela. Pero la mejor resolución sería acelerar el colapso, aunque produzca un periodo de sufrimiento mayor por un periodo de meses o quizás años.
Here's how it unfolded. First, Venezuela's assets were frozen. Billions in cash reserves, gold, and savings held abroad were locked away, cutting off the nation's financial oxygen. Then, it was isolated. Through an intricate web of primary and secondary sanctions, the world was given an ultimatum. Trade with Venezuela, and you will be cut off from our markets. This scared away its usual trade partners, imposing a total economic quarantine. Finally, its trade was strangled. Exclusion from global systems like SWIFT made simple international payments impossible. Export revenue dried up. The ability to import essential goods, from machinery to medicine, ground to a halt. Financial institutions, fearing penalties, would routinely reject Venezuelan transactions, even for importing life-saving food and medicine. So, sanctions are not the precise surgical instruments of diplomacy they are claimed to be. They are economic weapons. They are a form of siege warfare for the modern age, designed to exert maximum pressure by making life unlivable for the general population, to provoke social unrest, protests, coups, and chaos across the targeted nation. Sanctions. It's a word we hear constantly in global politics.
Now we are coming to the second place winner. There are two girls, Ksenia Shmakova and Olga Tainik. If you can switch your camera on, we will be able to show you on the screen. So from Belarusian State University, unfortunately, due to the reasons which do not depend on us, they were not able to come. But we have the professor of Olga, and I will grant them the certificate as well as books to the professor. So we have Olga and Ksenia. So I will give the certificate to dear professor, Dr. Natalia Moroz, and my congratulations to the girls.
Have you ever been unable to purchase medicines or medical equipment? In the modern world, some states or international organizations decided to put pressure on their opponents instead of resolving disputes through peaceful means. By circumventing established rules and violating international law, states impose unilateral sanctions without or beyond authorization of the United Nations Security Council. So, let's take a look at how unilateral coercive measures affect the lives of completely ordinary people from different countries of different ages and genders. Meet Anna. Anna is 30 years old and she suffers from diabetes. To maintain her health, she needs to use an insulin auto-injector before each meal. Today, she decided to replenish her medicine suppliers, but the prescripted insulin auto-injector disappeared from pharmacies. She couldn't even buy it from the internet. Due to sanctions, delivery of this specific medicine is unavailable to her region. Meet Seth. Seth is 10 years old, he is from Yemen, and he likes playing games with his classmates. Unfortunately, today he stayed at home due to high fever. Cholera cases have become more frequent in his village. It would have been easy to cure if there had been antibiotics. Unfortunately, due to sanctions, his village can't afford even essential medicines. Seth already has first signs of dehydration, and his mom is very worried. Meet Madame Kiambe. She is 80 years old, she is from Congo, and she had a heart attack yesterday. She is currently in a critical state. At the hospital, she was placed on a medical ventilator. However, the hospital's equipment is dangerously old, and it's almost impossible to buy the new one due to the impact of unilateral coercive measures. Even if Madame Kiambe survives, she will suffer from the complications caused by malfunctions in the ventilation system. In this video, you saw 3 situations affecting children, women, elderly people of different ages and nationalities. However, there are millions of similar situations all over the world. As a result of the lack of food and medical services, more than 565,000 people die annually due to the negative impact of sanctions, 5 times more than the number of war victims. Thanks to the work of the United Nations Special Rapporteur of the negative impact of the unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights, Alena Dovgany, a new monitoring platform for assessing the impact of unilateral coercive measures was created in 2024. This is a universal and confidential mechanism that collects data on the humanitarian impact of sanctions from states, international organizations, research institutions, and individuals. Unfortunately, sanctions affect all states in the modern world, both developed and developing, and also affect all segments of the population, regardless of their income, gender, age, religion, citizenship, and the place of residence. We should be aware of the existence of unilateral coercive measures and the consequences, in particular, the negative impact on the right to health.
I would like to thank the girls and dear participants. I fully understand that we were supposed to stop at 1, but I believe that we need to say thank you to students and would appreciate if you will stay with us for 10 next minutes to see the 3rd place winner. Unfortunately, we were not able to identify one team as a 3rd place winner, and we have 3 of them with the absolutely same number of points. So I'm moving now to the first of 3rd place winner, Bruna Souza and Andrea Dias from Universitat Lusafona de Porto, Portugal. I guess, okay.
I just want my teddy bear to be okay. He's sick and there's no medicine left at the pharmacy. The doctors don't have enough supplies in the hospitals, and some countries won't allow humanitarian trucks to enter and bring the medicine my teddy needs.
I love learning, but can you imagine a school without comfortable chairs, enough books, or even without staff? The impact of unilateral measures imposed by some countries against mine have impacted the delivery of quality education.
Since the blockade started in our country, it has been really hard to get food. Food has become very expensive, and sometimes there's nothing to eat for days.
In my country, some buses and trains don't work anymore, and the enterprises of other countries don't want to sell us the parts or technology needed to fix them. Children like me face big challenges getting to school because of these problems with transportation.
I would love to join an international ballet competition, but I can't because of my nationality. On top of that, some countries have even cancelled our shows.
I wanted to join a football competition, but organisers don't let my country to participate. Sports shouldn't be a target of political objectives.
I wish I could travel around the world and take hundreds of pictures, but I can't because of my nationality. I have visa restrictions to travel.
For children, unilateral sanctions are not political. They are personal. They turn everyday life into a struggle.
It's not just a generation that suffers, it's the future. Let's protect our right to grow, learn and dream.
Children should never pay the price.
Our next winner is Kai Jeje Kao Venya and he, Yulin, from Southwest University of Political Sciences and Law, China. They did the video, How UCMs Curb the Digital Future.
Choked off, how unilateral coercive measures strangle the digital future. Today, we are discussing a topic with significant global impact. How do you understand unilateral coercive measures?
To me, they undermine sustainable development. These are unilateral measures, enacted without UN mandate, to force political changes through economic and other pressures. They clearly violate both the letter and the spirit of international law.
I agree. I noticed that the UN Special Rapporteur, Elena Duhan, has visited China, Venezuela, and other countries, documenting how unilateral sanctions severely impact human rights. But I am deeply concerned that they also create a digital divide, affecting 30% of the world and jeopardizing the digital future of youth before they even begin.
You're right. Unilateral coercive measures severely undermine the digital future by blocking access to critical technologies. They disrupt supply chains, sever financial flows and technology investment, and cripple digital infrastructure, while also fracturing the ecosystem of scientific cooperation between universities and research institutions. Unilateral coercive measures do more than shape economies. They shape future, isolate people, and push nations into technological darkness.
More perilous than sanctions is the overcompliance they trigger. Companies and financial institutions, pursuing zero risk, impose broader, stricter, and more extreme restrictions that marginalize vulnerable nations. Ordinary citizens bear the cost as access to technology, humanitarian goods, and public services is severed, thereby effectively freezing development and deepening human suffering. When unilateral coercive measures meet overcompliance, global tech fragmentation arises. This splits technical standards, excludes developing nations, widens the North-South digital divide, undermines trust, and raises innovation costs, ultimately slowing progress for humanity.
And in my opinion, unilateral digital coercive measures disproportionately harm youth in targeted states. They sever access to vital knowledge platforms like IEEE Explore, fuel unemployment that pushes youth into low-end and informal jobs, and stifle entrepreneurship by barring access to global tools such as cloud services and PayPal.
Your views are all quite incisive, and I believe your concerns are well-founded. Technology was meant to connect the world, not a new era Iron Curtain. On the 16th of June, 2025, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution, sponsored by China and the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter, proclaiming the 4th of December as International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures. Let's unite to end this illegality, unlock free flow of tech and knowledge, and build an open, inclusive digital future. The future, choked off, how unilateral coercive measures strangle the digital future. Today, we are discussing a topic with significant
And our last winner is Mohammad Mahdi Shabani Shadiadi and Milat Gader from Imam Sadiq University in Iran. Unfortunately, due to the absence of flights, they were not able to come, and they are not even able to join online. That's why I will be happy to present the certificate to His Excellency Ambassador of Iran.
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to break down the really complex, far-reaching impact of sanctions on Iran. We're talking about how a foreign policy tool, something that sounds so abstract, can end up reshaping an entire country's economy and, more importantly, the day-to-day lives of its people.
So let's just start with a number that'll make you stop and think. 171%. That's how much healthcare costs jumped for the average Iranian after heavy sanctions were put back in place in 2018. It's a massive figure, and it immediately begs a really important question.
Right. How does a decision made thousands of miles away in a government building lead directly to someone struggling to afford basic medicine? Well, to figure that out, we first need to get a handle on what these measures actually are and how they work. To really get what's going on, we have to start with the terminology. And the most important word to understand here is unilateral. You see, these aren't sanctions that the whole world, through the UN Security Council, has agreed upon. No. Unilateral sanctions are when one single country decides to put economic pressure on another. And that's a huge distinction, because it leads to two very different kinds of sanctions. And this is where it gets really interesting. Primary sanctions are pretty simple. A country tells its own citizens and companies they can't do business with a target country. But secondary sanctions, that's where the ripple effect goes global. It's one country telling companies all over the world, in Europe, in Asia, hey, if you do business with Iran, we might just cut you off from our entire financial system.
And that threat creates this massive chilling effect. The risk of getting hit with those penalties is just so huge that international banks, shipping companies, you name it, they often decide it's easier to just avoid Iran altogether. Even for things that are supposed to be exempt, like food and medicine, they overcomply because honestly, it's just not worth the risk.
So what's the result of all this? Well, you get a major economic squeeze. And make no mistake, this is the intended impact.
to put very real, very direct pressure on Iran's economy at the national level.
And wow, the numbers really do tell the story. The hit is immediate, and it is severe. Think about it. Oil is the lifeblood of Iran's economy. Sanctions from just the EU and Japan cut those exports by more than half. Total imports fall by a fifth. These aren't just little dips. These are major economic shocks that send tremors through the entire system.
This chart just paints such a clear picture. You don't even need to be an economist to see it. Look at those sharp drops in the line. Those are economic contractions. And guess what? They line up perfectly with periods when heavy sanctions were in place. You can see these roller coaster cycles of boom and bust, and they're tied directly to international policy.
But you know, these big economic numbers, they only tell half the story, because all that pressure on the state's economy, it doesn't just stay at the top. It trickles down, and that's where you see the incredible human toll.
Some research has actually tried to quantify this, estimating that international sanctions have cut the total welfare of Iranians by about 15%. And just to be clear, welfare isn't some abstract idea here. It means a real, tangible drop in the quality of life for millions of people. And this is what that drop feels like for a family trying to make ends meet. Since 2018, the cost of food has more than doubled, and, like we saw at the very beginning, healthcare costs have just skyrocketed. This is the reality on the ground, making the absolute basics of life incredibly hard to afford.
And this quote from an Iranian health policy expert really shows the impossible choices people are facing. When crucial imported medicines become too expensive or just plain unavailable because of banking issues, the healthcare system has no choice but to start rationing, to look for cheaper, sometimes less effective alternatives.
So with all of this happening, this devastating human impact, a huge question has come to the forefront of international debate. Is any of this even legal? And that question has created a major legal standoff. So back in 2018, Iran actually tried to fight this in the World Court. They argued that the sanctions went against a friendship and trade treaty they'd signed with the U.S. all the way back in 1955. But in response, the U.S. just pulled out of the treaty entirely, which basically shut that legal avenue down.
So it really boils down to this fundamental clash of principles. On one side, you have the U.S. arguing it has the right to act to protect its own national security. But on the other side, you have many in the international community saying these actions trample on the core ideas of international law, like state sovereignty and the whole point of the UN, which is for countries to act collectively, not alone.
Which leaves us all with this incredibly tough question. The stated goal is always to apply political pressure on a government. But when you see the evidence, and the heaviest burden clearly falls on ordinary people, on their health, on their welfare, you have to ask, at what point does pressure cross the line and become collective punishment? It's a question with no easy answers, and it's at the very heart of this debate.
All right,
I would like to thank our winners, congratulate them. I would like to thank all participants, because eventually for us it was very hard to choose the best videos. You can see many more of them on the webpage. And take into account that it's the last event which I'm organizing as a special rapporteur on UCMs. I would like to use this chance and to thank all experts and naturally all states for their support, for openness, for dialogue. And I would like to reiterate the message that although I finished to be the special rapporteur in less than 3 weeks, I'm still at your disposal as an expert, because I believe that rule of law is something what can help us to find solutions. Thank you very much. We are starting. Yeah, I do not like the hammer. It's annoying. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope that after our very intense and I believe very interesting beginning of the conference today, we will be able to proceed to our second part of discussion concerning the humanitarian impacts. As we have already addressed in the first part, one of the parts of our conference is the development of and discussion of the issues of delivery of humanitarian assistance in the face of unilateral sanctions. We all understand that the issue of humanitarian assistance is very complicated. First of all, from one side, there are standards which have been developed in the resolution of the General Assembly, which have been included into documents of OCHA and EASC, have developed in many other documents. At the same time, and additionally, naturally, there are formal humanitarian exceptions included into sanctioning documents of many states which impose sanctions. At the same time, during my term as a mandate holder, I have received enormous quantity of reports that these humanitarian exceptions are ineffective and insufficient due to different reasons. Beside that, we understand that since the December 2021, the UN Security Council is adopting a number of resolutions which provide for the opportunity for humanitarian deliveries, at least as regards states which are under sanctions of the UN Security Council. We all also are aware that states imposing unilateral sanctions issued general licenses. As regards the issue of delivery of humanitarian assistance, at the same time, again, multiple reports say that the delivery of humanitarian assistance is very problematic still. That's why, with the assistance of many humanitarian actors and as well as academic experts, we were working hard to develop guiding principles on humanitarian action in the face of unilateral sanctions. I really appreciate all the contributions we received, and I appreciate the assistance which have been given by all experts during our drafting. Today we have an opportunity to have 2 sessions with humanitarian actors as well as academic experts focusing on humanitarian action to discuss the opportunities and to discuss the challenges. For those of you who have been present at the first session, you saw that the sanctioning states have referred repeatedly to the humanitarian exceptions which do not impede the delivery of humanitarian aid. And I was very honest saying that I see numerous facts about inefficiency, ineffectiveness. But might be it's not enough when I say that. I talk to many humanitarian actors, and they say that they have very few challenges to deliver the messages about the impediments they are facing. That's why I believe that the guiding principles, as well as the conference today, which is live stream and which can be joined by anyone, at least watched by anyone, is a good opportunity to express the concerns. Might be, I hope very much that the collective voices, as well as the assessment done by actors, will be sound enough to be heard. And I hope very much that the situation will start to change for the better. So as regards the conference today, we have today 4 experts. One is participating online. And I will appreciate if the experts in their presentations try to stay within 12 minutes in their presentations. Then I will open the floor for the possibility to ask questions or share some concerns. And at the very end, I will provide a possibility to do a follow-up response by our experts. So I'm only moderating, I'm not responding, I'm not doing the follow-up. And I hope by doing that we will have the opportunity for the good exchange. The possibility to ask questions or do comments is open not only for those being in the room, but also for those online. So those being on the room, please indicate your willingness to take the floor and to do some comments or ask questions. We have a team there who will register those willing to ask questions or to take the floor. Those who are participating online, please flag your willingness to ask questions or intervene by just putting a hand on. For my team, we will be able to do the list. So take into account that the time we have is also pretty limited. Without undue delays, I'm happy to give the floor to Emmanuel Tronc. So, Emmanuel, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it possible to launch the presentation, please? Thank you. So thank you very much, Madam Special Rapporteur and distinguished attendees for offering the opportunity to share with you this Syria 2025 case study, effect of restrictive measures removal and impact reversibility. During the last 18 months, Syria witnessed drastic political evolutions with significant repercussions on international relations, power balances in the region, as well as changes in the restrictive measures landscape. Despite the fact that restrictive measure removal is still an ongoing process, the aim of this presentation is to determine if, how, and when the removal of those measures could be positively impacting the daily life in Syria. We have to bear in mind that for the last 14 years, at least, restrictive measures have been acknowledged as a major aggravating factor for the suffering of the population of Syria. Next slide. So let's start with a quick reminder of the restrictive measures imposition process in Syria, which can be divided into 5 phases. First, measures related to Syria foreign policy imposed by the United States of America with the 1979 Syria designation as state sponsor of terrorism for its opposition to Camp David agreements and support to Palestinian faction. It was followed in 2003 and 2005 by the Salsra Act, which was linked to Syrian occupation of Lebanon and support to the opposition to US presence after Iraq invasion. This established the basis of what is known as the Syrian sanction regulation from the United States of America. Second phase, in 2011, in response to Syria's internal situation and subsequent repression and human rights violations, United States, European Union, as well as many other countries imposed restrictive measures on Syria. Third, in 2014, sanctions were decided at United Nations Security Council level to counter the terrorist activities of groups operating in Syria, such as the Islamic State and Al-Nusra Front. Fourth, in 2019, United States decided to widen the scope and reinforce secondary measures through the Caesar Act. And fifth, in 2023, after the earthquakes that impacted Turkey and Syria, that led to actually 2 different trends. On one side, many countries provided humanitarian exemption, wide ones, and even some countries in the region started normalization process with Syria. On the other side, after 6 months of General License number 23 from the United States side, the US Congress and the Syrian diaspora advocated for a strong reinforcement of measures through the Assad regime Anti-Normalization Act that then became the Caesar Act version 2, which was about to be endorsed by the US Congress when changes happened on the ground. Next slide. Regarding the removal process, 4 main stages can be identified. The first step during the first quarter of 2025 with the cautious removal of some public institution designations and the end of restriction on few sectors. It was followed during the second quarter of 2025 by a second step with a massive removal of the remaining public institution designations while ensuring that designations on individuals related to the former regimes were still in place. The third step started during the third quarter of 2025 with the new Syrian leadership and Ayatollah Tahrir al-Sham delisting from counter-terrorist designation by many countries and by the United Nations a few weeks ago. The fourth stage took place in parallel, with new designations targeting individuals related to the former regime, as well as groups involved in exactions and human rights violations during 2025 in Syria. The removal process has been more complex on the US side due to restrictive measures, interconnections, overlap, even redundancy, and the required approval of the US Congress to remove the Caesar Act, for example. Before focusing on the removal impact, one of the key questions to answer is actually, did sanctions on Syria reach their intended outcomes? And the answer is no, mostly for two reasons. First, because the regime change expected through the imposition of restrictive measures happened, in the end, through a military operation. Second, because the main targeted individuals left the country with convertible wealth accumulated while being under sanction, and they were replaced by individuals and factions under UN Security Council sanctions. Nonetheless, despite being under sanction, they were able to gather the necessary military material and financial resources to successfully take over the country. Let's now focus on the removal impact. And by early 2026, we can say that the positive impacts remain quite limited. According to humanitarian stakeholders, while stronger engagement is now allowed with the new authorities and activities that were previously forbidden are now possible, such as the one engaging with the energy sector, population needs remain extremely high and resources remain very scarce. Based on banking sector feedbacks, too many individual designations are still in place, and Syria is still on the Financial Action Task Force grey list, mostly for concerns related to counterterrorism and anti-money laundering, which is still leading to high level of compliance and over-compliance. In parallel, three other improvements in inhibiting factors can be identified. The first one is the multi-causality of the crisis. In 2025, Syria went through its worst drought period for the last 17 years. On the other side, the consequences of the conflict, including country partition and exaction against minorities, still continued. Second, many confusions were introduced by the lifting process itself. While the European Union stage process was relatively straightforward, the US one generated a lot of confusion and mistrust based on former experiences, which is, for example, the case based on the experience from General License number 23 that was removed after 6 months, but also by the, let's say, pragmatic lack of trust in President Trump's reliability. The third inhibiting factor is the political dimension of restrictive measures narrative associated to sides in the conflict. Former sanction supporters turned quickly into anti-sanctions, promoting unrealistic levels of expectation through their removal. Meanwhile, minorities, after different waves of exaction, perceived in sanction potential perpetuation a way to at least partially ensure their own protection through foreign pressure. Next slide. Sorry, it looks a little bit confusing. I will try to make it simple. So the rationale behind this work is to build a comprehensive understanding of restrictive measure impact in Syria from receiver's perspective. The idea is to have a multi-layered approach based on three sources. First, the result of the systematic impact assessment and systemic connections between sectors that was already published in the book from the Special Rapporteur. Use the restrictive measures mapping and the initial finding of the removal consequences. The two first layers of this approach are linking conceptual impact taxonomy and actor-based impact spectrum, distinguishing explicit, implicit, subjective, complex, and induced impact with the different groups of impacted actors. The third layer is focusing on the impact modality and precision, opposing targeting versus comprehensiveness, direct versus indirect impact, and the levels of intentionality, considering the notions of intended versus unintended impacts. It shows that those notions, despite being closely linked, are not univocally connected. The fourth layer is the multidimensional impact matrix, which puts in perspective the impact geographic scale, sectors, and level of tangibility, to be understood as material versus systemic damages. This layer actually introduces also a notion of temporality or timeline in restrictive measures impact and leads to the fifth layer, which is operational to systemic disruption and reversibility outlines. This fifth layer concludes with the identification of three basic damages typologies. First of all, the freezing of assets, transactions, and movement, also called travel ban, through direct designations. The second damage typology is a draining of material and financial resources flows through dual-use goods ban, export control, and financial restrictions. And third, as a consequence of resources drain, systems are facing intra-sectoral attrition through direct impact and unsustainable mitigation mechanisms, leading to a global structural erosion through waterfall effect. Next slide. So the main conclusion of the Syrian case study are summarized in this simple multidimensional representation, which shows that different levels of reversibility can be identified depending on the damages typologies. Impact related to freezing, such as measures themselves, are reversible, and most of them were actually removed. Similarly, designations are also reversible, but with a high risk of post-de-designation stigmatization. On the other side, impacts related to draining have lower levels of reversibility due to systems latency in flows re-establishment. And last but not least, long-term impacts characterized by system and trust erosion are hardly reversible. The only perspective today for Syria consists in the implementation of, if not synchronized, at least coordinated plan to not only end freezing, but also reestablish material and financial flows while engaging in governance and structural reforms to rebuild the eroded systems and regain population and international community trust. Unfortunately, the current regional context is clearly not the most conducive one to tackle long-term detrimental impact of sanctions in Syria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Indeed, a very interesting perspective. I'm sure people will have lots of questions because I have already noted like 6 of them. So it's coming. And with all that, I will give the floor to the representatives of Venezuelan organization Fond de Latin. Due to the challenges to travel, they were not able to come. But we have a video message. Oh, in Zoom.
Buenas tardes. En nombre de nuestra organización Fundalatin, queremos agradecer a todo el equipo de la Relatora Especial de las Naciones Unidas sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en el disfrute de los derechos humanos por la invitación a esta conferencia. Especialmente agradecemos a la relatora Alena Duhan por sumarnos a esta iniciativa. Durante el periodo 2019-2022, Fundalatin documentó 1.085 casos de pacientes con enfermedades crónicas afectadas por las sanciones aplicadas por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos al país. Fundalatin recibió y procesó las denuncias de los familiares de los pacientes afectados, realizando entrevistas en profundidad para conocer cada caso. Y además visitó hospitales públicos como el Hospital de Niños JM de los Ríos, el Hospital Oncológico Padre Machado y el Hospital Universitario de la ciudad de Maracaibo. Pudimos escuchar los testimonios de pacientes y familiares, tanto en Venezuela como en el extranjero, bajo el principio de consentimiento libre, previo e informado. La verificación de cada caso se sustentó en informes médicos y protocolos de tratamiento, lo que permitió establecer el impacto directo de las sanciones sobre la vida de estas víctimas. Durante las entrevistas, los pacientes y familiares mostraron el impacto directo de las sanciones unilaterales sobre su vida, producto de las restricciones en el acceso a trasplantes o medicamentos de alto costo, que eran proporcionados de forma gratuita por el Estado venezolano antes de la imposición de las sanciones. Lamentablemente, Fundalatin registró la muerte de 172 personas, 58,94% fueron niños, niñas y adolescentes, quienes fallecieron luego del bloqueo de PDVSA y la confiscación de SIDGOT. Antes de las sanciones unilaterales, PDVSA, a través de SIDGOT, ejecutaba un programa médico para atender a pacientes con enfermedades complejas. Este mecanismo de protección social tenía como objetivo brindar asistencia médica de alta complejidad a personas de bajos recursos económicos, quienes necesitaban un trasplante de médula ósea o de hígado. Para ello, en la primera etapa, los pacientes eran diagnosticados y estabilizados en la red de centros de salud públicos del país. No obstante, cuando la patología exigía protocolos de trasplante, eran evaluados por las autoridades del Ministerio de Salud de Venezuela y referidos al programa de procura de órganos financiados por PDVSA-SIDGO. Esta política pública se mantuvo durante una década de ejecución ininterrumpida. De acuerdo a un protocolo, una vez que el paciente requería de un trasplante, SIDGO se encargaba de hacer todos los trámites administrativos para que fueran atendidos en los centros hospitalarios fuera del país para recibir los trasplantes que no se realizaban en Venezuela. Las instituciones venezolanas seleccionaban centros médicos con reconocidos avances científicos y tecnológicos para atender a estos pacientes y asumían la totalidad de los gastos derivados de los protocolos médicos, incluyendo los gastos de hospitalización, trasplantes, fármacos y estudios de alta especialización, asegurando la continuidad de sus tratamientos sin que el factor económico fuera una barrera para la preservación de la vida. Sin embargo, este programa médico fue paralizado luego de que el presidente Trump firmara 3 órdenes ejecutivas que bloquearon a PDVSA y prohibieron el acceso al sistema financiero internacional, además decretando el bloqueo total de los activos de SIDGO en Estados Unidos. Es decir, estas sanciones unilaterales impidieron que se pudieran hacer los pagos a los centros hospitalarios en el exterior. Los bancos se negaron a realizar las transferencias provenientes de Venezuela por temor a ser sancionados. Por ejemplo, el 21 de noviembre del 2018, en un esfuerzo por dar continuidad al programa médico, PDVSA emitió una orden de pago por un monto de 1.607.871.15 euros destinados a liquidar la deuda con los proveedores médicos. No obstante, las instituciones bancarias se negaron a procesar la transacción, alegando que los fondos estaban vinculados a una entidad objeto de sanciones, lo que supuso la interrupción definitiva de la cadena de pagos. Asimismo, el 11 de febrero de 2019, las autoridades venezolanas intentaron, a través del Banco de Desarrollo Económico y Social de Venezuela, BANDES, liquidar la deuda total acumulada en esa fecha por un monto de 4.851.252,79 euros. Sin embargo, la transacción no pudo ser procesada debido a la negativa de los bancos intermediarios de cursar operaciones procedentes de Venezuela. En un nuevo intento, el 20 de febrero del 2019, PDVSA solicitó procesar el pago de la deuda total de la entidad financiera portuguesa Novobank. Sin embargo, la transacción fue nuevamente rechazada. Es decir, las sanciones impidieron los pagos, pese a que se contaba con el dinero para ello. Posteriormente, SIDGO, al ser confiscada por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, notificó formalmente a los familiares de los pacientes con necesidad de trasplantes lo siguiente: debido a las sanciones impuestas por los Estados Unidos dirigidas a Venezuela y Petróleos de Venezuela, PDVSA se tiene prohibido pagar los servicios o gastos proporcionados al paciente. La imposición de sanciones unilaterales contra PDVSA y SIDGO representó en la práctica una sentencia de muerte para gran parte de estos pacientes. Se estima que un trasplante de médula ósea puede alcanzar un costo aproximado de $800.000, una cifra inalcanzable para quienes se encuentran en situación de vulnerabilidad económica. Entre los casos documentados destaca el de César Parra, un niño de 8 años diagnosticado con leucemia linfoblástica aguda. Desde los 6 meses de edad, César dependía de transfusiones de sangre quincenales para sobrevivir, siendo el trasplante de médula ósea su única esperanza. Sus familiares aguardaban su incorporación al programa de salud financiado por PDVSA-CIRCO. Sin embargo, tras la ejecución de las sanciones unilaterales contra Venezuela, el financiamiento fue bloqueado. Como consecuencia de esta interrupción, César, al igual que muchos otros niños, falleció, esperando un trasplante que el Estado venezolano ya tenía previsto garantizarle. De igual manera, se documentó el caso de Andrea Sierra, de 11 años de edad, diagnosticada con atresia de vías biliares. Poco después de su nacimiento, Andrea fue atendida por las autoridades sanitarias venezolanas e incorporada al programa médico de PDVSA-CIRCO. Gracias a este financiamiento recibió un trasplante de hígado en el año 2013, siendo su madre la donante. No obstante, en el 2018 la paciente presentó un rechazo agudo del órgano, lo que requería con urgencia un segundo trasplante y terapias especializadas. Debido a la paralización del programa por las sanciones unilaterales, el tratamiento fue interrumpido. Su salud se deterioró progresivamente mientras aguardaba esta intervención. Tras 2 años de vilo, Andrea falleció en el año 2020 ante la impotencia de su familia, quienes presentaron como la falta de acceso a fondos bloqueados sentenció la vida de su hijo. Lamentablemente, tras la imposición de las sanciones unilaterales contra Venezuela, recordamos con profundo dolor a quienes fallecieron aguardando un trasplante que nunca llegó. Entre las víctimas se encuentran José Acevedo, un niño de 1 año diagnosticado con leucemia linfoblástica aguda. Otro niño de 1 año, Diego Arbelo, con atresia de vías biliares. Vladimir Belmonte, 3 años, con anemia plástica severa. César, un niño de 8 años con hipoplasia medular, entre otros. Entre tantas víctimas de la legal aplicación de las sanciones unilaterales, sus familiares mantuvieron hasta el último momento la esperanza de que se levantaran las sanciones para acceder a la salud. Sin embargo, las autoridades de los Estados Unidos persisten hoy en mantener estas medidas que han resultado letales para la población infantil más vulnerable. Fundalatin ha documentado 217 casos de pacientes en lista de espera en diversos hospitales de Venezuela que piden que se levanten las sanciones para poder acceder a sus trasplantes. Un caso emblemático es el de Ángel Pereira, un niño de 9 años, diagnosticado con atresia de vías biliares y sometido a una operación de Casalla a los 3 meses de nacido. Pese a dicha intervención temprana, Ángel padece una insuficiencia hepática crónica que ha provocado hospitalizaciones recurrentes. Su familia advierte con urgencia la necesidad de un trasplante de hígado compatible antes que el deterioro hepático alcance el estadio irreversible y mortal. En una condición similar se encuentra la niña Oriana Castillo, 11 años, diagnosticada con talasemia mayor. Debido a su patología, Oriana requiere de 2 transfusiones de sangre mensuales para sobrevivir, además del trasplante de médula ósea. Durante su testimonio, su madre describió con claridad su carrera contra el tiempo. Tantas transfusiones están afectando su organismo por dentro y el corazón y el hígado se van llenando de hierro y eso puede ser fatal para ella en un tiempo determinado. Por eso es urgente hacer un trasplante. Desde que recibió el diagnóstico a los 11 meses de nacida, Oriana contó con atención médica gratuita y su familia aguardaba la incorporación al programa de trasplante financiado por PDVSA-CIRCO. Pese a la gravedad de la situación, sus familiares tienen la esperanza de que cesen las sanciones contra el país. Otra arista fundamental del programa médico de PDVSA consistía en la atención a las personas con discapacidad, a quienes se les suministraba ayudas técnicas de forma gratuita para fomentar su autonomía e inclusión social. Fundalatin documentó los casos de 243 personas con discapacidad que han visto suspendido su acceso a ayudas técnicas. Un caso emblemático es el de María de los Ángeles Mata Figueroa, 25 años. A los 5 años de edad fue diagnosticada con hipoacusia neurosensorial profunda bilateral, condición que requería un implante coclear en el oído derecho. Dicha intervención fue realizada con éxito en el año 2006, gracias al financiamiento de PDVSA. Esta intervención transformó radicalmente la vida de María de los Ángeles, permitiéndole desarrollar su niñez y adolescencia con plena autonomía e integración social. En su testimonio, su madre destaca la continuidad del programa de seguimiento técnico que garantizaba el Estado. María escuchaba bien y cada cierto tiempo PDVSA le cambiaba el procesador externo por otro más moderno. Sin embargo, con el paso de los años, los procesadores externos se vuelven obsoletos, lo que exige su reemplazo por versiones más actualizadas para mantener la funcionalidad auditiva. Tras la imposición de las sanciones, las empresas fabricantes de estos dispositivos se negaron a comercializar con el Estado venezolano, bloqueando la importación de estos aparatos. Como consecuencia directa, cientos de pacientes comenzaron a perder su capacidad de audición al no poder sustituir sus procesadores. De total de casos de personas con discapacidad documentadas por Fundalatin, el 75,29% de las víctimas presentan discapacidad auditiva con necesidad de implantes cocleares. Por último, Fundalatin documentó los casos de 474 personas directamente afectadas por las prohibiciones impuestas ilegalmente para la importación de medicamentos de alto costo. Un caso trágico que ejemplifica esta realidad es el de la señora Inés María Sánchez, 67 años, quien padecía diabetes mellitus tipo 1. Inés falleció debido a las barreras impuestas a Venezuela para la incorporación de medicamentos. En el año 2017, la entidad Citibank se negó a procesar los fondos venezolanos destinados a la adquisición de 300.000 dosis de insulina. Esta acción bancaria no solo paralizó el pago, sino que obstaculizó el arribo de este cargamento vital al país, condenando a pacientes que dependían de este suministro para sobrevivir. Los pacientes con enfermedades crónicas, las prohibiciones financieras para la compra de medicamentos ha significado un agravamiento acelerado de sus condiciones de salud. El bloqueo a la importación de medicamentos ha sido un eje central del conjunto de sanciones unilaterales que el gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha ejecutado contra Venezuela. Solo en noviembre del 2017, un total de 23 operaciones financieras destinadas a la compra de insumos médicos fueron devueltas por bancos internacionales. Asimismo, en mayo del 2018 se produjo el bloqueo de $7 millones destinados a la adquisición de insumos para diálisis. La negativa bancaria a procesar este pago afectó directamente el tratamiento de 15.000 personas con hemodiálisis. La mayoría de los estudios realizados han destacado el impacto devastador de las sanciones económicas en los derechos humanos. Estos argumentan que debido al sufrimiento humano que provocan dichas medidas, son frecuentemente comparadas a las intervenciones armadas. Desde la década de 1990, las experiencias de países sometidos a sanciones unilaterales por parte de Estados Unidos evidenciaron un incremento en la tasa de mortalidad tras su aplicación. Una misión estadounidense documentó un aumento de la mortalidad tras la imposición de medidas contra Irak en 1991. Asimismo, un estudio del Centro de Estudios Económicos, CECIFO, de la Universidad de Múnich, concluyó que las sanciones impuestas por los Estados Unidos están asociadas a un descenso significativo de la esperanza de vida de los países afectados. Estos datos demuestran con claridad que las autoridades de los Estados Unidos estaban en condiciones de prever que la imposición de sanciones unilaterales contra Venezuela resultaría en una pérdida de vidas humanas. Por lo tanto, el impacto en la salud pública no es un efecto colateral, sino una consecuencia directa de esta política de presión económica. Fundalatin remitió todos estos casos a la Corte Penal Internacional. Lamentablemente, el 12 de marzo del 2026, la Fiscalía de la Corte Penal Internacional anunció el cierre del examen preliminar con relación a las sanciones impuestas por el gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Venezuela, señalando que no existe una base razonable para creer que se haya cometido crímenes dentro de la jurisdicción de la Corte. Fundalatin le dice a la Corte Penal Internacional que sí, que las afectaciones sufridas por los pacientes del programa de salud de PDVSA-CIRGO y sus familiares forman parte, sin lugar a duda, de los hechos denunciados a la luz de lo dispuesto en el Estatuto de Roma. En efecto, existen motivos razonables para afirmar que, como resultado del ataque sistemático generalizado de las sanciones unilaterales contra la población civil venezolana, numerosos pacientes perdieron la vida y otros se encuentran en riesgo inminente ante la persistente intensificación de estas sanciones. La privación deliberada de acceso a trasplantes, fármacos de alto costo e insumos hospitalarios, al provocar muertes inevitables, no constituye un efecto colateral. Por el contrario, es una consecuencia inherente a la asfixia financiera impuesta al Estado venezolano por parte de las autoridades estadounidenses. Estos pacientes fueron asesinados de forma deliberada por las autoridades estadounidenses, quienes sórdidamente han reconocido que el régimen de sanciones unilaterales estaba provocando un sufrimiento masivo en la población civil venezolana. Incluso admitieron que dichas acciones tenían como objetivo deliberado instrumentalizar las privaciones de la población para forzar un cambio de sistema político del país. Estos hechos constituyen, sin lugar a dudas, el crimen de asesinato tipificado en el artículo 7.1a del Estatuto de Roma. Como se evidencia en nuestra investigación, a partir de la aplicación de estas sanciones unilaterales, se produjo un marcado y notorio incremento de la mortalidad en los pacientes con enfermedades crónicas. Las sanciones no son hechos aislados, constituyen un andamiaje legal y financiero, órdenes ejecutivas, decretos, listas de la OFAC, diseñados para estrangular la economía de manera continuada, impactando directamente la salud y la vida de las poblaciones más vulnerables. Con profundo dolor, hemos observado cómo se produjo un aumento coincidente entre la exacerbación de las sanciones contra Venezuela y la muerte de los pacientes. Continuar con las sanciones unilaterales, a pesar de conocer este nexo causal, demuestra que las autoridades del gobierno de los Estados Unidos han sido plenamente conscientes del dolor, el sufrimiento y de las muertes que están causando. No pueden alegar ignorancia sobre el impacto humanitario de tales medidas. Nuestra organización quiere que esta investigación sea un instrumento para exigir justicia. No puede quedar impune el hecho de que cientos de personas perdieran la vida como consecuencia de la aplicación deliberada de un régimen de sanciones diseñados para ejecutar un ataque generalizado y sistemático contra la población civil venezolana. Gracias.
I thank Funda Latina. I would just appreciate that all our panelists respected the time which is given to them for their presentation, because otherwise we will have no possibility to have an interactive dialogue. Now I'm giving the floor to Professor Raul Rodriguez, who will deliver the statement as regards the U.S. unilateral coercive measures undermining humanitarian action to and from Cuba. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Duhan for the invitation to be at this conference, and also to thank her for all the efforts and work over these years. Above all that's been said here, for also giving the voice to those from the Global South to express our point of view, most of us that are coming from countries that are a target of UCMs. As I was mentioned, my presentation has to do with the impact of unilateral coercive measures on Cuba and the delivery of humanitarian aid, but in the title I put to and from Cuba, which means that it's not only the humanitarian action that can be provided for Cuba in the case under the impact of UCMs, but also how it impacts the possibility of Cuban to do humanitarian action through their medical missions. So, unilateral coercive measures can conflict, as has been well established, with the principles of international humanitarian law and human rights law, particularly the obligation of ensure civilian populations access to humanitarian assistance during crisis. The case of Cuba, as I said, is a particular because Cuba is the target of a comprehensive system of unilateral coercive measures, which is quite long, over 67 years, and it's a violation of international law. Also, we have to point out that the United States is the only country that imposes unilateral coercive measures on Cuba. No other state in the world does, which goes beyond an international or a bilateral trade embargo. Unilateral actions have also a strong extraterritorial reach, and today they amount to an economic siege. While it's also been said this morning, there are humanitarian exceptions of carve-outs. In our particular case, the intricate, ever-changing set of statutes, regulations that make up this comprehensive UCM system causes humanitarian actors to face many challenges like financial restrictions, which in many ways generate overcompliance, and the risking of zero-risk policies by banks and other sanction-related prohibitions in their efforts to carry out a humanitarian response, not only, especially, for example, in the case of hurricanes. It is also the overall economic consequences of the United States UCMs. In addition, these systems have an impact in, as I said, in the effective delivery of humanitarian aid after natural disasters, as we have witnessed in 2026. The US government is directly engaged today in a collective punishment of the Cuban population, which is well documented. A collective punishment of civilians when it takes place during an armed conflict is a violation of the 4th Geneva Convention. So in this case, although there's not an armed conflict, it amounts to such a siege amounts to that. In this particular case, also, we have to point out that it goes very well back, which has been a constant. The objectives of this system imposed by the United States are well documented. Can you show that? And I want to point out to a document. This document here, as you can see, is an official document of the US government, dated April 1960. It's been quite often quoted, right? Date 1960. It's not a current document. If you scroll up, now move up, the highlighted, basically it said there's no opposition to the Cuban government, and it says there, if the above all are accepted and cannot be successfully countered, we have to do every possible means that should be undertaken promptly to weaken economic life of Cuba. This is 1960, right? If such a policy is adopted, it should be a result of a positive decision that which would forth in line with action, while as to addressing conspicuous possible to make the great inroads to deny money supplies to Cuba, to decrease monetary and real wages, to bring about hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of the government. This is an internal State Department memorandum of 1960. It can be something that is happening today. So my point here is it's been a long-standing policy, and of course, we could not, thank you, we could not see that this is the impact of this system is only collateral damage. And even under natural disasters, mostly hurricanes, the United States government has deliberately impeded, conditioned, or delayed humanitarian assistance. For example, that is to say that the United States government has weaponized, in some ways, the use of the natural disasters. For example, since 2020, the United States government purposely tightened the restrictions against Cuba, even during the pandemic. And the disaster reliefs of hurricanes. More recently, in October 2025, the island of Cuba was hit by a Hurricane Melissa. As in the past, some humanitarian aid by international organizations was delivered, but in the case of the United States government, due to their own system of sanctions and UCMs, the humanitarian aid that was offered came 77 days later. And it was channeled through the Catholic Church because they refused to deal with the Cuban government. The latest action, as we said before, by the United States government, the one that was highlighted in the morning, the fuel blockade constitutes a violation of international law that lacks ethical and factual foundations and has extraterritorial effects. It is constituted as an act of war that impedes lawful commercial relations between Cuba and other states, and it hurts civilians and violates the Geneva Convention. Now, referring to the obstacles in delivering this aid, that as I mentioned before, there are direct legal provisions of the Cuban Access Control Regulations that create challenging environment for humanitarian aid. The more pervasive and insidious obstacle of this systemic paralysis, which is induced, is the phenomenon known as de-risking of zero risking, that is understood as mainly acts by financial institutions and other businesses aiming at restricting or even completely discounting and interrupting relations with customers, in this case, government or non-government, that out of a fear of possible existing violation or violations due to the severe extraterritorial penalties levied by the United States government, which have effectively isolated Cuba from the mainstream international finance. The chill effect on the financial institutions become crucial to understand that the sanctions regime's impact. It creates a vacuum where humanitarian operations struggle to secure funding and make payments through basic lawful interactions. The designation of Cuba as state sponsor of terrorism has a devastating impact on the island's financial connectivity by severing the link with global financial networks. The systemic withdrawal crippled Cuba's ability to process routine commercial and humanitarian payments. So basically here is that the United States system of UCMs in Cuba has a humanitarian impact, but also it has a problem for humanitarian actors to deliver aid to Cuba due to all these restrictions. There are also logistical issues and hurdles to humanitarian aid to Cuba. As I mentioned before, aid has reached Cuba recently, but it's basically been government to government, and it has been actually carried by individuals, not using financial channels. So people have actually carried a suitcase with them on the plane to deliver humanitarian aid to Cuba, not being able to do it through the financial channels or using transportation or the established channels. These challenges are rooted in both direct U.S. sanctions, unilateral sanctions, and the secondary effects of financial de-risking or zero-risking, creating a cascading series of delays, cost escalations, and outright cancellations. This operational paralysis undermines the core principles of impartiality, neutrality to aid delivery, as assistance becomes contingent over politically motivated obstacles rather than responding to humanitarian need. In the case of Cuba, there is one of the United States legislations called the Torricelli Act that prevents, for example, any ship that docks Cuba to go to the United States in the next 6 months. So obstacles to deliver aid to Cuba were not clear during the pandemic, as I said before. In the case of logistics, there are many examples, but there's one, for example, that stands out. The owner of Alibaba, Jack Ma, or former owner, I don't know if I'm not updated into that, but he tries to send, in 2020, he sent some medical equipment to Latin American countries as a donation in 2020. The only country that could not receive that was Cuba, because the airline chosen to deliver that was Avianca, who was owned in part by a U.S. company, and Avianca refused to carry all that aid to Cuba. There are countless examples of how the logistics of delivering aid because of sanctions and unilateral coercive measures really stopped that from happening. The other part, and there's also many other examples that I will not go so deep into that to give you more and more examples. We can talk about that in the discussion. For the sake of time, just one example. Now, the last part of my presentation has to do with another important aspect, which is that one particular aspect of U.S. policy is the active and systematic targeting of Cuba's international medical missions, a cornerstone of Cuba's foreign policy and a significant source of humanitarian aid globally. Cuban programs are legitimate from a form of international solidarity. For decades, tens of thousands of Cuban medical professionals have been posted around 60 countries, far more than the World Health Organization workforce, mostly working in underserved populations in developing countries, mostly. Cuba's medical internationalism has humanitarian impact in several ways, such as emergency medical response brigades, to natural disasters. In Pakistan, earthquake, even from the 1960s in Chile earthquake, in Peru in 1972. So there is an important part of that. The establishment of public healthcare apparatuses abroad, training of foreign patients in Cuba, and medical training for foreigners, both Cubans and overseas. Cuba responded to collaboration on the COVID-19 pandemic, sending 52 medical brigades to 39 different countries in territories affected by the disease. Over 3,800 cooperation workers were sent abroad. But the United States policy continues to penalize and impose secondary sanctions on countries who accept medical cooperation from Cuba. There are many examples. One obvious example was the case of Brazil, and many others whose officials were denied visas and suffered penalties. And I give you one anecdote. A Latin American ambassador in Havana, I won't say the name or the country, tells me, sitting around having coffee, that he was worried because his visa had been denied and his son lives in the United States. So he won't be able to go see his son because he was part of the government-to-government cooperation of medical, and now all the people involved in that cooperation had their visa to the United States denied. This is an anecdote, but it illustrates what I'm trying to say. Also, this strategy represents a fundamental assault on the concept of humanitarian medical aid, substituting this for a geopolitical confrontation, for cooperative solutions to a public health crisis. The United States is not merely an observer on the humanitarian landscape, it's an active agent working to dismantle it. The extraterritorial system of U.S. unilateral coercive measures in the form of secondary sanctions does affect humanitarian action, again, from Cuba and to Cuba. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Professor.
It's a much longer paper, but I have here, I'm under pressure here.
Timing is something what we need to observe if we want to have the proper dialogue, but the longer paper will be published in a book and available to everyone. So thank you very much, Professor Rodriguez. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Reem Asalim, who is the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. I'm very honored that my colleague Special Rapporteurs joined me for this event. So Reem, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate you, Elena, and also my other fellow rapporteur, Atia, as well as the group of friends of the UN Charter for organizing this conference and also for giving me the space and opportunity to participate. Those of you who have been following my work may have noticed that I have engaged on the issue of UCMs and their impact on women and girls, particularly in a number of countries like Cuba, Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, Afghanistan, just to mention a few, as well as, of course, the UCMs imposed on the judges of the ICC, the prosecutor, former prosecutor, the judges, and my colleague, of course, Francesca Albanese. So through my participation in today's conference, although it's a much more humble and smaller contribution, I wish to signal my interest to continue to work on this issue, and in fact, I will be stepping it up as well, including through thematic reports. So, of course, it's no surprise to any of us that in any discussions regarding the imposition of UCMs, international law, and in fact also common sense, require us to ask the question of who bears the price. Declared intentions, however noble they might be, cannot suffice. And available evidence that we have, even though it's insufficient, but it is there, suggests that those who bear the price in practice are often women and children, including girls. And so when based on the information and data, the harm to them is foreseeable and in fact can be avoided. Because of the empirical evidence about the devastating impacts of UCMs, there is no room to claim that these are unintended consequences. And ignoring the evidence that we have is culpable behavior. Now, international law is also very clear, in my view. Under international humanitarian law, as was also mentioned by my fellow panelists, women, UCMs are not allowed, but women are also the object of special request. And international humanitarian law recognizes the specific vulnerabilities that women face in armed conflicts due to their sex. And of course, under international human rights law, including the convention I'm most concerned with, which is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW Convention, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, states are required to ensure that their actions do not produce discriminatory effects against women and girls. And the same requirement applies to actions producing effects extraterritorially. And under CEDAW, discrimination includes not only intentional distinctions, but also measures that have the effect of impairing women's rights or may undermine special measures by governments to advance equality between men and women. And unilateral coercive measures can generate precisely such effects. Although typically framed as neutral instruments of foreign policy aimed at increasing the protections of human rights, their design and implementation often fails to account for the specific vulnerabilities of women and girls. It is Orwellian, factually and legally incorrect to claim that UCMs that demonstrably cause major human rights violations are intended to advance human rights. In short, women already start from pre-existing inequalities around the world, which the crisis and the absence of resources then greatly amplify, exposing them to additional forms of severe discrimination and violence. At the same time, protection systems that could previously be in place cease to function or are severely weakened, as funding for them is usually the first to be slashed amidst austerity measures. And women and girls no longer have access to welfare programs, shelters, or other remedies that could be available to them in order to prevent violence, prevent discrimination, but also support and assist them. And one of the primary mechanisms through which this occurs is the collapse also of public services. UCMs that target government structures impact the delivery of essential and affordable services, including healthcare, education, electricity, water, social policies, or transport. Because women are disproportionately responsible for caregiving and household management, they absorb the consequences of these systemic failures. And in practical terms, this means that the burden of compensating for the collapse of public infrastructure is transferred onto women and also girls and hits them the hardest. The impact on healthcare systems is particularly visible, and I think we've heard a lot about that from other panelists, as UCMs also reduce the funding available in public healthcare. They restrict access to medical supplies, especially when they are classified as so-called of dual use, and interrupt the maintenance of medical equipment and disrupt water and electrical supplies. Even when humanitarian activities like medical aid are formally exempted from UCMs, third parties are afraid of cooperating with actors providing such aid, including NGOs, as they don't want to accidentally violate the rules and face criminal liability or reputational damage. And we all know of the complexities of applying humanitarian exemptions and also how long of a time it can take. And so such situations lead, for example, to difficulties or practical impossibility in accessing maternal health care as far as women and girls are concerned, and in fact also very high rates of maternal mortality and morbidity. And the analysis of 67 low and middle income countries reveal that UCMs result in a 6.4% average increase in maternal mortality on an annual basis. That's 10.9 additional maternal deaths per 100,000 births. The fact that UCMs contribute to food insecurity also impacts women and girls disproportionately. First, because they already suffer from malnutrition more than men and boys. They are either forced to eat what is left over, or they prioritize feeding their children before themselves. This is in general, before even UCMs kick in. And second, because in particular, pregnant and lactating women have additional nutritional needs. And further, UCMs relating to energy, including diesel fuel and gasoline, and their transportation have an enormous impact on timely access and transportation to hospitals, particularly also crucial for women in labor. When under UCMs, energy prices rise, access to clean fuel declines, and women are forced to return to unsafe cooking fuels, which disproportionately exposes them to indoor air pollution or toxic smoke, as they are mostly the ones cooking and staying at home. And the impact of UCMs on the job market is also evident in export-oriented industries, for example, textiles, where women often make a majority of employees. When production is shut down or dramatically reduced as a consequence of UCMs, women are also the most disproportionately affected by the loss of the source of income. Many of them are already very much represented or overrepresented in the informal sector, where, as we know, they also lack appropriate protections, but therefore a situation like this forces more of them to turn into to informal employment. And girls are also specifically affected because when the household income shrinks, male education is usually prioritized and they are deprived of educational opportunities. And then women and girls may also resort to harmful survival strategies when they are deprived of the basic means of livelihood. So in such circumstances, we can see an increase in harmful and exploitative practices like engaging in prostitution, child or forced marriage, and they may be also exposed or experience a higher risk of becoming victims of trafficking. Finally, UCMs have a profoundly negative impact on funding and access to funding for civil society organizations, particularly also women's organizations that are assisting and protecting and working with victims of violence, including women and girls. And they, as UCMs tend to restrict access to international financial transactions and banking services. So for example, in Afghanistan, in Iran, in the Russian Federation, in Syria, financial isolation has limited women's organization access to international funding and hindered their ability to provide both immediate and long-term support to women and girls for the protection of their human rights. It's important at this stage, I think, to also stress that UCMs do not operate independently, but are often preceded or accompanied or followed by conflicts and acts of illegal aggression. And in this sense, they form part of the continuum of harm, which must be assessed holistically, because human rights, after all, are interdependent and indivisible. This means that civil and political rights cannot be achieved at the expense of social and economic rights, especially because the protection of the latter is particularly crucial for women and girls. And I wish to also make a comment regarding the instrumentalization and weaponization of women's rights in times of conflict, which is very concerning. Violence against women and girls within a country must be unequivocally condemned, and ending it must be prioritized. However, it can never be used as a justification for illegal wars of aggression, for committing atrocities, which in turn translate into violence against the very same women and girls. Such acts completely disregard the interests, context, and histories of those they are purporting to protect. In short, fighting or claiming to fight for human rights can never result in destroying conditions of life, committing atrocities, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, or compromising on the rights that women and girls enjoy, to life, to dignity that are protected, and also to the specific rights they enjoy by virtue of being female. We have seen this in Gaza, where women and girls have constituted up to 70% of the victims of Israel's genocidal war. And as I said before, what happened in Gaza is a clear example of killing Palestinian women and girls as a tool of genocide, because they, of course, hold the promise of continuity of life of the Palestinian people. We have already seen also other examples of how illegal wars of aggression, such as those on Iran, Lebanon, and Palestine, result in mass killings, forced displacement, and indiscriminate but also deliberate attacks on women and children. The recent double-tap bombing of the school in Iran by the US that killed around 170 people, mostly girls, is the most recent and horrific example, though not isolated. And no one has been officially held accountable so far. No timeline for the investigation has been announced. In Lebanon, right now, as a result also of Israel's aggression, over 620,000 women and girls are currently displaced, which is nearly a quarter of all women and girls, 85% of them living outside formal shelter. Now, in this sense, countries that may not be directly dropping the bombs, but that knowingly export weapons to those aggressors, or otherwise aid and abet those efforts, or shield those responsible, including state officials, from accountability and justice, they are also in violation of international obligations, including to women and girls. And we know that international law explicitly prohibits collective punishment, and that this rule should be considered both in the context of UCMs and in the context of illegal wars of aggression, regardless of the alleged intents. And instead, they provide, as I said, for the special protections for women and girls based on their unique vulnerabilities. I'm sure there's a lot that can be said, and there are probably more connections that can be made, but in the interest of time, I will also stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rima. I have a feeling that I will not have an opportunity to ask questions as soon as we already have a few persons requesting for the floor, but still I announce that this possibility exists despite the very limited time. So I have 3 requests so far, and I would appreciate that for the sake of the time, you keep your questions within 2 minutes maximum. So the first person who registered to ask question is Lawyer Ricardo Garcia Broch, who wants to address the video statement.
Quiero agradecer la oportunidad de poder dirigirme a este foro y de compartir nuestro testimonio. Mi nombre es Lawyer Ricardo García Broche, soy miembro de la coordinación colegiada del Centro Memorial Martin Luther King Jr., una organización ecuménica y de inspiración cristiana que forma parte de la sociedad civil. Nuestra misión radica en acompañar al pueblo cubano y a sus iglesias, contribuyendo proféticamente a la solidaridad y la participación popular. Y uno de nuestros valores fundamentales es la defensa de la vida plena para todas y todos. Durante estos años hemos estado junto al pueblo en la lucha para sortear los obstáculos que ocasiona el bloqueo impuesto por los Estados Unidos hace más de 60 años. Esta ha sido una lucha permanente, sobre todo porque un amplio % de la población cubana nació bajo esta cruel política. Desde nuestra vocación por la vida, amparada en los preceptos cristianos que vivimos y defendemos, queremos hacerles saber que la situación que vivimos es de una inhumanidad total. Ya no estamos frente a una crisis común, se trata de un genocidio que ha colocado a toda la población de esta pequeña isla al borde del colapso y la asfixia total. Es importante ilustrar con ejemplos para que entiendan cómo es vivir en Cuba bajo estas circunstancias. El cerco financiero y la imposibilidad de acceder a combustibles fósiles para generar electricidad ha colocado al pueblo en una situación de contingencia permanente. Esto significa no poder conservar ni elaborar los alimentos, no tener suministro de agua, no tener transporte para la movilidad. Afecta directamente el sector de la salud y la educación, así como la producción y el sector industrial. Asimismo, la principal consecuencia es para la salud física y mental de nuestro pueblo. Las personas han invertido sus horarios de descanso porque deben atender las labores del hogar en la madrugada, que es cuando se suministra la energía. Las infancias despiertan muy cansadas para ir a las escuelas después de noches sin dormir. Además, en los hospitales se viven jornadas de mucha tensión porque resulta complicado garantizar el suministro de la energía. El principal afectado no es el gobierno cubano, que además todos los días debe pensar cómo enfrentar esas hostilidades. Las mayores afectaciones las recibe este pueblo que hoy está sufriendo, que desde que amanece se enfrenta a la muerte que provoca estas medidas ilegales y unilaterales del gobierno de los Estados Unidos. En nuestra institución hemos tenido que tomar medidas radicales para poder continuar ayudando a las personas más necesitadas. Pero cada día se nos hace más difícil. Muchas iglesias amigas de otros países y también organizaciones se ven imposibilitadas de ejercer la solidaridad precisamente por cuenta del bloqueo. No importa que seamos una organización de la sociedad civil y de inspiración cristiana, cada día se nos presenta más obstáculos para poder acceder a la ayuda humanitaria. También se han visto amenazados todos los servicios que ofrecemos a la comunidad, por ejemplo, la ayuda a familias vulnerables, la atención a personas de la tercera edad con alimentación y acompañamiento psicológico, el funcionamiento de una farmacia comunitaria, así como la atención a instituciones de salud para personas con necesidades especiales. Es imposible soportar una situación como esta por mucho tiempo. Como parte de este pueblo, debo confesarles que estamos agotados. con una profunda tristeza y desesperanza, también con una alta exposición a enfermedades por la falta de medicamentos y de alimentos. Se trata de una violación flagrante de nuestros derechos, consagrados no solo en la Constitución, sino también en la Declaración Universal. Es una violación del derecho a la vida, el más elemental, el primero de todos. Es el bloqueo la principal violación de nuestros derechos. Quiero agradecerlo.
I would like to thank the intervener. Unfortunately, it was a bit more than 2 minutes, so I would appreciate that other people who want to take the floor just adhere to 2 minutes limit. And I'm happy to give the floor for the short intervention to Said Al-Madhoun, the OHCHR humanitarian unit, who helped us to understand the humanitarian context when we were drafting the guiding principles, and I appreciate it a lot. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and this multi-stakeholder dialogue. I would like to congratulate you on the efforts, for all the efforts and the leadership to advance this interesting initiative. The guidelines are an important normative framework for all stakeholders and a key milestone in the collective efforts to protect and safeguard humanitarian action from the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures. This is also very timely where the multilateral system is increasingly constrained by systematic disregard to international normative frameworks, budget cuts, as well as escalating conflicts and humanitarian needs. OHCHR's analysis is aligned with the findings and recommendations of the Special Rapporteur, but also member states should fulfill their commitments under human rights framework, as well as in line with UN Security Council resolutions to facilitate the work of and the principled work of impartial humanitarian actors. OHCHR's monitoring and analysis points to significant impediments associated with UCMs, with adverse impacts on the enjoyment of human rights and the right to development. The High Commissioner has repeatedly addressed the challenges associated with those unilateral sanctions that are inconsistent with international law. The Office has urged several times member states to suspend or lift any unilateral measures that had sweeping detrimental effect on human rights and aggravating humanitarian needs. Sanctions that threatens people's lives and health needed to be halted. There must be a widening scope of humanitarian exemptions and work to streamline the exemption processes, including by extending renewable and standing exemptions for humanitarian programs and goods. Sanctions processes must be fair. They must take human rights impact assessments into account. They must be subject to monitoring and independent review, and they must provide for the prompt lifting of sanctions when no longer justified. These guidelines provide forethought and reflection among both communities, human rights and humanitarians, in terms of state responsibilities and remedies. It also represents a clear call on member states, and this is where we also add our voice, that we put human rights at the center of foreign policy and diplomacy. Addressing overcompliance and also the persistent dilemmas in sanctions regimes should be a priority for all member states and policymakers. Adequate and clear safeguards for humanitarian operations should be enhanced to prevent the criminalization of organizations and their personnel and the delivery of principled humanitarian aid. Within the humanitarian community, we also echo all the concerns that were flagged by the different speakers, and within the humanitarian community, where OHCHR is a full member of the Interagency Standing Committee, we continue to raise human rights to be at the center of humanitarian advocacy for more effective humanitarian safeguards and broader humanitarian carve-outs. OHCHR, with the broadest mandate among UN agencies, we consider human rights across all UN programs, across humanitarian assistance, the right to development, and also the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Within the humanitarian community, we continue to align interagency guidance, policy, and advocacy messaging. And also, in crisis contexts affected by sanctions, the Office continues to raise awareness about human rights considerations, mobilize support for expanding the boundaries of humanitarian action beyond emergency and short-term aid delivery to include human rights protection and humanitarian development nexus approaches. OHCHR remains committed to continue providing support to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur and also to support on any future multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder dialogue to that end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Said. I will use a bit of time to thank you for assistance. As soon as I'm not a humanitarian actor, and we were to understand the legal framework when drafting the guiding principles. And I would also like to thank you and in your face the OHCHR in general for taking the floor during this conference, because as I always advocated, only during joint efforts we will be able to get the necessary results. So, and despite the fact that I'm already leaving the mandate very, very soon, I hope that the OHCHR will continue to engage into that, and might be as my recommendation is probably to forward these guiding principles to OCHA and EASC as soon as they are drafting documents as regards the humanitarian access and humanitarian deliveries. Hope it will be useful for them when doing the humanitarian work in the future. Just will make one very short question, and as concerned the guiding principles, I understand that I'm acting as a law professor, very boring and pedantic in some elements, but I have to mention one point, that we are very careful when drafting the text and deciding what we are talking about, sanctions or unilateral coercive measures, and therefore all provisions seek to help those in need. But we shall keep in mind that all that is without any prejudice to the issues of assessment of legality. So as said in paragraph 6 of the guiding principles, so issue of legality is to be settled in every specific case. So even the fact that we say, yes, we accept that they exist right now, we need to help people, but it doesn't provide any legal ground to say that you can use unilateral coercive measures, because you cannot use any measures which are, again, international law. And with all that, but I really appreciate your involvement at all stages and OHCHR involvement. And with all that, I am giving the floor to Professor Alfred Desires, who was one of the experts helping me to draft guidance.
Thank you, Elena. In the year 2016, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia issued a report entitled Humanitarian Impact of Syria-Related Unilateral Restrictive Measures. I cited from this report in my own report to the Human Rights Council in the year 2018 on my mission to Venezuela, where I deal with the issue of unilateral coercive measures worldwide, but also the impact in Venezuela, Syria, Cuba, etc. On page 14, I quoted, unilateral coercive measures effectively stopped the delivery of aid by international agencies, and I concluded that economic sanctions kill. I also called on all stakeholders to submit empirical evidence to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, specifically documenting crimes against humanity, since, considering the enormous number of victims, that amounts to crimes against humanity. Now, a question to Emmanuel. Has anyone in your entourage demanded accountability for the deaths in Syria? I myself, in the name of the Geneva International Peace Research Institute, submitted not one but two legal briefs to the prosecutor. And as you can well imagine, other than getting an acknowledgement of receipt, there's been no action whatever. And I wanted to know more about the status of the 2020 complaint submitted by Bill Shabas, the world expert on genocide concerning crimes against humanity in Venezuela. Now, in the light of the enormous amount of empirical evidence about the lethal quality of these unilateral coercive measures, I must say I find that the European Union's statement this morning was surrealistic and amounted to an apology of crimes against humanity. I think it has to be said that clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. And take into account that it's already a break time, I would appreciate that if our panelists do some very brief reflections, like within 1 minute. So Reem doesn't want, Emmanuel?
Actually, the question was addressed to me. So, to my knowledge, nobody pursued. I can give you an element of answer regarding this. Why? Just the simple fact of bringing the subject of sanctions to most of our interlocutors was a kind of taboo. As humanitarian actors, we have always been requested, when talking about sanction subject, to limit our scope to the impact of sanction to the delivery of humanitarian aid, not to speak about the impact of sanction on the population. This artificial dichotomy between the two subjects doesn't make sense, because actually the impact on the population is increasing the workload for humanitarian actors. So it's impossible to speak about the impact on the delivery without talking about the impact on the population. By mentioning this, I'm not pointing at anybody in this room or any stakeholder or any sanctioning entity. And even during my presentation, I was talking about restrictive measures, because we have to keep in mind that regarding Syria, there were UCMs and there were, sanctions imposed by the UN Security Council. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Eventually, I would love to have some, at least representatives of countries which impose sanctions in the room. Unfortunately, I do not see them. I cannot just hope that they are following online at least. So, Reem, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's just a small announcement that later on this year I will be issuing a call for input on my last thematic report for June 2027 on the issue of UCMs and violence against women and girls. So I hope to also get your input and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reem, and I would like to thank all participants and all interveners, all you for attention. So we are making now 15 minutes break to have some coffee outside, and then we will continue in 15 minutes. Thank you.
You have crimes against humanity, and you
Dear colleagues, we are restarting. I understand that everyone has lots of issues to be discussed as soon as many extremely sensitive elements have been raised by our panelists, but we still have one more panel. And therefore, we continue to deal with the issue of the impact of unilateral coercive measures on humanitarian work. And we have six at the very end, amazing panelists, and only 1 hour, 20 minutes. So therefore, I would appreciate if our panelists keep within 10 minutes for their presentations. Therefore, without further delays, I'm happy to give the floor to Professor Riza Majadeh.
Thank you so much.
I apologize. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the Special Rapporteur, for the invitation and for giving me this opportunity to this conference. And I would like also to acknowledge distinguished participants joining this session. May I have the slides, please? Okay. So my name is Reza Magzadeh. As you can see here, I'm Professor of Global Health. And I'm Iranian. I have the first-hand experience of living under sanction. Not only living, but also working in the health systems. Not only in my home country, but also in neighborhood countries. I work in different countries, they were under sanction. What I want to explain to you is that I think right now we have enough evidence on the health impact, harsh impact of intended or unintended. I have a question on it, but I'm not going to that side, of sanction. But what I want to explain to you, I'm looking for some remedies. I'm looking for some actions. And this is the reason that my talk is making health-related humanitarian exemptions work in practice. May I have the next slide, please? You know, to be honest, it is very close to my heart. I cannot go without that. I heard many cases today, but let me go to say, I want to begin with the case of witnessed closely. A mother was admitted to a hospital with a urinary tract infection. During her admission, she developed a hospital-acquired complication that required a strong, broad-spectrum antibiotic. That medicine was in principle covered by a humanitarian exemption under sanction regime. A month earlier, it had been obtainable. At that point, it could no longer be secured in time. The medicine did not arrive. Her condition worsened. She died. This is the problem I want to discuss today. Not whether a humanitarian exemption exists on paper, but whether it actually works in practice. This is also one of the practical questions at the heart of this conference, how such guiding principles can translate into real protection for people's health. My purpose is not to spend your time trying to prove that sanctions affect health. We heard a lot. This is already sufficient evidence for concern. The more useful question is this: if health-related humanitarian exemptions are meant to protect people, why do they so often fail to secure timely, reliable access when it matters most? Next slide, please. This talk asks what it would take for the guiding principles discussed at this conference to work in practice for health systems. I told you that I'm working on health system in particular. First, why exemptions may exist on paper and still fail in practice. Second, why the failure is often recognized too late. Third, why early, reviewable, time-ordered monitoring is needed to support action, remedy, and responsibility. And throughout, I will return to one practical question: how failure becomes visible in health system before severe harm is already evident. Can I go with the next slide, please? So this is the roadmap that I'm going to explain to you, and you can see numbers beside each one of those. Why exemptions may fail in practice, why that failure must be monitored, why unusual detection. The ordinary monitoring system cannot work with the current situation, and what the new generation of monitoring based on guiding principles can work, how we can make them feasible, and who should use it, and what decision it should support. And I'm giving one example to say it is a real-world work. It is not a theoretical aspect. So shall we go to the next slide, please? It is coming from the case that I have presented at the beginning. Health-related goods may be formally exempt, and yet patients may still face delay, interruption, or non-availability in practice. What matters is whether that exemption can actually travel through the system that makes accessible possible. An exemption does not reach a bedside simply because it has been recognized in the legal or policy language. It has to move through payment systems and procurement pathways. It also has to pass through supplier engagement, freight, insurance, clearance, and maintenance. And it depends on service arrangements that remain workable. Next, please. At each one of those points, something may slow down, narrow, or fail. A payment may be delayed, a supplier may withdraw, a needed medicine may not arrive, a treatment pathway may remain in place, but no longer function reliably. In the case I began with, the antibiotic was exempt in principle, but exemption did not secure treatment. Somewhere between authorization and the bedside, access failed. This is often where overcompliance becomes visible in practice. So when we speak about humanitarian exemptions, we should be careful not to confuse authorization with real access. What matters is whether an exemption can move through operational chain on which care depends. In practice, this is where what is permitted in principle may still be delayed, narrowed, or made unreliable. This is often the point at which overcompliance, de-risking, and precautionary behavior begin to shape decisions across the wider transaction chain. That leads to the second point, why this failure must be monitored and why it is so often recognized so late. Shall we go to the next slide, please? So part of the answer lies in how we understand sanction itself. Unilateral coercive measures should not be approached as a single event or a one-off shock. They are better understood as a prolonged and shifting policy context. In that context, constraints accumulate, change form, and interact with other pressures over time. And that matters because the effects are rarely neat or isolated. The pressure is dynamic, it is cumulative, and the system under the pressure does not simply stop. It adapts, it compensates, and over time, in some areas, it may also begin to erode. Next slide, please. So, what should the monitoring system look like? This is the fourth point that I want to say, that a monitoring system should have the early warning capacity, it should be time-ordered, reviewable, and it should be linked to the action. We do not want just to measure mortality, morbidity. We want to see what we can do for people. And it should be more than one-off description. It must support response. It should have visibility into where pressures is building, where access is becoming less reliable, and where service continuity is weakened. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, what we should monitor? It is very wrong to stay and to look at the death, mortality, or severe cases. We should start from the beginning, from continuity of care. We should look at medicine availability, treatment interruption, reliability, and essential services, equipment and services functionality. You have an MRI, but the chipset which is needed is not there. It does not have functionality. You should not wait to see death because of cancer. You should start from that time. We are all in the same boat. This is what we learned from COVID-19. If Iran cannot prohibit the number of cases of COVID, then it can be transmitted to the other countries. So we should think about emergency capacity and readiness, outbreak, disaster, pandemic capacity, and conditions intensifying health risks, food security, energy disruption, household financial strain. What matters is whether we can see change over time and whether we can see what was done in response. Shall we go to the next slide? What I want to tell you is that it is not a blue sky. It is a reality. Right now, we have a practical example in Eastern Mediterranean region. We call the tool Shams, which is aligned with the guiding principles. And it is led by the World Health Organization Regional Office, endorsed by the country member states, and it is tracking constraints and response measures. It is structurized, time-ordered, and reviewable, a way of making failure visible early enough for correction. Shall we go to the next, please? So, just counting numbers, measuring indicators is not enough. We should know how this information can be used by different stakeholders. For the purpose of this conference, I can see that we could have national authorities, in particular health authorities, legal, technical, academic, and policy partners, and humanitarian actors and UN agencies. Each one of them can take the information that need. I can go and to explain each one of them, but to avoid lengthening this presentation, I'm avoiding to go through each one of them. Just I want to say for each one of these information, it should be linked to the action that we can take later on. Monitoring matters only if it serves decision. Shall we go to the next, please? So, it is somehow conclusion of mine and a take-home message. A real test is here. Exemptions may exist on paper and still fail in practice. Failure is often recognized too late. Without earlier, reviewable monitoring, protection remains weaker than it should be. If we're really serious about protecting health, failure must become visibly early enough to be corrected before avoidable harm becomes severe, before protection remains only on paper. And my last slide, I want to say that taking the guiding principles forward for health system, it is promising. It can be used for implementation of a health system tailored monitoring system. It is translating humanitarian protection into operational visibility across health system. It is detecting where protection is beginning to fail before severe harm is already evident. It's linked monitoring to corrective action, humanitarian adjustment, remedy, and responsibility. And it has a structure. It is reviewable for monitoring to support implementation of the guiding principle in real practice. The real test is not only whether exemptions are recognized, but whether the protection they intend to preserve in practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm afraid that from my work as a special rapporteur, the impact of unilateral coercive measures, means of the enforcement and overcompliance on the right to health was so obvious and so terrifying that I can only hope that the WHO will take the lead in this area and will make it visible and will do everything it can to mitigate the impact. Just want to flag that there will be possibility to ask questions, but very brief. That's why if you wish to ask questions, please flag to our team. And with all that in mind, I'm giving the floor to Francisco Pichon, who is the UN resident coordinator in Cuba, and who will do the address via video.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la oportunidad de compartir estas breves palabras en esta conferencia, en este diálogo sobre medidas coercitivas unilaterales. A finales del año pasado, la relatora especial sobre el impacto negativo de estas medidas, Elena Douhan, presentó en la Casa Común de las Naciones Unidas en La Habana su informe detallado sobre cómo las sanciones afectan prácticamente todos los ámbitos de la vida en Cuba. Permítame destacar algunos datos especialmente sensibles en el sector de la salud. Hoy, cerca del 70% de los medicamentos necesarios no están disponibles en el país debido a la falta de materias primas. La industria biotecnológica del país enfrenta también serias limitaciones para adquirir insumos y reactivos, y la reposición de equipos médicos, especialmente aquellos con componentes de origen estadounidense, pueden demorar hasta 12 meses por los permisos requeridos. Pero detrás de estas cifras realmente hay millones de personas además particularmente vulnerables. Cuba es el país más envejecido de América Latina. 1 de cada 4 habitantes tiene 65 años o más y alrededor de 4 millones de personas viven con enfermedades crónicas, quienes experimentan dificultades en tener un acceso estable a los medicamentos que requieren. Desde 1992, la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas ha reflejado de manera consistente la posición mayoritaria de la comunidad internacional a favor de poner fin al bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto contra Cuba. Y cada año el secretario general presenta un informe que también recoge el impacto de estas medidas en el trabajo humanitario y de desarrollo del sistema de Naciones Unidas en Cuba. Y es importante decirlo con claridad, nuestras propias operaciones se ven afectadas. Enfrentamos mayores costos logísticos, escasez de proveedores, dificultades en transacciones bancarias, cancelaciones de contratos y limitaciones en el acceso a plataformas de información que son esenciales para nuestro trabajo. A este escenario se sumaron nuevas medidas, como ya es conocido, la designación de Cuba como supuesto país patrocinador del terrorismo, y este 29 de enero del 2026 una orden ejecutiva del gobierno de Estados Unidos han generado un cerco adicional en el sector energético. El resultado es un impacto sistemático con efectos humanitarios en toda la vida cotidiana del país. Pensemos en lo esencial, hospitales haciendo lo imposible sin electricidad, ambulancias sin combustible, sistemas de agua interrumpidos. Si extendemos esto a escuelas o a industrias o a los propios hogares, comprendemos la magnitud del problema. Expertos de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de los Derechos Humanos de la ONU han calificado este cerco energético como una forma extrema de coerción económica con graves implicaciones para el derecho internacional. Desde las Naciones Unidas en Cuba monitoreamos diariamente estos impactos y una vez más quienes más sufren son los más vulnerables, mujeres embarazadas, niños con necesidades especiales, pacientes oncológicos, personas con hemodiálisis, adultos mayores sin transporte para acceder a los servicios médicos. Esto genera una profunda angustia en la vida cotidiana de millones de personas. Pero ante este escenario, el sistema de Naciones Unidas en Cuba no permanece con los brazos cruzados. Con el apoyo de la Oficina de Coordinación de Asuntos Humanitarios y en estrecha coordinación con las autoridades nacionales, hemos puesto en marcha un plan de acción para responder tanto a la contingencia energética como a los impactos aún vigentes del huracán Melissa. Este plan busca atender a cerca de 2 millones de personas en sectores sensibles como la salud, el agua y saneamiento, la seguridad alimentaria, la educación, la habitabilidad y la protección de personas vulnerables y la logística, incluyendo soluciones energéticas basadas en recursos renovables. Dada la naturaleza de esta emergencia poco convencional, asegurar el acceso a combustible y a fuentes de energía de respaldo es fundamental. Por ello, trabajamos con socios de cooperación y Estados miembros para encontrar las soluciones más viables y dentro del país también promovemos alianzas más amplias, incluyendo con actores no estatales y del sector privado. Al mismo tiempo, seguimos comprometidos con el desarrollo sostenible de Cuba. Hemos iniciado en este año 2026 un nuevo ciclo de cooperación para los próximos 4 años con el lanzamiento de nuestro nuevo marco de cooperación 2026-2030 en el marco de la Agenda 2030. Pero más allá de los proyectos y de la financiación movilizada por el sistema de Naciones Unidas en Cuba, lo más importante en este contexto marcado por sanciones ha sido mantener nuestra presencia, acompañar, escuchar, trabajar junto a las instituciones nacionales y los socios de cooperación para encontrar soluciones conjuntas. Y lo hemos hecho y lo vamos a seguir haciendo con un compromiso muy claro: poner a las personas en el centro y no dejar a nadie atrás. Muchas gracias.
I would like to thank the UN resident coordinator in Cuba, his office, and he himself was extremely helpful to help me to organize the country visit to Cuba, which took place in November 2025, so the last visit. And with all that in mind, we are moving to another panelist, and I'm happy to give the floor to Ms. Floriana Palita, who is the International Officer of Caritas International, and I believe the first NGO which started to cooperate with the mandate from the moment when I have been appointed. I appreciate all her efforts during this period.
I remember 6 years ago, the first time I've reached out to the mandate. I think I was the first humanitarian and faith-based organization who has reached out to the mandate at the time. So no, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, so good afternoon. So I wish to express, first of all, my sincere appreciation to Professor Duhan for inviting me to this important conference. And it's a real privilege to contribute to today's discussion by sharing some of the key findings and conclusions of a joint report that we worked on, that we have released jointly with the World Council of Churches and the World Evangelical Alliance a couple of years ago. The title is Assessing the Impact of Sanctions on Humanitarian Work. I will share the link with you, Alena, so you have it, but it's good if you can share it then also with the participants to the conference. So the report was released also in collaboration with the Geneva Graduate Institute. Regrettably, the findings of the report remain highly relevant today, and the findings draw on the direct experience of our member organizations and constituencies in navigating the complexity of sanctions, and provides robust practice-based evidence of the challenges they face. Over the past 3 decades, we have witnessed a significant increase in the use of both unilateral and multilateral sanctions. While policymakers have sought to mitigate negative impacts through targeted measures, exemptions, and humanitarian carve-outs, the reality on the ground tells a different story. As other distinguished panelists before me have already highlighted, sanctions regimes negatively affect ordinary people. Sanctions frequently hinder both directly and indirectly the ability of humanitarian organizations to deliver life-saving assistance, which runs against the fundamental humanitarian principle of do no harm. Allow me briefly also to recall some of the key findings of the report, which clearly demonstrate that sanctions create serious obstacles to the timely and effective delivery of humanitarian assistance and essential services. The report identified 4 main administrative challenges that humanitarian organizations face while working under the constraints of sanctions. So the first one is understanding the scope of sanctions. Sanctions legislation often contains vague language and complex legal terminology, making it difficult for organizations and local communities, including local organizations, humanitarian organizations, to fully understand their obligations. The second challenge we have identified is the legal repercussion and the risking. The report indicates that while humanitarian organizations have rarely been targeted for legal investigations due to violations of sanctions requirements, there remains a real risk of legal consequences for non-compliance with sanctions regimes. Additionally, such violations could potentially lead to reputational harm. A third administrative challenge, which has been identified, is the obstacles faced in applying for humanitarian licenses. So in order to operate effectively, organizations delivering humanitarian aid may need to apply for licenses that exempt them from certain sanctions requirements. The application for humanitarian licenses causes heavy administrative burdens, generates extra costs, and is time-consuming. And the fourth obstacle, challenge we have found is the enhanced due diligence requirements and processes. So banks, suppliers, and donors often demand stringent due diligence processes to ensure that humanitarian organizations do not engage with sanctioned individuals or entities. And these processes can be time-consuming and may involve specific requirements concerning the use of funds, ranging from monitoring project implementation to mandating the use of specific IT equipment. All these measures generate additional costs and bottlenecks for humanitarian organizations, obviously. So let me emphasize here that these administrative burdens directly contradict the localization agenda. So in the humanitarian sector, we often speak about local leadership. So rather than empowering local humanitarian organizations and promoting local leadership in the humanitarian response, the risk is that sanction frameworks may impose disproportionate risks and constraints on them rather than supporting and really promoting genuine local leadership. In addition to administrative challenges, so these 4 administrative challenges, we have also identified three major operational challenges. So the first one is in importing and exporting of humanitarian goods. And there are actually considerable difficulties in importing and exporting humanitarian goods, especially dual-use goods, to or from sanctioned countries. Overcompliance with sanctions by service providers and key suppliers often leads to delays or denials in the shipment of essential items, and this can result in shortages of critical humanitarian aid for vulnerable populations. The second operational challenge is then a challenge identified is travel restrictions. Travel to sanctioned countries is often restricted, requiring time-consuming visa applications that are frequently rejected. This operational challenge often hinders the rapid deployment of personnel and resources, further exacerbating the challenges faced by affected communities. And the third challenge, the third operational challenge, is bank de-risking and the overcompliance, which is a significant, major challenges we are facing. So it's the reluctancy of banks and financial institutions to transfer funds to local and international humanitarian organizations operating in sanctioned countries. Despite humanitarian exemptions being in place, banks often fail to apply these exemptions, leading to delays in fund transfers. And I think previous panelists have also really described the impact, the huge impact that this can have on the affected communities and populations. So to address these challenges, a set of recommendations have been proposed to help humanitarian organizations navigate the complexities of sanctions and their impact on humanitarian work. I will quickly go through them. I can then obviously respond to questions, and then I obviously also encourage you to read the full report. So the advocacy, the first recommendation and suggestion is really to strengthen advocacy for general humanitarian exemptions and more accessible, clear, timely, and standardized licensing processes. A second recommendation is to strengthen collaboration with UN bodies, including the IASC, so the Interagency Standing Committee, as also mentioned by the colleague of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So Caritas sits in these spaces, and we have a privileged opportunity to continue to raise the impact, the humanitarian impact of sanctions in this space. And then obviously also seek collaboration with other NGOs. Collaborating with key UN bodies and other NGOs facing sanction-related challenges can obviously help exchange experiences and coordinate advocacy efforts. A third recommendation is promote multi-stakeholder consultations and dialogue with governments, financial institutions, and humanitarian organizations, including faith-based organizations providing humanitarian aid, to help to address overcompliance and bank de-risking. A fourth recommendation is to systematically document the impact of sanctions. So it is crucial to continuing to document the impact of sanctions on humanitarian work, and essential social services can strengthen and inform general advocacy and engagement with sanctioning governments by providing robust evidence. And here I really want also to emphasize the importance of the monitoring tool established by the mandate, and then really encourage humanitarian organizations to use the monitoring tool to document the impact, the humanitarian impact of sanctions. A fifth recommendation is to establish dedicated sanctions focal points within organizations. So consider creating the position of a focal point on sanctions from which to seek advice and guidance on sanctions-related challenges. So to really facilitate and try and find ways to address challenges related to sanctions regimes. As we continue to reflect on these findings, now after almost 2 years the report has been released, it is essential to look forward and consider how emerging normative and policy frameworks can support humanitarian action and overcome these challenges. The draft guiding principles on humanitarian action and the guiding principles on effective remedy and responsibility represent important steps in this direction. These principles are crucial because they obviously attempt to clarify the obligations of states to safeguard humanitarian action. They promote consistency, transparency, and accountability in sanctions regimes, provide practical guidance to reduce overcompliance and administrative barriers, and strengthen access to remedies for those adversely affected. For humanitarian organizations, these frameworks can serve as vital tools helping to navigate legal uncertainty, advocate more effectively, and ensure that principled humanitarian action is protected. I would also say a few words from a more faith-based perspective, given that Caritas is a faith-based organization. Today's discussion is not only technical or legal to us, it's obviously also profoundly moral. Faith-based organizations bring a moral voice rooted in human dignity, solidarity, and justice. We witness firsthand the humanitarian consequences of sanctions. Families, people unable to access healthcare, communities deprived of livelihoods, and vulnerable populations pushed further into poverty. This directly affects what we in Caritas understand as integral human development. It's an holistic vision that encompasses not only material well-being, but also social, cultural, and spiritual flourishing of human beings. Sanctions really risk undermining this vision. Sanctions fragment communities, weaken social cohesion, and erode the very foundations of human dignity and resilience. Therefore, it is imperative that sanctions policies be designated and implemented in a way that fully respects humanitarian principles and prioritizes the well-being of affected people. Allow me, in closing, to return to the essentials and really let us bring back people to the center of our discussions. At the heart of humanitarian action lies a simple but profound commitment, which is to protect human dignity, to alleviate suffering, and to ensure that no one is left behind. And for that reason, it is important to continue to firmly believe in the UN Charter. I have it always, sometimes with me, to consult it. And the values enshrined in the Charter are not abstract ideals. They are practical imperatives that must continue to guide and inspire our actions, especially in the face of today's complex challenges. Let us ensure that policy, including sanctions policies, remain aligned with these principles and obligations enshrined in the Charter. Let us ensure that these policies truly protect and serve people rather than inadvertently harm them. And humanitarian action is not just about systems, it's really about people. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you very much, Florian, and I'm really happy that during our discussion we have the interventions by different stakeholders which address the issues not only from the academic perspective, but also from the practical one, and also have expertise in different areas. And with all that in mind, I'm happy to give the floor to Professor Joe Gordon, who is also one of the experts actively involved into work of this mandate. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I see. Okay, thank you. I thank the Special Rapporteur for inviting me here. And I want to start by mentioning an edited volume that I published in January with Cambridge University Press that has chapters by several people here, including the Special Rapporteur. It's called Economic Sanctions from Havana to Baghdad, Legitimacy, Accountability, and Humanitarian Consequences. You can just Google it, and it's open access. It's a huge book. There's an enormous amount of, I think, very valuable information. So for everyone in this room, there may be things there that are of significant interest to you. Feel free to email me if you have trouble finding it or if I can help you with that. But I encourage the people in this room to take a look and see if there's not something there that you would find helpful. In the face of public protest and international condemnation of the humanitarian impact of unilateral coercive measures, we often see the sanctioner announcing that it will now introduce some form of humanitarian exemptions. This can be in the form of a carve-out, exempting certain kinds of transactions or particular actors, such as charities. This may also be in the form of licenses, either general licenses that permit transactions without individualized applications, or specific licenses that require the charity, aid organization, or other actor to file an application, often requiring extensive documentation, considerable legal fees, and lengthy waiting periods. Such announcements are often made with great fanfare. In December 2022, for example, the U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control announced that, quote, "The general licenses released today reflect the United States' commitment to ensuring that humanitarian assistance continues to reach at-risk populations. The provision of humanitarian support to alleviate the suffering of vulnerable populations is central to our American values," close quote. However, the announcements of these measures and their ostensible significance may diverge significantly from the actuality of how they are employed. In the end, it is often the case that humanitarian exemptions do very little to address the human impact of economic sanctions and unilateral coercive measures. Today, I would like to briefly discuss 4 of the reasons why humanitarian exemptions often fail to substantively address the humanitarian crises that are caused or worsened by unilateral coercive measures. First, humanitarian exemptions may be of little utility when there are other measures in place that effectively override them. As an example, I would particularly note the inclusion of sanctioned countries on the U.S. list of what it calls the state sponsors of terrorism. In December 2022, the Treasury Department announced a set of general licenses applicable to many of the countries it sanctions. On their face, they appeared to ensure access to goods and services in a broad range of areas, including agriculture, education, environmental protection, and health services. A general license as a category of permitted activity does not require individualized applications or specific approval from the Office of Foreign Assets Control. So in principle, it would seem that there are no barriers to utilizing these licenses. However, in order to do so, an NGO or other entity seeking to deliver these humanitarian goods to Cuba, for example, would need to use a bank to purchase the goods to be delivered, arrange with the delivery company to ship them, and the shipping company would then need to carry insurance to enter a Cuban port. The issue is that Cuba is listed by the U.S. State Department as a, quote, state sponsor of terror. Any U.S. bank that facilitates, say, the purchase of educational materials in this context is likely to run afoul of the banking regulators, which may consider that the bank is at risk of violating federal law by engaging in a transaction involving a country on the SST list, regardless of the general license issued by OFAC. The problem is even more severe in regard to the financial transactions of the state itself. In this regard, I note the report last fall of the Special Rapporteur on the effects of unilateral coercive measures on Cuba. The Cuban state purchases all goods necessary for the country's infrastructure, as well as providing health care, education, and basic foods for every household. However, due to U.S. sanctions and the inclusion of Cuba on the list of state sponsors of terrorism, some 200 banks and financial institutions have terminated their relations with Cuba in the last 5 years. As a result, finding banks to facilitate the purchase of food, medical supplies, and fuel is complicated, precarious, and expensive. Second, humanitarian exemptions generally only address goods for direct consumption, particularly food and medicine. Equipment and materials for roads, construction, the electrical grid, telecommunication, and everything else necessary for the infrastructure is generally not considered to be, quote, humanitarian, and is thus excluded from humanitarian licenses and carve-outs. But all areas of human need entail infrastructure. The distribution of food requires trucks, gasoline, and passable roads. Many medicines need to be refrigerated, both when they are in storage and while they're being transported, requiring electricity. Treating and distributing potable water requires water treatment chemicals, electricity for water pumps, and construction equipment to install or repair conduits in the water system. To operate all of these systems, workers such as doctors, engineers, and truck drivers must all be able to get to their workplace, which requires a functioning system of public transportation. Third, humanitarian exemptions do not address the practice of overcompliance. Overcompliance occurs when companies or organizations decline to engage in legally permitted transactions with sanctioned countries. This takes place where the sanctioner does not explicitly prohibit certain transactions but instead establishes a series of conditions that make it commercially unfeasible for, for private actors to engage in them. These conditions are as follows. First, the regulations are irreducibly vague. We see this, for example, in the U.S. Treasury Department's due diligence requirements, such as Know Your Customer, KYC, and Know Your Customer's Customer, KYCC. It is not entirely clear to what extent a bank or other actor must investigate the background of a customer. But if it turns out afterwards that they have been insufficiently diligent, the penalties may be severe. Second, the severity of the penalties. Banks, technology companies, and other private actors have experienced severe penalties. Notably, BNP Paribas was fined $9 billion by the U.S. Treasury Department and banking regulators and was partially suspended from the U.S. Federal Reserve, a penalty known as the death penalty in international banking. Third, the intent standard is strict liability, not intent and not negligence, but strict liability. So a bank or other actor may face these penalties even for an inadvertent violation. Consequently, it is not surprising that many companies, as well as aid organizations, shipping companies, insurers, and others, choose to reduce their risk by withdrawing altogether from a market. As a result, aid organizations, for example, often find that they cannot find banks to transfer funds to pay for supplies and salaries. One organization running a refugee camp in Africa was forced to drive large amounts of cash each month to the bank to cover its expenses, basically driving a carload of cash once a month to the refugee camp, putting the staff in danger. It may also be difficult, expensive, or even impossible for the sanctioned country to find ships to transport food. The World Food Program, for example, reported that it faced considerable difficulties in importing urgent food supplies when it could not find ships willing to deliver goods to Cuban ports. Fourth, humanitarian exemptions generally concern only country programs, not listings of specially designated nationals, SDNs, or other blocked entities. However, OFAC's SDNs, for example, include numerous persons and entities that are critical to a country's humanitarian needs. In Venezuela, for example, the U.S. listed senior officials in the ministries of Health and Agriculture with responsibility for purchasing imports in these areas, making it extremely difficult for them to transact business in these capacities. While there may be, in principle, general licenses permitting the sale of food and medicine, when the government officials responsible for managing these goods are blacklisted, it is at best unclear as to whether the SDN listing does or does not override the general license. Even if the general license is dispositive, in light of the potential penalties for even inadvertent violations, it can be expected that private actors will choose to eliminate any risk and forego any such transactions. Thus, for all of these reasons, the issuance of humanitarian exemptions may do very little to actually mitigate the humanitarian harm done by unilateral coercive measures. Now I would like to note a few of the many provisions found in the guiding principles on humanitarian action in the unilateral sanctions environment that provide clear and important statements that address several of the issues I have identified. Paragraph 8.4 notes that, quote, humanitarian assistance shall in no way be limited to food and medicine, but rather should include the whole scope of essential goods necessary for critical infrastructure. Paragraph 10.3 provides that the funding and delivery of humanitarian assistance should not be understood narrowly, but should be anchored in the indivisibility and interdependence of human rights. Paragraph 10.6 provides that particular attention should be paid to the operational effects on the work of humanitarian actors. Paragraph 13.3 provides that humanitarian interventions should be free from counterterrorism prohibitions, access restrictions, and fear of civil or criminal liability. Finally, I would like to conclude. There are many others. I will not go into all of them, but it is really striking and it is really impressive how many of these significant issues have been addressed in the extraordinary documents produced by the mandate. They provide the most extensive and thoughtful work I have seen regarding concrete guidance that, if followed, would go far toward remedying the many serious human rights violations generated by unilateral coercive measures. I commend Professor Duhan for the extraordinary leadership she has shown in the course of her time as the holder of this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gordon. And with all that, I'm happy to give the floor to Professor Robert Fish, who will address the issue of the measuring of unintended humanitarian impact of sanctions.
Merci, bonjour. Merci, Madame Rapporteur. Merci. When I start my class, when I teach a class called Making Sanctions Smart Again, I usually kick off with the following story. I say to the students, I say, imagine a weapon so powerful that it does not need a single soldier, a single missile, or a single shot fired. A weapon that can empty shelves, collapse currencies, and deny children medicine, and all from behind a desk thousands of kilometers away. Now that weapon exists. We call it sanctions, but in this room today, as we've discussed with many colleagues, we refer to them as unilateral coercive measures. And today, I want to challenge something that many in the policy community take for granted. And that's an assumption that modern sanctions are precise, strategic, and clean, because the evidence tells a very different story. Now, sanctions aren't new. They date back to antiquity, and from the beginning, their logic has been brutal. It's about inflicting the consequences of war without war itself. That's by nature what these things are designed to do. President Woodrow Wilson, the man who took the United States into World War I, said economic weapons like sanctions are, and if I may quote, an infinitely more terrible instrument of war than war itself. And by that, he was thinking of the Persian famine from 1917 to 1919, which killed 2 million people, not from bombs, but from actual economic blockade. Now, after many horrors of World War II and into the 20th century, the international community made a promise, a new era of what was called smart sanctions, targeted, precise, aimed at leaders and elites, not at civilians. And that promise has not been kept. Now, today, there are some 70,000, actually more than that, there's over 80,000 unique sanctioned persons and entities worldwide. That's a 380% increase since 2017 alone. In this moment, there's over 24,000 sanctions aimed at Russia in response to the war in Ukraine. The scale has exploded, but the precision, that remains a question. So let me give you 3 concrete examples of how sanctions, even the smart ones, reach far beyond their intended targets. So first, food and fertilizer. When sanctions are imposed on Russia, for example, they did not directly target food or fertilizers. We've heard by many of the issuing nations. The exemptions were written in, but what happened in practice? The companies struggled to export, shipping insurers avoided Russian assets, and banks cut financial connections. The result? Fertilizer prices jumped by 50%. So farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, who had nothing to do with the conflict in Ukraine, they paid the price. Hunger followed. Now, the United Nations Food Price Index, they reached an all-time high in March 2022. Today, 673 million people experience hunger by 2024. Sanctions didn't cause all of it, but they contributed. Second up, overcompliance. Now, we've heard this quite a bit today, but this is where the story becomes particularly troubling because sanctions create fear, and fear spreads beyond the law's intention. So in Venezuela, we have the case of the Portuguese bank Novo Banco, who refused to process a $12.7 million order of medical supplies for the Venezuelan public health system. And even though those supplies were explicitly exempt under sanctions, pharmaceutical companies, including Bayer, Sanofi, and AstraZeneca, they withdrew entirely from the country. Why? Because the penalties for violations are enormous. Multi-million, sometimes billion-dollar fines, criminal liability, reputational damage. Faced with those stakes and low-profit humanitarian trade, private firms, they simply walk away. The risk management firms just say, nope, we've had enough. And that's what we call overcompliance. And it's perhaps the most dangerous unintended consequence of modern sanctions because it creates that moral loophole where the states say, hey, look, we had a humanitarian pathway here, And the risk management of any corporation says, you've also got a big stick that we don't want to deal with. Third, children and healthcare. Now, in Venezuela, infant mortality spiked from 18.5 to 21.5 deaths per thousand in live births following a wave of banking withdrawals. And in Cuba, a country celebrated for world-class public health outcomes, the infant mortality in the city of Havana alone tripled between 2022 and 2025, rising from 5 deaths per thousand to 14.6. Now, those aren't numbers, those are children. And just imagine the psychological impact of parents who lose a child because there is available medication 90 miles away, 144 kilometers away. Now, what do we do about this? If we accept that sanctions are cause humanitarian harm, how do we prove it? Proof matters enormously because issuing nations will dismiss humanitarian suffering as mismanagement by a target government. Without rigorous measurement, that claim is very difficult to challenge. So current tools do have their limitations. Some look at GDP decline. That's one indicator, but it's slow to calculate. It doesn't always translate to human suffering. Food security indexes. Now, they track access to calories, but they can miss what people are actually eating. In Iran, for example, staple foods remain available, but oncology medicines, critical drugs for cancer patients, routinely out of reach. And public health data is often politicized. That's another area of data that, with issuing nations accused of targeting governments of manipulating figures, this creates a credibility gap and undermines accountability. So what we need is a smarter system, one that tracks impact in real time and one that's harder to dismiss or distort. So this is where my current research gets into it, looking at a two-step rapid assessment framework for measuring humanitarian impacts of UCMs. Step one focuses on immediate economic signals detectable within days of a sanction being imposed, looking at banking and shipping systems being still functioning for civilian trade. Second part, are imports of basic foods, meat, dairy, edible oils, are they continuing as normal? And the third step, are local farmers beginning to increase production of basic crops like corn, sorghum, or legumes, a sign that imported food is disappearing and also that protein-rich food may be depleting. Now that's the alert stage. These signals are not about politics, they're observable, measurable, and difficult to fabricate. So if a UCM is truly strategic, these signals should remain stable. And if they shift sharply, it is evidence that overcompliance is causing civilian harm. Now, step two tracks the short-term health consequences, looking at infant and child mortality, maternal mortality, access to essential medicines and vaccines, and out-of-pocket healthcare costs. You put those two steps to answer the two fundamental questions. Does a UCM have the capacity to harm civilian populations? And does a target nation have the capacity to protect them? The first is an alert. The second is a time to get a humanitarian response into the equation. So what must change? So let me be direct about what evidence demands. First, UCMs, if they're going to be designed, they need to have humanitarian review clause built into them. Automatic triggers that require reassessment if civilian harm is indicated. Secondly, overcompliance must be addressed through clear legal guidance and safe harbor protections for firms that engage with lawful humanitarian trade. When banks and shipping companies are more afraid of sanctions than they are committed to humanitarian exemptions, the exemptions are meaningless. Third, financial liquidity for civilian populations. That has to be protected. That may even require dedicated banking corridors, pre-financed pharmaceutical procurements, and yes, even exploring humanitarian uses of digital currencies and stable financial tokens for people who have lost access to traditional banking. And fourth, we must stop accepting the argument that civilian suffering is simply the price of coercion. It is not. Civilian suffering is a policy failure, and it is a measurable one. So my initial question was, of modern sanctions precise surgical tools, or are they blunt instruments that harm the innocent? Evidence suggests that indeed, too often, they are always off target. But evidence is also our best hope. I believe that we can show with data, with indicators, with documented cases, a financial measure has caused infant mortality to triple, or left cancer patients without medicine, or emptied the food shelves of a city, that evidence will demand a response. The goal of such research is not to defend any government, it's to defend civilians. And UCMs will continue to be used as instruments of international pressure, I would assume, but they must be designed, monitored, and corrected with the same seriousness that we apply to other forms of force. Because when a policy weapon is always off target, it is going to be the innocent who always pay the price. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Professor Huish. And with all that, we are moving to our last panelist today, His Excellency William Castillo, who is the Deputy Minister of Anti-Blockade Policies of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, who will do his intervention via video. Please, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes. Gracias a la relatora Elena Duhan por la invitación a este evento. Extendemos y reiteramos nuestro reconocimiento por su importante labor en defensa del derecho internacional y de un mundo sin sanciones. Quiero agradecer al profesor Robert Huish, que en su intervención que me antecedió ha mencionado algunas de las cifras y de los hechos que identifican los impactos humanitarios del bloqueo y las medidas coercitivas contra Venezuela. Me referiré brevemente a un elemento, a un hecho que está en el debate, que son las transformaciones del régimen sancionatorio contra Venezuela en el marco de una negociación entre el gobierno de los Estados Unidos y la República Bolivariana de Venezuela a partir del 3 de enero de este año. Paradójicamente, tras la agresión militar del 3 de enero de 2026, Estados Unidos y Venezuela iniciaron un proceso de diálogo y negociación con miras a solventar las diferencias de fondo en sus relaciones políticas, económicas y diplomáticas. Hay que recordar que desde 2014 y hasta el 3 de enero de este año, Estados Unidos había impuesto 698 sanciones unilaterales y otras medidas punitivas y restrictivas contra Venezuela, del total de 1.088 impuestas al sector público y privado de Venezuela por varios países del mundo. Ello incluye sanciones unilaterales, directas y secundarias contra autoridades, entidades públicas y privadas, venezolanas y extranjeras, así como el bloqueo de activos del país. El centro de esta política fue, como se sabe, el sector petrolero y financiero de Venezuela, que en conjunto suman 230 medidas sancionatorias, coercitivas y restrictivas. Durante más de una década, Estados Unidos ha usado estas sanciones como una herramienta de presión para lograr un cambio de régimen político en Venezuela, justificándolas bajo una retórica que enfatizaba la defensa de la democracia y de los derechos humanos. Los acontecimientos del 3 de enero significaron, sin embargo, un giro radical. Estados Unidos ha expresado públicamente que su objetivo ahora es utilizar el alivio de sanciones mediante licencias como un instrumento para alcanzar una participación hegemónica de empresas estadounidenses en el sector petrolero y minero y recuperar su histórica posición comercial respecto a Venezuela. En otras palabras, de acuerdo con los propios voceros estadounidenses, el objetivo de las sanciones se ha desplazado de la política, donde es evidente el fracaso del cambio de régimen, a la economía. Esto lo revela claramente el hecho de que las sanciones contra Venezuela no se han levantado. La orden ejecutiva 13692, el llamado Decreto Obama del año 2015, que es la columna vertebral que sostiene el régimen sancionatorio contra Venezuela, fue renovada en marzo pasado. Mientras en algunos sectores se flexibilizan las sanciones mediante licencias privadas y generales, en otras áreas, como las sanciones a buques petroleros extranjeros y entidades extranjeras no estadounidenses, siguen incrementándose. Ahora bien, el instrumento principal, como decimos, de esta flexibilización de las sanciones son las licencias. Y allí es donde se está produciendo un cambio significativo producto de la negociación política. En lo que va de año, Estados Unidos ha emitido 19 licencias generales, de las cuales 12 están vigentes, y ha otorgado varias licencias privadas dirigidas a estimular y permitir la participación de compañías extranjeras, salvo algunos países que les han impuesto una suerte de cordón sancionatorio en relación a Venezuela, en el sector de hidrocarburos. Estas licencias autorizan operaciones en áreas vitales del sector de minas, el sector energético, la logística comercial el pago de servicios a entidades venezolanas, la promoción de las inversiones, la gestión de los recursos financieros derivados de las operaciones comerciales que se realicen y medidas también, licencias, para mejorar las relaciones bilaterales, permitiendo el pago y los servicios para las embajadas y espacios consulares que se han reabierto entre nuestros dos países. Pudiera ser apresurado decirlo, es una hipótesis de trabajo que tenemos en Venezuela y podría ser apresurado debido a que existe aún una fragilidad política en la que se desenvuelve la negociación, pero este nuevo esquema, al permitir operaciones esenciales que antes estaban prohibidas, representa o pudiera representar el comienzo de un desmontaje progresivo, paulatino, del complejo sistema sancionatorio contra Venezuela. Al menos ha sido así hasta ahora, en 3 meses. Para el Observatorio Venezolano Antibloqueo, las licencias forman parte del régimen sancionatorio, parte integral del régimen sancionatorio. Es un mecanismo para administrar el dolor que producen las sanciones al sistema económico y a la población venezolana. Y aunque las licencias no cambian el carácter ilegal de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales y de todo el régimen sancionatorio, y tampoco las levantan, sí abren en este contexto de negociación oportunidades reduciendo la presión sobre la economía y permitiendo a entidades venezolanas y extranjeras desarrollar proyectos económicos que impacten la vida de las personas. ¿Cuáles son, en concreto, esos beneficios en términos de mejorar la vida de la población venezolana, del pueblo venezolano? La promulgación de la Orden Ejecutiva 14373 de comienzos de este año por parte de Estados Unidos y el posterior despliegue de las recientes licencias por parte de la OFAC marcan un punto de inflexión. En este contexto, la economía venezolana puede, en este contexto de alivio de presión, la economía venezolana puede seguir estabilizándose y recuperándose como lo ha hecho desde el fin de la pandemia. Hay que recordar que hoy Venezuela produce el 92% de los alimentos que consume. La producción petrolera se recuperó antes de estas licencias, pero puede extenderse con estas licencias, buscando volver a los niveles que Venezuela tuvo en el año 2015, cuando comenzó el bloqueo. Y la economía venezolana, que hoy es la más dinámica de Sudamérica, lleva 19 trimestres consecutivos de crecimiento. Por lo tanto, es importante para Venezuela que estas licencias contribuyan, estas medidas de alivio parcial y temporal del bloqueo, ayuden a sostener el rumbo de recuperación que había iniciado Venezuela con esfuerzo propio. Hay 3 áreas fundamentales donde los recursos que obtenga nuestro país se van a aplicar. El primero, direccionamiento de recursos hacia fines públicos y sociales. Los recursos producidos por estas ventas limitadas, repito, de las sanciones, se destinarán a propósitos públicos. Podemos llamarlos humanitarios. Nosotros los llamamos fines sociales de protección de nuestro pueblo. En marzo pasado, Venezuela ya destinó 300 millones de dólares de estos fondos, producto de estas negociaciones, para mejorar el ingreso familiar a más de 10 millones de familias. Se ha creado un fondo soberano que dirigirá los recursos, parte de los recursos que se obtengan para mejorar el acceso a alimentos, el acceso a la salud, a la educación, a toda la política de protección social. El otro fondo tiene que ver con la infraestructura y los servicios básicos. Las licencias también permiten levantar el bloqueo sobre la producción, transmisión de equipos para la producción de energía eléctrica y la distribución de energía eléctrica. Y la presidenta encargada, Delcy Rodríguez, ha destinado un fondo y ha anunciado un plan para la recuperación progresiva del sistema eléctrico venezolano y de otros servicios públicos. Finalmente, el estímulo al empleo. Se estima, los análisis económicos en Venezuela estiman, que el flujo de inversión extranjera directa, tanto de Estados Unidos como de Europa, pueda fomentar la creación de nuevas fuentes de empleo formal en Venezuela, y contribuya a la recuperación gradual del poder adquisitivo de los trabajadores y sus familias, ofreciendo un alivio sostenido frente a las severas condiciones que afectaron la economía local , debido precisamente a las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. En conclusión, el caso de Venezuela, después de 11 años de afrontar sanciones unilaterales, ilegales y criminales, conduce a una sola conclusión. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales son un instrumento antieconómico que destruye valor, que destruye riqueza, genera pérdidas y costos tanto para los países sancionados como para los países sancionadores. Usar la frase administrar el dolor que causan las sanciones a través de la licencia sigue, no obstante, violando la lógica económica sobre la que se sustentan las relaciones comerciales y económicas internacionales. En nuestro criterio, y así lo ha expresado la presidenta encargada de Venezuela, Delcy Rodríguez, Venezuela seguirá exigiendo reiteradamente el levantamiento total y absoluto de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. En este sentido, anoche, en una locución al país, la presidenta ha anunciado una campaña nacional entre el 19 de abril y el 1 de mayo para exigir, en la unión de todos los sectores políticos, sociales y económicos de Venezuela, el levantamiento definitivo de las sanciones a Venezuela. A pesar de lo que ha sucedido, de la gravedad que lo ha sucedido, del ataque al Estado venezolano y de las negociaciones complejas que se llevan a cabo entre nuestros países, Venezuela seguirá insistiendo en el plano internacional, con los instrumentos del derecho internacional, en un objetivo primordial: el levantamiento de todas las sanciones contra nuestro país y el reconocimiento del derecho de Venezuela a comerciar libremente, a tener su vida y sus relaciones económicas internacionales no sujetas al bloqueo, y por esa vía la lucha para que el bloqueo se levante a todas las naciones que lo sufren. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Dear participants, I'm very happy that today we were able to listen to the position of different stakeholders, addressing the issue from different perspectives and from different spheres of analysis. Unfortunately, we have only 5 minutes left, and as concerned the questions, we received only one request by Dr. Enrique Eleman Gutierrez from Cuba, but we have a problem with connectivity, and therefore the quality of video is very bad, and it cannot be streamed, so I apologize if it's possible to listen. We were not able to connect. Do I understand it correctly? Sudan asks for the floor? Yes, please go ahead.
Lina, thank you very much, the panelists, for this very nice session and very scientific statements and words that we heard. And thank you very much, Professor Rida, for this very innovative tool that can track and monitor the impact of sanctions, especially in the health field. I'm Dr. Al-Mughira from Federal Ministry of Health in Sudan. Sudan, the country that suffered more than 30 years from sanctions, but I don't know why its name not mentioned as frequent as Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, and Syria. The problem may be from us because we don't communicate our tragedies and stories with others. But really, we suffered a lot from sanctions, especially in the health field. My question may be from a scientific point of view of that, because health is special for Dr. Rida, Professor Rida. The health, as far as the morbidity and mortality are concerned, there are what we call in community medicine or the epidemiology, what is known as the confounders. So to what extent that we can rely or we can relate this impact directly to the sanctions and not to other. This is, I think, the main challenge, not only the monitoring. Monitoring, yes, as you said, is challenging, but with the aid of these tools, we can monitor. But the problem for me, or the challenge, is that how to relate this scientifically, that this is the cause, because in health we have this causality chain. We have to say this is But we have the confound, especially, it's not like in the economic, the evidence that is example mentioned by His Excellency Professor Huish, that the fertilizers and the African farmers that are affected by this directly, this can be mentioned in economic, in education and so on. But in health, this is a problem with the confounders. How, to what extent that we can mitigate this problem, or how can we address this through the monitoring answer? Thank you very much.
Very much. You have the possibility to respond.
To be honest, you're touching a very important discussion, which is a debate on the methodologies, because it is not experiment to see, let's say it's similar to the randomized control trial, how we can look at that. There are plenty of statistical tools that we are using. I can explain, but maybe it's beyond, let's say, the time of this session. At the same time, we have both cross-country comparisons. I'm just highlighting two of them, which were published in the Lancet Global Health in September, one of them, which Francisco Rodriguez has done, and it shows annually we have more than 560,000 deaths globally, which is huge. And the other paper of the Ruth Gibson in the Lancet Global Health on maternal and child health, and they showed a huge, the special report has used that number. This is the cross-country, let's say, comparisons. Within countries, there is a synthetic cohort that we are using. I can explain that we are creating a let's say, non-sanctioned country similar to that to compare what is happening, but it is not easy to do. The last point of mine is that there is a paper by Yair Gutman and colleagues which work on the life expectancy globally. It showed that United Nations sanctions reducing 1.2 to 1.4 years, and US 0.2 and 0.4, which is huge. I'm stopping here.
Thank you. Just as a short remark, as soon as we are supposed to stop here, I would like to thank our interpreters for all the work they were doing today for the whole day. Thank you very much. I have received a request for very short feedback, and I will say a few words and we will finish. I appreciate your patience.
So if I could just add to what my colleague mentioned earlier, another article by Francisco Rodriguez, who I think is doing the best work on causality. In the edited volume I mentioned earlier, he has an excellent chapter on cross-country comparisons. Again, it's open access, and I think Francisco Rodriguez is doing the very best work on this very critical issue of causality.
Thank you very much, and as we are supposed to be done, I will do just a few reflections. In my report about the impact of unilateral sanctions on the right to health, I did my best to reveal causality links. And the monitoring tool, which has also been developed by the mandate, is intended to not to give figures only, but also to reveal causality. If you do not have the opportunity for social support, then you are not able to get medicine at the subsidized price or free of charge. If transportation is not functioning, you are not getting to the hospital. If the water is not clean, you are dying because of diarrhea or any other water-transmitted diseases. If you do not have enough food, you cannot grow up at the proper size and be healthy. That's all is going above the need for medicine, for vaccination, and many other elements. Therefore, I'm welcoming to use the monitoring tool. And as we are always beyond the time, I will do just the very few reflections. I'm very happy that many people came together today and shared the facts, the causality links, and many other elements. One of the participants today asked me a question I hear very frequently. The question was like, oh, people do not want to give examples or to speak out publicly because they might have negative repercussions. And naturally, it's very good to hope that a miracle will happen and things will change today. or someone will just arrive like the unidentified flying object and will change our lives for better. Unfortunately, at least for me, it never happened. It's very good that we started to speak out publicly. 6 years ago, there were no real examples, there was no real discussion. We didn't have so many stakeholders speaking out publicly. The only change will happen if we all speak out publicly, knowingly that yes, there could be negative repercussions, but if we do not do it on our own, no one will do it instead of us. I would like to thank all our panelists, all our speakers, all participants, both in person and online, and I hope that also due to our event today, which will continue tomorrow, the situation will start to change for the better. Thank you very much.